Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see. What if Naruto taken small Rin every day without permission, part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. What separates the best from the rest? I do not say this to say that there are people who are better than others, only to say what makes a person great. Is it how fast they can run or how far they can throw? No. Is it a powerful mind? That would depend. I would never worship a sportsman for showing off their physical achievement and watch as they waste their money on needless things. I can never respect a person who uses their brain to twist words around to allow a killer to go free or creates a new weapon that will kill hundreds. What makes someone the best or great is the power to walk away from the flock. The person who sees what is wrong and tries to stop it. The person who doesn't care what is cool. The person who takes the risk and pushes to achieve something that will make this world a better place. To those I will salute you and hope that history does as well, even if it isn't the ones in the books. Before I begin, I am looking for a new beta. My current one is starting college and I don't want to trouble him during his first year. So, give me a call. Now, the fight you have all been waiting for. Also, secrets will be revealed that will change everything. In a lab in Sea Country, a man with a white lab coat was staring at a container with a green jar. He smirked when the girl opened her eyes. So she's awake, he thought. She was lucky that Kabuto used a preservation jutsu to keep all of her cells from dying, or I would have had no chance at bringing this stupid girl back to life. Now I can use her in my experiments, as long as it doesn't interfere with Orochimaru's plan for here. But that, he began to laugh cruelly. The girl in the jar, who had a light scar on her throat, slowly closed her dark eyes. You did great, said Rin as Naruto and Banshee reached the box. Naruto grinned and Banshee made a purring-like sound at this compliment. Listen Naruto, I want to tell you something very important. Naruto, shouted Mitchi as she pushed Rin out of the way in a comical fashion which caused everyone to sweet drop. That was amazing. The art you used to fight with was simply amazing. We really should spend more time together. How about after the exam, you and me go out for some tea? Don't answer that, shouted Rin as she got up. She then turned to Mitchi. What do you think you are doing? Asking a guy out, she said simply. It's not like he's your boyfriend or anything. At that, both Rin's and Naruto's faces turned bright red. Hinata held her breath. And no, stammered Rin. We're just teammates and friends. This got a mix of reactions. Hinata got down on her knees and thanked Kami that her love was still on the market. Of course a moment later she was cursing to herself that there was a new rival to deal with. Naruto looked saddened and Mitchi didn't look convinced. Meanwhile, everyone in the stadium was beginning to get impatient. Sasuke hadn't shown up yet and his fight was supposed to be now. Then it happened. It started with one man and then escalated to the entire crowd. They were all shouting for the fight to start. They were throwing things into the arena and cursing. What will you do? Asked the Kazekage. The Uchiha isn't here. I have no choice, said the Hokage. Sasuke will have to be disqualified. I agree, said the Tsukuyomi. There are rules we must follow. The Kazekage, for only a moment, narrowed his eyes at that. For him, that wouldn't do at all. He calmed down and spoke in a calm tone. Perhaps we could move his match last, he said. After all, most of the people here have traveled just to see him fight. It would be a shame to disappoint them. Then Hokage nodded at that. He was no fool when it came to the daimyos. They had come here just to place their bets and compete with the others. None of them would pass a chance to one-up the others. If he didn't do everything in his power to allow Sasuke to fight, half of them would refuse to hire his shinobi just to get back at him. Sarutobi stood up to address the crowd. The match between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara will be pushed back to the end. The next fight will be Hinata Hyuga vs Rin. The crowd groaned at this and then quieted down. A few minutes later, Rin and Hinata were staring at each other. Rin's was that of a seasoned fighter. Hinata stared at Rin with determination. For her, this was more than just advancing a rank. She had something to prove. She would show her father and her clan that she wasn't worthless. She would show everyone that she wasn't the same shy pushover she was at the academy. And that she deserved Naruto and not the girl in front of her. Begin, shouted Genma as he ran out of the arena. It was one of the things that all men know. Never get in the way of a Kunoichi cat fight. Okay, thought Rin as they both got into their fighting positions. She probably doesn't have any weapons on her so stealing them is out of the question. Close-range combat is risky. Best bet is to use some long-range jutsus. If you won't make the first move, said Hinata, then I will. With that she charged at Rin and began her attack. Her palm strikes were slower than Niji's, but that didn't change the fact that they were dangerous. Rin dodged them with ease. Hinata, dodge to the left, do you, dodge to the right, have a, jumps up to avoid a leg sweep problem, dodge by jumping backwards. With me? Asked Rin. Deal, thrust, never see, thrust, see me now, cried Hinata. And it's thrust, your thrust, fault. If I, thrust, can get, thrust, rid of you, thrust, maybe then, thrust, he'll notice me. At the end of that. Hinata hit her on the side of her chest. Rin, having enough of this. Dumped back and shouted, Earth clone jutsu. And created 2 more of herself. The clones then flanked the Hyuga girl on her right and left, and once they were in position they rushed her. Those in the Hyuga section of the crowd believed this to be the end of the Hyuga failure. What happened next came as a surprise for everyone. In one motion, Hinata moved her arms and pointed her palms at the clones. A thin chakra laser shot out of her palms. It was thin and barely visible to the naked eye. Those who saw it would mark it off as a trick of light. But, it was strong. It pierced right through the clones and destroyed them. For a moment, the crowd was in shock. But that faded quickly and they began to cheer. Well, everyone but the Hyugas who were still in shock. Was this the same girl? Hiashi, said an elder, don't tell me she's learning those jutsus. I had no idea, admitted Hiashi. Father, what are you talking about? Asked Hanabi. When the clan was young, there were several styles that were practiced along with the gentle fist, explained Hiashi. One of these styles was practiced by a faction who preferred long-range battle and created several ninjutsu that used pure chakra rather than manipulating the elements. When the opponent got close, they could create weapons made of chakra like a spear or sword. However, few could master these moves because of the drain and the precise chakra control needed. On the field, Hiashi's words ranged true. Hinata had felt the drain that one jutsu did to her. The amount of concentration and focus needed was enormous. But she would not yield. She still had her ace still to play. Rin stood in amazement at what she had seen. That attack was dangerous. She aimed it where the heart should have been on my clones. Not surprising since she has some knowledge on healing. At least that test run showed me what she could do. I just have to stop her from using her hands and she's finished. Luckily for her, she had just the jutsu. Rin jumped back and created 2 more clones that once again flanked Hinata. Senijashu. She shouted as the clones charged. In front of Hinata were several snakes flying towards her. On her right and left were clones. Hiashi gasped. Hinata didn't know the pain. There was no way that he knew that she could avoid. Protection of the 8 trigram 64 palms. Cried. Hinata. Moving her arms in a way that gave her complete coverage, she began to slice anything that came her way. Both the snakes and the clones were cut to ribbons. When it was over, Hinata fell to her hands and her knees and was panting hard. I have never seen that before, said the Hyuga elder. Nor have I, admitted Hiashi. Back on the battlefield, Rin smirked. Let's see how she handles an attack from below. Making the hand signs, Rin yelled, snake pit jutsu. And slammed her palms on the ground. As soon as she did that, a crack in the ground appeared and shot towards Hinata, who reached into her pouch for a soldier pill. When the crack reached her, for a moment nothing happened. Then, from directly below her, the snake's head made of earth shot up and swallowed Hinata in one bite. Genma walked over to the snake head to check it out. Once he got right next to it, he could hear some light panting and the sounds of someone trying to climb. Don't worry, I didn't kill her, said Rin. Genma turned and saw that Rin had taken a knee and was panting hard. Apparently, this jutsu was somewhere in the high beta air range. That jutsu is used to capture the enemy in a pit with chakra and forced walls to keep them from digging or climbing their way out. She is trapped unless she knows how to fly. Genma gave her a nod. This fight was over. Now, they would have to destroy the snake head and lower a rope to get the Hyuga girl out of the hole. As Shikamaru would say, troublesome. The winner is he began but was cut off as Hinata came flying out of the snake's head. She come out in an odd position, she was hunched over as if someone had punched her in her gut. Her landing was anything but graceful. She landed with a thud and rolled for a few seconds before she stopped and began to slowly lift herself up to one knee. As she slowly lifted her head, Rin gasped as she saw the Hyuga's face covered in blood. She was so focused on this that she missed that Hinata's right sleeve was missing and slightly red. Hiashi, however, didn't. Activating his Byakugan, his eyes grew wide in complete shock as his fears were confirmed. Hinata had closed off her chakra pointed but not sealed them like they should have. Instead, the chakra in her body was being redirected to her right arm. There was only one jutsu in that he knew within the clan that required a person to do this. She has learned it, said Hiashi as he gripped his seat. What father? Asked Hanabi. What has Hinata learned? The forbidden jutsu within our clan, replied Hiashi. Forbidden because it was a 50% chance at blowing up the user's arm. Hanabi's eyes widened at this information. She didn't want her sister to lose her arm. Her father has eyes on his eldest daughter, scolding himself for not paying more attention to her training. I have enough chakra left for one more attack, breathed Hinata as she lifted her right arm and began to focus the last of her chakra into it. The best I can hope for right now is a double knockout. But at least it will be me who takes her out. A moment later her right arm began to glow blue. It was a light blue at first, but grew in intensity as the seconds passed until her arm seemed to vanish in its intensity. Chakra Dragon Jutsu. She shouted once the attack was finished and a small dragon shot out towards Rin. Its shape was similar to that of the water dragon used by Zabuza or Sasuke's fire dragon. Just smaller and blue. Rin, thinking fast, yelled Earth Wall Jutsu. And a slab of earth shot out of the ground to block the dragon's path. The crowd held its breath as the dragon hit the wall. For a second, it seemed that the wall of earth could stand up to the dragon. But when that second passed, the wall crumbled and the dragon attacked what was on the other side. Hinata tried her hardest to stay awake. Sadly she couldn't. As soon as she had launched her attack she had fallen to the ground, was unable to move a muscle. Slowly her eyes began to close and her last thoughts were, "Did I get her?" When the smoke cleared, Genma smirked. Hinata's attack had hit a log and Rin was out of harm's way. She performed a substitution. Jutsu, he thought. The wall wasn't meant to stop the dragon, but to give her a couple extra seconds to get that jutsu ready and keep her from noticing. "The winner of this match is Rin," announced Genma. At this the crowd cheered and Hinata was taken out in a stretcher. "So," began the Kazekage, and shinobi that would make good chunin. "A Uzumaki," said the Tsukuyomi. "I was impressed that he can summon and he had a good battle plan. He also found the best way to get past the Hyuga's wall." "Rather simple," said the Kazekage in an amused tone. "Sometimes simple is better," said the Hokage. Rather than spend 10 minutes on a complicated plan that might not work, Naruto just made sure that Neji didn't use his jutsu. That sound was so intense that if Neji did perform it, he would have suffered greatly. Not that it would have helped. "So far, I have seen 2 people who will make fine chunins. Will Shikamaru Nara and Temari please come down," announced Genma. Temari, who wasted no time, flew down to the arena floor of her fan. She landed with a twirling motion that was fit for a dancer. Shikamaru, who hadn't moved a muscle, was debating whether to forfeit. Luckily or unluckily, he had a friend like Naruto to give him a literal kick in the right direction. Neji awake on his bed to the sounds of arguing. A nurse and Kurenai were yelling at each other. Something about Hinata. He slowly turned his head to the bed next to him and saw his cousin who looked like hell, not that he looked any better covered in bandages. Neji felt pity for her. She had always been there for him when he was hurt. Every time he came home with an injury, Hinata would always be there to treat it. Every time he trained he would find some tea and a snack waiting for him. But no one ever did that for her. And now, even in this condition, not one member of the family was here. Then, Naruto's words came back to Neji. Flashback. "Lucky you," said an angry Naruto. "But what about everyone else? Would you just leave them to become just to join the very people you hated?" "This is my destiny," insisted Neji. "It is the same for everyone. Think about. There are only a handful of people who are born to become Hokage and they are determined by fate. It isn't something that happens just because you say it will." "Of course not," said Naruto. "You become Hokage when you work harder than everyone else. There is no rubber stamp that is placed on people that says how great someone will be or how weak they will be. You're just hiding behind the fate crap because you're too much of a coward to make your own choices in life. Your father would be ashamed of you." Then flashback. He was just as bad as the people he hated. There were members in the clan that could use the seal just for amusement. They could do that because they felt themselves superior. Just like he did. Hinata knew what Naruto was talking about. She didn't think herself better. Just because she was born into that house. No, she knew that we are responsible for our own actions and was afraid to make the wrong one. Perhaps that was why she was so timid and afraid. Or maybe she was braver than he was. Everything in his life he could say that it was the will of fate. He hid behind it and when something went wrong he would say it was fate's decision. Yes, his father would have been ashamed of him. "What were you thinking?" yelled the nurse to Kurenai, teaching her that jutsu. She could have blown her arm off. "Did you even warn her of the dangers of using it?" "I didn't even know that she learned it," insisted Kurenai. "She and Hiba were training together while I helped Shino. I wanted to help her. But she said she would be getting help from her family." Before the nurse could say anything, Hiashi interrupted them. "What she said is true," said Hiashi. "I'm sorry but I forgot to tell my daughter about the dangers of that jutsu." "You forgot?" screamed the nurse. "What kind of father are you?" "No, don't answer that. I don't want to know." With that she walked out of the room muttering to herself about assholes and needing some chocolate. Once she was gone, Hiashi walked over to Hinata and stood by her bed. They had taken her out of her normal attire and dressed her in a hospital gown. Under it, she was covered with bandages. After a moment, Kurenai spoke. "Why did you lie?" she asked. "You told me when I first became Hinata-sensei that you didn't care what happened to her. that she wasn't worth training anymore. I doubt that you would teach her something like that jutsu she pulled off. I did say that to you, said Hiashi as he reached out to move some of Hinata's hair back into place. And I regret it now. I just not good at this stuff. He paused and then turned to Kurenai. I have been afraid to get close to her. I first lost my brother and then I lost my wife. If she were to ever receive the seal, then our relationship would not be that of a father and daughter. In the eyes of the clan, it would be like she died and was reborn into the branch family. I just didn't want either of us to suffer that kind of pain. But she did suffer, said Kurenai. All she wanted was for you to acknowledge her. I know that now, said Hiashi as he looked down. Like I said, my wife was much better at these things. I have lost so much time due to my own foolishness. He paused again and then looked up at Kurenai. I was wondering if you would allow me to assist in Hinata's training. To make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Of course, said Kurenai with a light smile. After all, she is your daughter. Hiashi would have said something, but was interrupted when he saw several branch members standing at the door. He gave them the nod to speak. We were wondering if we could see how your daughter is doing, said one of them. Just to make sure she is alright. It is fine with me, said Hiashi as he moved out of the way. A moment later, the room was full of branch family members who had come just to make sure that Hinata was alright. In the stands, in their own private box, sat Sarutobi's former teammates who watched the match between Shikamaru and Temari. Of course, they were disgusted by the Nara boys' behavior. Were they not the strongest of the 5 great shinobi nations? The boys' cowardice and lack of ambition did not sit well with them at all. They blamed this on their third teammate and his idealism. For years they had tried to get him to change the way things were done in the village. Less freedoms and more control. But the old cot won't allow it. They were pulled out of their thoughts when the door opened behind them. They both turned around and saw Hyuga elder. Sorry I'm late, he said as he took the last empty seat. Hiashi finally left to take care of his brat. It makes no difference, said Kaharu. Just make sure you are safe where Orochimaru begins his invasion. We will need you in place once we are ready to begin the plan. I will, said the Hyuga. After all, without me, taking over this village will be impossible without my assistance. But, I am curious about a few things. Like what? Asked Hamaru. Why me and why now? He asked. He knew one of the reasons already, but there had to be more. There are several reasons why we picked you, said Kaharu. The one you already know is the assistance you will provide while we take over this village and the security you will provide once we succeed. Another is something you have already done, said Hamaru. The death of Nami Hyuga was necessary. As the wife of Hiashi, she had a great deal of influence with the other clans. She opposed several of our rulings like keeping Anko Mitarashi from being promoted to a full jonin. Her morals and sense of justice was becoming a pain in the ass, especially when it came to the Uzumaki brat. The Kyuubi brat? Asked the Hyuga. I thought we went over this, said an annoyed Kaharu. We were there when Sarutobi checked the seal on the Uzumaki. The two beings are completely separate with the boy in control. But, the people don't need to know that. Thanks to the assistance we had from Itachi, no one will be able to make the connection that he is the son of the fourth, said Hamaru. When we take over, many people will resist. We knew this and decided to find a person the village would hate so much that they would give anything just to see die. Once Sarutobi dies and the next Hokage refuses to kill the boy, we will gain favor. Then we must wait for a moment where we can truly call the Hokage's decisions into question, and then we will begin. Hate is a powerful force, said Kaharu. It destroys all rational and will turn people against each other. When we started this plan, we believed that Anko would have enough. Then the Kyuubi attacked and gave us a better choice. Now we have both the snake bitch and the demon brat to use. But Nami was one of the people who saw him as a human, said the Hyuga in understanding. She tried her best to get others to see what he was and not what they thought he was. If she lived by now, the people's hate of him would have lessened greatly. We were lucky that childbirth weakened her and gave me time to place the seal on her and made it look like she died from complications. He then had a dreamy look on his face. He loved to torture people with the seal. The way they would beg for him to stop was music to his ears. But then a thought caused that happy feeling to go away. Are you sure that Orochimaru is the Kazuki-age? Yes, said Hamaru. A Chunin, who we sent to the sand to inform the Kazuki-age of the results of the second exam, found the Kage's corpse in a ditch on his way back. Luckily for us, Sarutobi was busy with other things and the Chunin told us about what he had seen. Pity the official records say he died from snake's venom shortly after he arrived home. With that he smiled. Pity Itachi couldn't have met the same fate, said Kaharu. Sending Shisui to kill him seemed like such a good idea. At least he left. There was a nod of an agreement and then they all picked up some sake saucers that were in front of them and raised them in toast to Orochimaru. Winner of this match is Temari. Naruto was pissed. How could Shikamaru just give up like that? He had her right where he wanted her, and he just… "Don't worry about it," said Rin. "Just concentrate on your own matches. Remember, if Sasuke doesn't show then you're up against Gaara. Will the last two contestants please come down," announced Genma. Up in the stand, sitting next to Ino, Sakura and Choji was Yu. For today he was dressed as a cheerleader with a red skirt and matching top. Oddly, he looked more feminine than Sakura, not that it's that hard. "Go, Mitchi, go." He cheered. On the field, Mitchi stood in front of Shino with a large sweet drop. Why did she have to be paired with that guy? "Begin," yelled Genma. As soon as he said that, Shino launched his bugs at Mitchi. Mitchi saw this and quickly grabbed some clay and put it into one of her extra mouths. To give her attack more time, she began to run away as fast as she could from the bugs. When the clay was ready, she threw a clay spider behind her. "Get a taste of my art," she said as the spider exploded. Only, it was an elemental explosion. Mud exploded from the spider and covered half of Shino's bugs. Acting quickly, Mitchi then created a clay snake that shot towards Shino. The bug boy sent his insects to it and began to drain it of its chakra. While that was going on, Mitchi created a clay bird and made to grow so she could fly. A moment later she was in the air circling the arena. Shino gazed up at her. He had not expected this. Most of his insects were trying to get out of the mud and those that were free couldn't fly as fast as that clay bird she was on. He raised an eyebrow as Mitchi swooped down towards the opposite end of the arena. Once the bird was close to the ground it curved to avoid impact and Mitchi called out, covering Mist Jutsu. And from the girl's mouth came a gas. She blew past Shino and then went back into the air as the jutsu ended. For a moment, Shino was confused. Then he sniffed the air. "Bombs away," laughed Mitchi as she tossed a clay spider. Shino watched as the spider fell to the ground as his fears were realized. And there was nowhere to run and no place to hide. When the spider hit the ground, it detonated and the whole arena was covered in flames. The flames died after a few moments and Shino was found lying on the ground half burned to death. "The winner of this fight is Mitchi," announced Genma. "Will Sasuke, Chiha and Gaara please come down?" Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. I had a hard time with the fight between Rin and Hinata. It took me 4 days to get it right. Mitchi was easy. Now, in the last chapter one held a vote for my next story. I think no one voted because the information I gave wasn't enough. So I'll try again. A Naruto Christmas Carol. Sasuke is in line to be the next Hokage. Naruto is still a genin and is at the wrath of Sasuke for killing his brother. One night, Sasuke is visited by the ghost of Orochimaru who tells him to change his ways or else. Owing the frozen heart. We all know what Orochimaru did to Yamamoto. What if he tried to create other bloodline limits like the Hyutin? Naruto and female Haku, but his brother and sister. Some people have suggested that I give them different abilities. If you agree please let me know and I'll consider it. Beliefs Bloody Fox. Zabuza joined up with the Leaf Village shortly after his rebellion failed. With him, he brought his 2 students. How will things be different with Haku and Isaribi in the Leaf Village? The Lost Children. Zanku, Teia's little brother who left Rice Country when Orochimaru was taking it over. Mai, and Uchiha who was kicked out of the clan because she had water chakra nature. Naruto, the person who the 4th used to kill the Kyuubi. 3 souls that will be brought together in the Leaf Village. Naruto the chick magnet. In the end, the Kyuubi got what she wanted. And Uzumaki all to herself. Now, his bloodline is awakening and she will have some competition. Set before the wave arc. Infinite. Arashi found a way to truly kill the Kyuubi, removing his chakra and placing it into the body of a boy. Now, the boy meets up with Jiraiya and is taught the Rasengan at an early age. But, the boy thinks he can make some changes to it. Naruto, the master of the Rasengan. The Wind Lord. Naruto stumbled onto a scroll containing some C-rank wind jutsus. Intrigue begins to ask for more information on wind. The answers he receives will change him for life. Naruto based on Jin, Yu. The scar that cries. 100 years ago, the Kyuubi was sealed into a pendant. Whoever wears it will be flooded with a chakra until the beast takes over. After the attack on the leaf, the Hokage found a baby boy with the power to surpass it. The village is, however, free that the boy will use the power to destroy them. So, the boy is sent away only to return with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek. Naruto modeled after Kenshin. But Suna lost. With the peace treaty between the villages, Suna gave up the nephew of their 3rd. Years later, the boy's bloodline was awakened. Chapter 21. So, we finally find out who Naruto's parents really are. Personally, it was way past due along with other things. Like the 4th's name. Also, I get the feeling that there will soon be another funeral in the Leaf Village. For a moment, the crowd held its breath. For most of them, they had taken the day off just to see the last of the Uchiha clan fight. But he still hadn't shown up. So the people did the only thing that they could do in a situation like this, get very angry and shout. What's going on here? Start the match already. We want the Uchiha. This came from about half of the crowd. The other half was smirking since they bet on Gaara to win. The difference in their experience was clear to them due to Gaara's record. Some of them believed that the Uchiha had come to his senses and ran away. This did bother them at all, seeing that a forfeit was still a win for them. You have no choice, said the Tsukuyomi up in the cage's box. You must disqualify the Uchiha. All of the other genins have fought their matches and he still hasn't shown himself. Just declare Gaara the winner and move on. We could just wait another 10 minutes, said the Kazuki. After all, we have waited this long. What's another 10 minutes? You sure seem eager to see this fight, said a suspicious Hokage. After all, the last time they had watched a Chunin exam together, he demanded that one of the genins be executed for not getting to the arena floor fast enough. May I ask why? Certainly, said the Kazuki. Gaara is the strongest genin in my village. In fact, I would go as far as to say that he is the strongest we have ever produced. I want to prove that by having him fight and beat your Sasuke Uchiha. Besides, I'm not the only one here who feels this way. Many people, both of high and low class, have come to see this as well. Imagine their disappointment if you didn't do everything in your power to give them the fight they want. The Hokage closed his eyes and then beckoned to his guard and whispered in his ear. The guard nodded and then vanished in a puff of smoke and reappeared next to Genma. Ladies and gentlemen, announced Genma after he was told the Hokage's orders. Sasuke Uchiha has been given an additional 10 minutes. If he is not here by then, he will be disqualified. A murmur went through the crowd when they heard this. The genins who were participating were pissed. After all, if they had shown up late, they wouldn't have even gotten one extension, let alone two. Please us this time to visit the restrooms or buy some snacks. With that, Genma pulled out a pocket watch and began to stare at it. I could use some more snacks, said Choji. As he got up and left, a young man walked over to where Ino, Sakura, and Yu were sitting. Excuse me, he said politely. Can I please get your phone number? I don't know, began Ino, but the boy cut her off. Actually, I meant your pink-haired friend. Sorry, but I like, began Sakura, but the boy shook his head and she stopped. He was looking at Yu in his cheerleader outfit with a blush. Please remember that Yu is kind of a pink-haired Haku in a way. People assume that he is a she. Me? Asked Yu as he pointed to himself. I really shouldn't, but okay. He then pulled out a piece of paper and a pen out of nowhere and wrote down his phone number and gave it to the boy. Said boy thanked Yu again and left with an even bigger blush on his face than ever before. That's when Yu noticed Ino and Sakura again. Ino looked like she had turned to stone and Sakura looked like she was going to kill everyone. What? Would you act normal? Screamed Sakura. What kind of man are you? Let me guess, you want me to start going after girls? Yes, exactly. Alright, said Yu with a grin. How about I take you out tomorrow? Sakura gave him a confused look and Yu decided to explain why he had asked her out. You're aggressive, loud, and are flat-chested. You're almost a boy, so before the gender-confused boy could finish, Sakura slammed her fist into his face. A few minutes later, Choji came back with his snacks and some friends. Hello Sakura, said Lee loudly as he got into his good guy pose. Guy-sensei finally got me out of jail. How dare those unyouthful people think that I would harm my squirrel friend. That was when they noticed the squirrel on Lee's shoulder. It was dressed in the evil green spandex with a hole for its tail and bowl cut. Trust me, you will sleep better if you don't know how he did that. Yes. Shouted Guy. My adorable student would never do anything that unyouthful. Cue the hugging and the evil genjutsu from hell. Guy-sensei. Lee. Squeak. Yes, it was too late for the poor creature as its tiny brain had already been warped. Everyone who saw the genjutsu and the hugging began to cringe in fear. Hell, even the Kazuki, who had the misfortune for looking in that area at that moment, began to eye twitch. Once that horrid image ended, Lee turned back to Sakura. How did Niji's fight go? He asked. Naruto won, she replied. She then proceeded in telling him the details of the fight. Of course, she added in that Sasuke would have done it better and that Sasuke would beat Naruto no problem. When she was done, Lee was starry-eyed. Yosh. I cannot wait to have a match with him. I will defeat him to prove my love for you, Sakura. Until then Niji will have to wait. Love is much more important. Guy just nodded in agreement. Down in the medical room, Niji began to cry tears of joy for reasons he couldn't explain. With the wave group, Tsunami turned to Zabuza. Zabuza, could you please get me a snack? She asked. Zabuza grinned behind his bandages. Sure thing, he said. What do you want? For some strange reason I feel like corn of the cob with caramel poured on top of it, she replied. Everyone who had heard this stared at her as if she was crazy. She had never asked for anything like that before except one time before. Time passed by and there was still no Sasuke. The crowd was now getting impatient. In less than 1 minute, Gaara would be declared the winner by default. Genma watched the watch in his hand as the seconds passed by. Sasuke had only 20 seconds left. Then he had 10. Soon, it was down to 5 seconds. Suddenly, there was a powerful gust of wind and in a swirl of leaves stood Sasuke and Kakashi. Kakashi, of course, was wearing his standard Jonin attire. Sasuke was wearing some odd black one-piece suit with the Uchiha fan on his back. Also, one of Sasuke's arms was bandaged. "You're late," shouted everyone in the audience as well as the 3 cages. "Sorry, but we got lost on the road of life," replied Kakashi with an eye smile. "Blair!" screamed everyone. "You know," said Genma to Kakashi, "the first round is almost over." "So is Sasuke still in?" asked the one-eyed Jonin. He knew that if he was the reason that Sasuke lost in the first round, he'd be a dead man walking. The shinobi community would target him and the emo boys fangirls would. He really didn't know what they would do, but he knew they would do something. "His match was moved and then he was given a 10-minute extension," replied Genma. "If he had shown up 2 seconds later he would have lost." Genma then looked up at the contestants' box. "Looks like you're fighting him after all." Gaara simply nodded and then disappeared in a whirlwind of sand and then reappeared in front of Sasuke. "His eyes are like mine. He lives for himself and to gain power. I will kill him and feed his blood to mother. Yes, she will love that and call me a good boy. Sasuke. Uchiha, you will help me prove my existence." "Alright," said Genma as Kakashi left. "The rules are the same as the prelims. There are none. You lose by giving up, being unable to continue, or by dying. If I think that one of you is unable to continue I will stop the match and declare the winner. If you continue to fight after I have called the match you will both be disqualified and proper action will be taken to ensure that you never do it again. The winner of this fight will have his match next against Naruto Uzumaki. Begin." Sasuke got into a fighting stance that resembled Lee's and activated his Sharingan as Gaara's sand began to pour out of gourd. For a moment the sand began to circle around Gaara until he clenched his head in pain and his sand fell to the ground. "Yes mother," said Gaara, confusing Sasuke. "I'll kill this eyesore for you. Please be patient mother. You know I'm a good boy and won't disappoint you." The sand then began to move again as Gaara regained his control and created a sand clone of himself. Sasuke rushed over to it and delivered a spinning roundhouse kick into its chest. However, the clone wasn't destroyed and seemed to hold Sasuke's foot in place. Sasuke then tried punching it in its face only to have the same results. "You're mine," said Gaara. However, Sasuke vanished from sight. Then, Gaara's sand shield activated behind him. Then it happened at his left and then another second later to his right. Sasuke was using incredible speed to try and get past that sand, with each strike getting closer and closer to that goal. "That looks like my fighting style," cried Lee in shock. "It is," said Kakashi as he walked towards them. "During your fight with him when you first met and when you fought the Ronin Mitchi, Sasuke had his Sharingan activated. From those 2 instances, he was able to copy your fighting style. During this past month, one of the things we worked on was increasing his speed and strength." I turned and looked angrily at Sasuke as he landed the first blow to Gaara. Lee trained for years to learn this style, and this kid just steals it. Stealing from one's comrade is one of the most unyouthful things in the world. Then he saw Sasuke panting and smirked. "But it looks like a copy is just a copy. He may have been able to steal Lee's style, but he can't steal Lee's strength and endurance. That came with the training. Perhaps I should begin to teach Lee how to fight against the Sharingan." Up in the stands, Yu was jumping up and down in the stands while waving a large picture of Sasuke. "Go, Sasuke, go," he cheered. He flipped picture around to reveal a picture of Gaara. "Go, Gaara, go." Back on the field, Gaara enclosed himself in a dome of sand. Sasuke raced towards it and launched a punch. However, sand spikes shot out of the dome and scratched Sasuke's arm and his fist connected doing nothing to the dome but injuring himself. A moment later a large claw shot out of the sand and tried to attack Sasuke. Who was able to jump back in time to avoid it. "Damn, that was hard," he thought. "Looks like that's his best defense. This is the best opportunity to try out my newest jutsu." With that, Sasuke turned and raced to one of the wall and, when he reached it, continued to race upwards. When he got halfway up he stopped and began to gather his chakra and make the hand signs. Soon it seemed that there was lightning in his palm and the sound of birds could be heard. "You taught him that jutsu?" asked an angry guy as he glared at Kakashi. "I have lost all respect for you." "Think what you want," replied Kakashi as if this were nothing important. "Sasuke is the only other person in the village who can use this jutsu safely and he needed it." "Sensei, what is that jutsu?" asked Lee. "That is the jutsu that made Kakashi famous," answered Guy as Sasuke began to charge. "It is the only original jutsu that Kakashi has that he didn't steal from someone else. It is said that he was able to cut a bolt of lightning with this jutsu. It gets its name from the sound that it makes. It is called Chidori Dot." As Guy said the name of the jutsu, Sasuke struck the sand dome. Slowly, the sand began to fall to the ground and the stadium became very quiet. The sand ninjas held their breath. This was the first time anyone had ever pierced through Gaara's defense. When they saw Gaara, they saw another first. Gaara, for the first time in his life, was bleeding. It wasn't deep for the sand dome had protected him from the full force of the attack. Gaara's eyes were wide open as he stumbled back a bit. Never before had he felt the sensation. It was difficult to describe. So, this is pain. He then fell to his knees and began to clutch his head as he felt his mother's presence begin to take over. Then, a jutsu was cast by neither the Uchiha or by Gaara. White feathers began to fall from the sky and slowly people began to fall asleep. This was then followed by an explosion in the cage's box. The three sand ninjas knew that it was time and headed to the field. Soon Baki and Genma were staring at each other while Temari and Kankuro were checking on Gaara. "This looks bad," said Temari. "He's hurt and low on chakra." "That fool," said Baki while keeping his eyes on Genma. He tried to release it before the plan could start. "You two take Gaara and get him to safety and try to speed up his recovery. He's our village's secret weapon and we need him for this invasion." Temari and Kankuro nodded and picked up Gaara and quickly left the arena. Sasuke tried to follow, but Baki got in his way. However, Baki jumped away to avoid being hit by a kunai. "Follow them and finish your match," said Genma. Sasuke nodded and began his pursuit. Meanwhile, Mitchi and Rin were the only two awake in the contestants' box. Rin was by Naruto's side trying to wake him up by shaking him violently. "Wake up Naruto," said yelled. "This is no time to be taking a nap." She then turned and spoke to Mitchi. "Could you please do the same to Shikamaru?" "Why not just dispel the Jinjutsu?" she asked. "Because he's faking it," replied Rin. Now Kai with that, Naruto woke up as well as Banshee and noticed that the laziest genin was getting shaken to death by Mitchi. "Alright, I'm up, you troublesome girl," said Shikamaru. This led him to a very painful introduction to her fist. "But you're all awake," said Anko as she appeared on the scene and began to give them the shortened version of what was happening. The village is being invaded. Right now Sasuke is chasing after the sand nin. I want Naruto, Rin, and Shikamaru to go and bring back Sasuke. The three nodded and left, and Anko went to help get the civilians to the safety points. This left Mitchi alone. "Oh, like hell I'm sitting this one out," she said to no one. "You. Get that dress-wearing butt of yours over here. It's Tanuki hunting session." Elsewhere, in a lab in Sea Country, a scientist was holding two beakers. "Let's see," he said aloud. "Should I fuse her with bunny DNA or cat DNA?" He then turned to the girl in the tank once again and began to use his imagination. First he pictured her with white bunny ears, a cotton tail, and maybe some whiskers. However, the ears didn't match her long black hair. Then he imagined her with cat ears and a tail. That might be the best. Well, that's all for now. Here are the votes. Wind. 38. Chick Magnet. 37. Scar. 36. Lost. 12. Thong. 15. Leaf's Bloody Fox. 16. Carol. 4. Suna. 13. Infinite. 18. In the next chapter one will only be hosting the top 3, so the others still have a chance. Also, I'll be adding one that several please med me about. Please vote only once. Here is some more info on them. The Naruto Christmas Carol. Sasuke is in line to be the next Hokage. Naruto is still a genin and is at the wrath of Sasuke for killing his brother. One night, Sasuke is visited by the ghost of Orochimaru who tells him to change his ways or else. Rin will be playing the part of the Christmas past. Haku will be the present. Do I have to tell you who is the future? Also, Naruto and Hinata will be married and we'll be seeing their kids. Ong the Frozen Heart. We all know what Orochimaru did to Yamamoto. What if he tried to create other bloodline limits like the Hyutin? Naruto and female Haku, but his brother and sister. No idea on pairing. Just be prepared for every guy to be hitting on Haku with Naruto trying to protect his long-lost sister. The Leaf's Bloody Fox. Zabuza joined up with the Leaf Village shortly after his rebellion failed. With him, he brought his 2 students. How will things be different with Haku and Isaribi in the Leaf Village? Very similar to the original. The Lost Children. Zanku, Taiya's little brother who left Rice Country when Orochimaru was taking it over. Mai, and Uchiha who was kicked out of the clan because she had water chakra nature. Naruto, the person who the 4th used to kill the Kyuubi. 3 souls that will be brought together in the Leaf Village. Very similar to Tales of the Fox Age. Naruto the Chick Magnet. In the end, the Kyuubi got what she wanted. and Uzumaki all to herself. Now, his bloodline is awakening and she will have some competition. Set before the wave arc. Crazy Kyuubi is a teen and, well, just plain craziness. Infinite. Arashi found a way to truly kill the Kyuubi, removing his chakra and placing it into the body of a boy. Now, the boy meets up with Jiraiya and is taught the Rasengan at an early age. But, the boy thinks he can make some changes to it. Naruto, the master of the Rasengan. No pairings decided yet. The Wind Lord. Naruto stumbled onto a scroll containing some C-rank wind jutsus. Intrigue begins to ask for more information on wind. The answers he receives will change him for life. Naruto based on Jin, Yu. Hinata will be kicked out of the Hyuga clan, slight addition with a Bleach character, and so much more. The scar that cries. 100 years ago, the Kyuubi was sealed into a pendant. Whoever wears it will be flooded with the chakra until the beast takes over. After the attack on the leaf, the Hokage found a baby boy with the power to surpass it. The villages, however, free that the boy will use the power to destroy them. So, the boy is sent away only to return with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek. Naruto modeled after Kenshin. Hinata will be the head of the Hyugas because her father died of a heart attack, he had one. But Suna lost. With the peace treaty between the villages, Suna gave up the nephew of their third. Years later, the boy's bloodline was awakened. Yes, the boy is Naruto. The demon is a space pirate. I'm sick of Kyuubi always being sealed in Naruto. What if Ryoko had attacked the village in Ryo-Oki and was sealed inside Naruto? Naruto Harem. Chapter 22. Well, I hope you are all ready for this. The ending of the Chunin exam arc and some extra surprises. Oh no, I won't tell you what they are or anything like that. I mean, if I did you wouldn't read this. Plus, I'm evil. My brother has seen the light. He finally sat down and watched Naruto and he likes it. I was so happy. Then he ruined the moment when he began to compare it to DBZ. You know the whole who's stronger than who bit. It is so annoying when he does that. I'll stop here before I begin to see red. The latest chapter of Naruto has been interesting to say the least. Sad to say it, but this might be the last arc with the Iro-Sennin. If he dies, I will give him a moment of silence. Yeah, I know he's just a character in a manga and an anime, but still also, for all those people wondering, I'm keeping the names the same. I know we have finally found out the real name of the fourth and Naruto's mom, but if I did that now this story wouldn't make sense. Plus this is fanfiction, and here I make the rules. One last thing before I begin. Based on the PMs and votes, the winner is the Wind Lord. It was really close to Chick, but the people have spoken. Now, as I said in the last chapter, the pairing will be Naruto and Hinata. Yet, there was a voice in the back of my mind that told me to add some spice to it. So, I have decided to make it a threesome. Kakashi, stop that giggling. Anyways, I'm trying to decide between Anko and Temari. I'll let you decide. Naruto, Banshee, Rin, Shikamaru, Mitchi, and Yu jumped from tree to tree as they attempted to catch up with Mr. Emo Pants. Thanks to Banshee's nose they were on the right path. Apparently, people who are classified as being emo had an unusual scent. Who knew? Uh-oh, said Banshee suddenly with a hint of fear in her voice. There are several people behind us that smell like snakes. They realized what that meant, sound nin. They had seen their summons as they left the populated area of the village and headed to the forest area. Most likely, some of the people who had helped with the summons were targeting the weaker nins and villagers due to the amount of chakra needed for the large summons. It was that or someone sent them. What should we do? Asked Naruto. I'll stay behind and stall them for as long as I can, said the lazy shadow user. Why you? Asked Mitchi as she eyed him. It's too troublesome to explain, he answered. Mitchi now had several tick marks on her head and fist. Fine, said Naruto. Just don't die. At that, Shikamaru smirked. That, he said, would be even more troublesome. With that he stopped on the branch he was on and turned around. I hope he can take care of those guys, said Banshee quietly. Their scent also reeked of emo. With that Yu smiled and suddenly turned around. Several emos at once, cried Yu as he followed the same path that Shikamaru took. It must be a gift from the heavens. Naruto and Rin sweat dropped at this, and Mitchi had a twitch in her eye and muttered something about making Yu experience her art. Back at the stadium, things were not looking good for Sarutobi. The Sound 4 had created a powerful barrier on the roof so he couldn't escape from Orochimaru, who had dropped his disguise as the Hazekage. As one of his Anbu had demonstrated, anyone who touched it became extra crispy. The only thing that kept this day from going completely to hell was him getting the Tsuchikage out in time. If he hadn't and the leader of the rock village died then it would lead to another war. So far in the fight between sensei and student, Sarutobi had managed to hold his own. However, he didn't know for how much longer. He was just too old. During the fight, the old man had learned two things. One was that Orochimaru had completed his immortality jutsu. The other was that he wanted the Sharingan. "Now let's see how you deal with this, Sarutobi-sensei," said Orochimaru as he placed his original face back on. Impure world resurrection. Then, 3 coffins came out of the ground. One said first. The second one said second. The last said fourth. "Oh no!" cried the Hokage in horror as he realized what was to happen. Orochimaru smirked as the 3 coffin lids fell to the ground and the people inside them were reveled. There stood the Shadaime and the Nidaime, the brothers who had built the village. And had been the old man senseis. The Yondaime, however, didn't look threatening at all and caused everyone's eyes to twitch. The reason being that he was asleep while standing up. "Wake up you baka!" shouted Orochimaru. While that was going on, Naruto and friends were continuing their mission to catch up with Sasuke and Gaara. They leapt from branch to branch until Karasu, Kenkuro's puppet, flew down upon them. It opened its mouth and let loose a hailstorm of poison needles that were easily dodged. "Sorry, but this is as far as you go," said the puppet master from his hiding place. He was using a jutsu that caused his voice to come from all directions so that they could pinpoint his location. "Good thing I stayed behind in case more leaf brats followed us. Also I don't want to be anywhere near Gaara when he unleashes his demon." "We don't have time for this," growled Naruto as he stared at the puppet. He was about to use a wind jutsu to blow it away when Mitchi took a step forward and blocked his view. "I'll take care of Makeup Boy and his dolly," she said with a smirk. "You two just go and get that teammate of yours before he gets himself killed." Naruto started to protest, but Mitchi held up her hand. "Silence him. I'm touched that you're worried, but I can handle this guy. Trust me." With great reluctance, Naruto and Rin left with Banshee. Well, not so much with Rin. Mitchi just smiled as she watched them leave. "I don't get it," said Kankuro. "You are a rock nin. Your village lost the war against the leaf. So why are you helping your enemy?" "I see you don't get it," said Mitchi as she pulled out some clay and allowed her extra mouths on her hands to chew on it. "When my village decides to attack this village again, it will be by our hands alone. That way, when we win and this village falls, there will be no one to dispute that the rock nins are the strongest in the shinobi village. That is why I will help this village until we are ready to crush them." She then slapped her hands together and then slowly pulled them apart. As she did this, a pole formed between her palms. When she was done, she held in her hand a clay spear with a rope at its end with 5 knots tied into it. "Plus, the blonde is cute." "You know you ruined your build-up," said Kankuro in a deadpan voice. His puppet then flew at her and she dodged it with ease. The puppet then turned around and opened its mouth and let out a purple gas as it flew towards her again. Before it could reach her, Mitchi slammed her spear into the branch she was standing on and broke the tip off. She then jumped back just before the tip exploded. The force of the explosion was powerful enough to send the puppet and the gas away in the opposite direction. "Did you like that?" asked a smug Mitchi as a knot disappeared and the head of the spear regrew. "This is my C2 spear. It's my own jutsu that I'm sure will leave an impression." She then ran towards the puppet and pierced its chest. Once again, she jumped back and the tip exploded. But there was one difference. This time, wind blades shot out of its chest and sent its pieces flying. The spear lost another knot as the head regrew once more. "Had enough?" The only answer she got was chuckling. "Please," he said. "That jutsu has 2 major flaws. While it had great power, if you are too close the user will get caught up in the blast. Therefore, you have to jump back right after you hit the opponent. The other flaw is the limit. You can only get a total of 6 hits in and then that thing becomes useless." While he talked, Kankuro used chakra threads to move the arms and head around while trying to repair the body. "Not bad," said Mitchi. "You were able to see the flaws of my jutsu after only a couple of demonstrations." Michi's eyes widened when she saw 3 of the puppet arms rise from the ground and revel their hidden blades. They then raced towards her with poison dripping from the blades. Mitchi dodged towards the tree trunk as the 3 blades collided with the one that was going to attack her from behind. "I've been underestimating him. I just have to hold out a little longer." Up from his hiding place, Kankuro watched as Mitchi continued to dodge his attacks. He was about to bring the head into play when he felt something land on his hand. He looked down and saw a clay grasshopper. Acting on instinct, he flicked his palm to get rid of the insect. It traveled a few feet before it went boom and Kankuro was blown a few feet away from where he was seated. As he got up, his heart sank as he saw a dozen of the same clay bug. "Shit," he said as they all detonated where they were. Kankuro was thrown down to the ground by the explosion and a moment later had several branches land on him. He slowly looked up and saw that Mitchi was standing in front of him. "There are 2 ways to beat a puppet master," she said. "The first is to destroy the puppet so there are no more usable pieces. The other way is to take out the puppet master." She then looked down at her spear. "At least this was a decent field test for this jutsu. So I was just a test dummy?" asked Kankuro in a strained voice. It doesn't, matter. Gaara will win in the end. No one, can beat a monster like, him. He then closed his eyes and became silent. A monster, said Mitchi as she looked up. I wonder if there is any humanity left in him. Sasuke was beginning to realize he was in trouble. He had overused his Chidori and his cursed seal had activated. He was out of chakra and barely able to move. Gaara, on the other hand, looked stronger than ever. His entire body had transformed to make him look like an evil tanuki from hell. He still had a lot of chakra and could move. Did I say Sasuke was in trouble? What I meant to say was he needed a miracle. Aichiha! Cried Gaara as he pointed one of his clawed hands at the boy. Sand shuriken. As several balls of highly condensed sand shot toward Sasuke, he closed his eyes and prepared for death. Then both he and Gaara heard a voice yell, Tobi Izuna. And several vacuum blades countered Gaara's attack. It seemed that Sasuke's miracle had arrived in time, damn. Back at the stadium, Arashi had finally woken up. He looked at the other two dead Hokages, then to Sarutobi, and then at Orochimaru. So, he said finally, would anyone care to explain what is going on? Arashi, you must get away from Orochimaru. Yelled the only living Hokage on that roof. He brought you back to life using a forbidden jutsu to fight and kill me. He's going to destroy the village. You're too late, Sarutobi-sensei, said Orochimaru as he plunged a special kunai into the back of the first. They are under my control. He then plunged a kunai into the back of the second. And there is nothing you can do about it. He was about to stab the fourth when a massive killer intent stopped him in his tracks. He had felt this before back when he was still a member of the Leaf and was kidnapping people for his experiments. This killer intent belonged to the one he failed to get. Slowly, both he and Arashi turned their heads and stared at the woman they both feared. Momiji. She was about to speak when several sound nins decided to jump her from behind. She turned and pointed a finger at them. Finger bullet drill. Rapid fire. Her finger then became an automatic machine gun as she made quick work of the enemy. Arashi turned to Orochimaru. You just had to bring me back, he whispered. Arashi, get over here. Demanded Momiji. Arashi quickly moved over to the barrier and stood before his wife. How dare you? You promised me you wouldn't do that. You promised. I'm sorry, he said. It was the only way I could think of. The Kyuubi would have killed everyone, including Naruto. I did what I thought was right and I didn't have time for you to wake up. He then decided to change the subject. So, how's life been? Momiji's eye twitched. I have been in a coma for the last 12 years. And don't think you can change the subject. Now you have some. Arashi tuned her out as he felt an enormous chakra signature appear from the forest area. It was similar to the Kyuubi's, but much weaker. He then turned to his wife with a serious look. Can we talk about his later? He asked. Before Momiji could answer him with a hell no, the blonde Hokage vanished in a yellow flash and reappeared in his attic where his special kunai were kept after his death. He then ran straight to where the chakra was coming from and stopped when he saw a mini-me of him standing in front of him. Uchiha who had a lot of tattoos. Hey, it's from his point of view. So, either that's my son or there is another kid who was lucky enough to look like me. Let's see how he does. If he really does need help I'll step in. Then he saw Rin. I knew I forgot something when I sealed that fox. Rin, get Sasuke out of here, said Naruto as he stood in front of Gaara. I'll hold him off for as long as I can. I'm not leaving you, said Rin. Naruto turned to yell at her when a large blast of sand went past Naruto and hit Rin. The sand then latched itself to a tree. Naruto then turned to Gaara with the deadliest look he had ever given anyone. That will keep her from going anywhere, said Gaara. That sand will slowly constrict until her bones turn to dust. The only way you can save her is if you beat me. Now Naruto felt something inside of him that he never felt before. It was like someone was squeezing his heart. He was in pain because someone he cared for was in pain. He turned his attention back to Gaara and knew what he had to do. He would destroy Gaara for hurting Rin. There was no ifs about it. All that mattered was saving Rin. Fine. Roared Naruto and he threw his blade at Gaara. Gaara moved his tail to block it and missed, seeing Naruto jump off his tree branch and pull out his spinal cord. Naruto then yelled, Dance of the Clematis. Vine. As the chain staff wrapped around the branch Gaara was on. Once he was behind him, Naruto pushed himself upwards as his bone drill formed on his free arm. Take this, he yelled as he aimed at this target. Kagaya Forbidden Dance. At that point everyone was looking in shock and fear as the drill made its way to its target. Gaara's ass. Eternity of pain. Gaara then flew into the air, crying and holding his ass. That's just wrong, said Tamari from the sidelines as she sweat dropped. That was funny, yipped Banshee. I remember that pain, thought Arashi. You have my sympathies, Mr. Tanuki thing. What the hell? Yelled Gaara as he turned around. However, Naruto wasn't there. Gaara then felt his chakra signature and turned to look down the same branch he was on. Why are you acting like this? What is that stupid little girl to you? Naruto mumbled something that nobody heard as he got into an odd stance. What? Was that I didn't hear you? I said I love her. Shouted Naruto as he thrusted forward. Time to use the jutsu Anko-sensei gave me. Gatatsu. With that, Naruto struck Gaara's side and went right through it. Gaara fell off the branch and hit the forest floor. He wasn't seriously hurt, just stunned. Thanks to the sand he was just scraped at his side. But still, he was shaken up and confused. Why was he doing all this for her? He didn't understand what love was. Then he looked up and saw Naruto falling down towards him with his drill pointed straight for his chest. You will not destroy my existence. Yelled Gaara as the sand seemed to explode and grow into a pillar that knocked Naruto out of the way. Now, Gaara was like a pimple on top of a very large tanuki. It's no use, said Temari. Naruto turned to look at her and gave her a look that said explain. Gaara has a demon inside of him. It was placed inside of him while he was still in our mother's womb. He was supposed to be our village's greatest weapon, but the demon was just too strong. Gaara couldn't control it and it drove him insane. Now he has let it out. We're all going to die. And I bet you did nothing to help him, said Naruto as he got up and calmed down. He then looked up at Gaara and retracted his drill. To think that could have been me. Meanwhile, Gaara was staring at Naruto with hate. He had not only wounded him, but embarrassed him. What was worse was that he was denying him his reason for living, to kill others. That was unforgivable. Using his sand, Gaara wrapped it around the blonde shinobi. Arashi saw this and realized that it was time to step in. He was about to start the hand signs for the summoning jutsu when he heard his son yell, summoning jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto was standing on top of a large white fox that had a red scarf tied around its neck. That is impressive. Not even I could do that at that age. He must have learned how to draw the Kyuubi's chakra. That's the only way I can think of. What's going on here? Demanded Byako. I need a hand, said Naruto. That guy is hurting Rin. The only way I can save her is if I beat him. Byako nodded and then looked at his opponent. So that's the container of Shukaku, he said as he stared. They are usually unbalanced due to the lack of sleep. You see, if the container of that demon falls asleep, then Shukaku takes over and eats away at that person's soul. Now, let's see how well you can entertain me, said Gaara. Feigning sleep jutsu. With that, the demon of the desert awoke. Ahaha, it laughed. I'm free. I'm free. And right in front of me there are people to kill. Drilling air bullet. The demon then took a deep breath and then shot the air bullet at our hero. That guy doesn't waste any time, said Naruto as they dodged the giant sphere of air. No he doesn't, said Byako. Howling blizzard. Byako opened his mouth and a powerful icy wind came out. As it got closer to Shukaku, the wind gathered together water particles and formed hail that was the size of golf balls. They hit the Tanuki demon on the arm and froze it, causing it to fall off. But Shukaku chuckled as his arm simply regrew. He then sent several more air bullets in their direction and Byako managed to dodge all but one. He was sent flying backwards but twisted himself around enough so that he could land on his feet. There was a lot of chakra in that attack. Kid, we need to send Shukaku back into his vessel. How do we do that? Asked Naruto. Just hit him once and the jutsu will be cancelled, replied the fox boss. Naruto grinned as he slammed his fist into his palm. Byako charged at the demon again and dodged all of its air bullets. Once he was close enough, Byako lunged at the tanuki and bit down hard on its shoulder. Naruto leapt from the fox's head and landed next to Gaara's sleeping form. Wake up! Yelled Naruto as he hit Gaara hard. That did it. No, willed Shukaku. I wanted to stay out longer. It's not fair. And with that, the demon was resealed. Gaara looked at Naruto who was now breathing hard. The blonde's clothing was ripped up and full of holes from both parties' attacks. Gaara himself was tired. He had never had to do all this just to defeat one person. It was time he ended this. Suddenly, Naruto began to sink into the sand as if it were quicksand. Naruto struggled as his body sank, yelling at Gaara to let him go. Just before his head sank, Naruto took a deep breath and began to think. Gaara could feel the boy as he sank to the very center of the sand body. He was about to use the desert funeral on him when he heard someone yell, "Dance of the seedling fern." Then, large bone pillars began to shoot out of the large tanuki. Some came out of the chest and stomach area. Others from the back and sides. Then, one shot up right in front of Gaara. Naruto then appeared to come out of the bone and gave Gaara a powerful punch. Gaara was thrown off of the tanuki, which began to crumble as soon as he was out by the force of the attack and landed safely on a bone pillar. Naruto then appeared to grow out of the same bone and stared at him. Well, I'm done here, said Byako as he went puff. Banshee also went puff as she wanted to tell her friends all about her exciting day. I'm almost out of chakra, he said. He noticed that Gaara was panting as hard as he was. You must be in the same boat. I guess this next attack will finish this. Gaara nodded, and after a moment of gathering their remaining chakra, they ran at each other and slugged each other in the face. The force then sent them to the ground, and Naruto's last jutsu began to turn to dust. Gaara was now on his back. He lay there wondering how someone like Naruto could be so strong. It didn't make any sense. He then heard a sound and turned his head to look at Naruto as he slowly chinned his way over to him. Gaara didn't know what caused him to feel fear. Was it the fact that he still had chakra or that he was still trying to kill him? "Stay away from me," Gaara whispered. Naruto looked up at him and Gaara could see sadness in his eyes. "I know how you feel," said Naruto. "Being all alone is an incredible emotion. I can feel your pain all the way over here. For a while, I was like you. I thought I didn't need others. Then, people entered my life and became important to me. I can't imagine my life without them now." He paused for a moment and his eyes turned red. "And if I have to kill you to protect them, I will. That's a promise." Gaara simply turned his head back to the sky and stared. This was something to think about. Then, Temari and, somehow, Kankuro appeared next to Gaara. Naruto's heart sank, but it lifted when he heard someone else land behind him. Well, that and the looks of utter shock and fear on the two sand nins. They couldn't believe who they were seeing. It was the Yondaime. "That's enough," said Gaara. His brother and sister turned to face him. "It's over. Let's go home." They were shocked. They had never seen Gaara like this before. Deciding it was best, they picked him up and left. As they jumped from tree to tree, Gaara began to think about his life and if he could have the same bond Naruto seemed to have with others. "Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry." Those words were almost enough for the two of them to stop right there. They gave each other a look and continued. "Don't worry about it," said Kankuro. "Over with Mitchi, she and you were in at the edge of the forest." "You know," said Yu, "you could go to him right now." Mitchi smiled as she shook her head. "Not now," she replied. "I have a duty to fulfill. Finding your brother." "You don't need to know," said Mitchi as she walked away. "But, I'll be back here soon. They can count on that." Naruto then felt someone push him over to his backside. Soon he was staring at the sky and an older version on him. "Rin say thanks to you," said the older blonde. "Good work, my son." Those were the last words Naruto heard before he passed out from chakra exhaustion. Arashi leaned down and picked up his son and turned around in time to see Momiji land in front of him. "What happened here?" she asked as she looked at Naruto. "Our son defeated a powerful enemy," he said. He then walked over and handed the boy over to his wife. "I'll let you take him back to the hospital and I'll see you back at the house. I don't want to cause a panic when everyone sees that I'm alive for the moment." Momiji looked down at her son and then back at Arashi. "Do you know how long you have?" "Maybe a day or two," said Arashi. "This isn't permanent, so we better not waste any time." With that she nodded and the two led. Then Sasuke jumped down from a branch with his teeth gritted. "So," he said, "that's why everyone is so interested in you. Once again, the winner of the contest is the Wind Lord. Now I have to decide between Temari and Anko as a second girlfriend. Please. Let me know what you think. After all, I am a man of the people." Almach. The most powerful summons. Sarutobi stood before Orochimaru as their fight started. He knew he was old and had little chance at beating him as he was. Luckily, he came prepared. He pulled out a scroll and held it in his hand. "What is that?" asked Orochimaru. Sarutobi just grinned. He opened it up, waved it around, and smeared some blood on it. Then, in a puff of smoke, there stood Momiji. "What's going on?" she asked. "Momiji, there is something that I must tell you," said Sarutobi. "Naruto made me promise not to tell you this, but I feel you should know." He then leaned over and whispered in Momiji's ear and told her a very big lie. Momiji's eyes turned a color red that would put the Kyuubi to shame. "You," she growled as she pointed to Orochimaru. "How dare you do that to my son? You sick pervert." With that she charged at Orochimaru and attacked him with power he had only seen from pain. 3 minutes later, he had suffered all of the forbidden dances as well as losing his tongue. Amik. What drove Itachi insane? Sasuke was in his brother's old room looking for a scroll. It was said that shortly before Itachi began to act weird, he had brought home a powerful summoning scroll that had the summons that were unbeatable. After seeing Naruto in action, he realized that he too needed a summons. Finally he found it. He wrote his name and blood on it and then tried it out. Summoning jutsu. What he got was an old guy with a red sweater. "Hello neighbor," he said in a creepy voice, and Sasuke cancelled the jutsu. He then decided to try again. Summoning jutsu. This time he got another guy in red with an odd hairdo who seemed to be working out. "I'm a pony. I'm a pony," he kept repeating, and Sasuke cancelled it. Then Sasuke tried once more and put all his chakra into it. There was a lot of smoke this time and he felt 2 arms wrapped around him. Then it spoke. I love you. You love me. This went on for hours. The village found Sasuke the next day on the ground twitching like a made man. Soon after that he began to kill people who said the word love. The village had no choice but to lock him up. Chapter 23. Hi all. Sorry for the late update, but I have been busy. I have already started the Wind Lord and I'm on chapter 2. For those who haven't looked at it, I decided to add a bit of bleach to it by adding one of my favorite female characters. Also, I have finally finished the Seinen arc in the Tales of the Fox Age. That means that it is time for the Naruto retrieval arc. Just wait till you see his reaction to seeing his old friends and Kakashi team. I have also been working on the next chapter of Bloody Fox during my breaks at work. It's hard since I don't have computer access so I can look up the spelling of names and things like that. There are other things that have kept me busy. Like, for example, I keep getting ideas for more stories and they won't stop. Cry. One is for Stargate Atlantis, and in it Shepard and Taylor go to a planet with the rest of the team where a Wraith satellite makes them fall in love with each other. Speaking of that show, I think that Daniel should have been sent to lead the expedition since he is the foremost expert on the ancients. Another one was a mix of SG-1 and Eurotrip. Then today, I thought what would happen if Naruto got back from his 3-year training journey and his father simply fell out of the sky because the jutsu he used to seal Kyuubi didn't kill him but sent him randomly through time. Also, something that has kept me busy is that I got myself a cat. His name is Jack and he's only 6 months old. My brother is trying to get me to call him Captain Jack. Personally, his personality reminds me more of Jack O'Neill from SG-1. Well, I'm here now so here we go. Hinata slowly opened her eyes and looked around. She was in the hospital. The first thing she noticed that her body was very sore. But that seemed like nothing compared to the other things she noticed. It was Rin. She was slowly putting on her clothing and a hospital gown was neatly folded on the bed. Was it a double K knockout? Asked Hinata in her normal stuttering voice. Rin quickly turned to face her with a look of surprise. Sorry but no, she said slowly with a kind look on her face. But if the exam had continued I wouldn't have been able to compete. Hinata looked confused so Rin told her everything that happened after their fight. All the way up until she lost conciseness by Gaara. I see, said Hinata when she was done. Good, said Rin with a smile. Listen Hinata, about what happened during the fight. I just want to say. I'm not giving up, said Hinata firmly without stuttering. I'm not going to give up on Naruto and I'm going to become stronger so he'll notice me. I was going to say no hard feeling, said Rin with a small sweat drop. Hinata just blushed in embarrassment. Rin just sighed and moved towards the door but stopped halfway. She turned around so she was looking at Hinata. And just so you know, I'm not giving up on him either. I just hope you won't try anything too low to get him. I won't, said Hinata. When I do get him, it will be by my actions and not something underhanded. I know Naruto would never love me for doing something so ugly. Rin just smiled. May the best girl win, and with that she walked out the door. Over in the rock village, Mitchi was walking around in her new Chunin vest. Yet, she was unhappy about something. Her mind kept going back to the blonde shinobi. He was so like her and yet so different. Maybe it was because of her mission, but she kept imagining what their children would be like. Hyperactive blondes. Running around blowing and cutting up everything in their path. She smiled at that image and decided to complete her mission. No matter what. Naruto was awakened when his door opened. He too was in the hospital with many different injuries. His whisker marks were bandaged as well as several areas on his body, such as parts of his arms, legs and chest. Naruto knew who had come in without turning his head. He knew her scent far too well. It was Rin. Hey there, said Rin with a small smile. I got bad news and more bad news. Naruto groaned. What's wrong? He asked. Well, we stopped the invasion, began Rin. But we lost a lot of shinobi. Sadly, we also lost the Hokage. I'm sorry. Naruto slowly sat up but kept his head down. Memories of the old man flooded his mind. He had been the boy's protector for so long. No, he was more than that. He was family and now he was gone. Naruto remembered the times Sarutobi had taken him out for ice cream and ramen. The times when he would visit him in the hospital after he got beaten. The times he spent with him during the holidays. Now, they were gone. Do they know who did it? He asked slowly. I didn't see it myself, but I did ask Guy, replied Rin. It was Orochimaru. He's the same guy we meet up in the Forest of Death that sealed your chakra and gave that seal to Sasuke. I see, said Naruto. But on the bright side, said Rin quickly, Orochimaru was disabled. From what I was told, he can't use his arms anymore. Naruto smiled. At that. Way to go old man, he said quietly. Then he turned to look at Rin. What's the other bad news? Well, Sasuke told everyone that he beat Gaara, said Rin. Everyone believes him. Well almost everyone. There are a few that felt his demonic chakra and they think Sasuke's lying. However, there were no other witnesses. Wait, said Naruto suddenly. Weren't you there as well? Well, said Rin with a blush. I kind of got knocked out by that sand attack. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. She didn't hear that embarrassing confession of his. A part of him, after hearing about the Hokage's death, didn't want to wait anyone because who knew when his time would come. Still, he didn't know if she felt the same. Well anyways, the doctors say you can leave about an hour after you wake up. So, want to listen to some music? Naruto nodded and Rin went over to a radio that was in the room. She turned it on to the preset station. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes. Take you wonder by wonder over, sideways and under on a magic carpet ride. Naruto quickly changed the station, not wanting to listen to a love song right at the moment. He's everything you want, he's everything you need. He's everything inside of you that you wish you could be. He says all the right things. At exactly the right time. But he means nothing to you and you don't know why you're waiting for someone to put you together. You're waiting for someone to push you away. Now Rin turned the station. These songs were hitting a little close to home. Down in the hollow, playing a new game. Laughing and a running, hey, hey, skipping and a jumping. In the misty morning fog with our hearts a thumping and you. My brown-eyed girl. Be my brown-eyed girl. Whatever happened? The Tuesday and so slow going down the old mine. Kami, why are you doing this? Thought Naruto as he changed the station once again. These lines of lightning mean we're never alone, no, no. Come on, move a little closer, come on. I want to hear you whisper, come on. Settle down inside my love. The world's gone love crazy, thought Rin as she changed the station. Meanwhile, on a roof looking in on the two of them were Anko and Iruka. In Iruka's hands was a device that was controlling what songs they heard on the radio. Normally this device was used in philological warfare. But, Anko found a better way to use it. Come on, she said as she watched them change the radio station once again. Just a little more. They are almost there. Are you sure we're doing the right thing? Asked the Chunin. Of course, said Anko without turning around. I mean we all know that they like each other. They just need a little push to get them to admit it. Personally, I can't take the waiting anymore. They are changing it again. Let me help, said a new voice. The two turned around and saw the one person who should never help in these kinds of situations. Jiraiya. In his hands was the device that Iruka had been holding. This is the song that you need. You like an animal. I want to feel you from the inside, I want to. This time they just threw the radio out the window. Slowly Anko and Iruka turned to the elder nin with pissed off expressions on their faces. Anko gave out a growl that reminded everyone of a fierce tiger or lion. Iruka cracked his knuckles and then his neck. You are going down, they said in unison. Back in the room, Naruto and Rin were sitting next to each other on the edge on the bed. They both had their heads down. They were both blushing madly. Drumroll please. Naruto, Rin, I have something to say, they both said at once as they turned to face the other. Their faces turned a new shade of red and then they turned their heads back down. Ah, you first, said Naruto. Nah, you can go, insisted Rin. Naruto gulped. Well, when I saw you in that sand bind, it hurt, said Naruto. It felt like someone was squeezing my heart. While I was fighting Gaara, all I really wanted to do was to save you. And it wasn't because you're my teammate. Rin turned her head to look at him. You see Rin, I have never felt like this before. I have been alone for most of my life. I don't really know what love is, but I think I am in love. I think I'm in love with you. Rin opened her eyes wide in surprise. I don't know if you feel the same and I can understand if you don't. I just wanted to let you know how I feel. Naruto, said Rin. Yes. I think I love you too, she said as she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Back with Hinata, she made a vow in her hospital room. She wouldn't give up until she saw one of them with a wedding ring and a kid. Outside, Anko and Jiraiya were watching it with smiles on their faces. Even if Jiraiya was sporting a new black eye and several bumps on his head. Iruka, sadly, was crying. That's beautiful, he said through his tears. Wimp, said Jiraiya. Then, his pervert senses began to tingle. He sensed people who could help him with his research. His mouth opened and drool came out. Gotta go. And with that he vanished. Leaving behind only smoke and the echoes of his perverted giggles. What was that about? Asked Iruka. I don't want to know, sighed Anko. Then her own lecherous grin appeared on her face. She then turned to her boyfriend. Iruka, I think we need to take this relationship to the next level. What? Well, we might have died in this invasion, said Anko as she leaned down near him. So near him in fact that her breasts were practically in his face. And I don't want to die a virgin. Do you? And no, stammered a red-faced Iruka. But Good, said Anko as she grabbed his arm. To my apartment. And with that they were off. In another part of the village, Zabuza was helping the other people from Wave take the money back. Let's just say that the trip was well worth it. Naruto and Rin walked back home while holding hands. When they reached their home, they stopped and stared at it. Something was wrong. The house was intact and undamaged from the invasion, but there was something in the air that made it seem eerie. Then, without any warning, they heard a scream. It was the scream of Momiji Uzumaki. Naruto let go of Rin's hand and rushed into the house. Kicking the door open, he scanned the first room and then went to the kitchen when he found his mother on the kitchen table. That was when Naruto's brain shut down and he turned to stone. Rin came in a moment later and found Naruto. She looked into the room and gasped at what she saw. "Sensei, you're not supposed to do that there." "Crap," said Arashi. Momiji, well, let's just say she would now have to explain the birds and the bees to Naruto. Little did they know that Jiraiya had seen the whole thing and had written it down for his next book. About an hour later Naruto was back to his normal self and had gotten over the shock. However, he knew he could never eat on that table again. It could never be cleaned. "Really sorry about that," said Arashi as he scratched the back of his head. "We were having a small fight then decided to make up." "Don't say it like that, Baka," said Momiji as she hit him in the back of his head. "Anyways, I have a limited time back here thanks to Orochimaru's jutsu. So, I'm going to do all the things I wanted to do before I died. Come on, Naruto." With that he grabbed his son's hand and they vanished in a bright yellow flash. "So," said Momiji to Rin, "how was your day?" Naruto and Arashi reappeared near the tower in the Forest of Death where the elder blonde had hidden one of his special kunai. With the Chunin exams over and everyone else working on securing the village, there was no one near who could see them or hear them. It was the perfect place for some alone time. "Hey, what's the big idea?" demanded Naruto as he stepped away from his father. "I wanted to say I'm sorry," said Arashi. "Wah. Please, let me finish," said Arashi with a sad loom in his eyes. "Today is my last day and, well, I have to say this. What I did to you was one of the hardest things I have ever had to do. I could have done it to someone else if anyone else had been born at the right time. Sadly, there was no one else. And, if there had been, I couldn't do that to them. Look at your life, Naruto. Could you condemn someone else to the life you led? No. I had hoped that you being my son and my last wish would have made a positive difference. That part thought you would have been spoiled rotten. Yet, another part believed that you would have been mistreated and abused like others who had been in your place, regardless of lineage. I guess that part of me was right." Arashi then closed his eyes. "So, go on. Take out all your frustrations out on me. I deserve that at the very least." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Arashi felt a powerful blow on the back of his head and he was knocked down. When he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto with a very large bone club. "Man, that felt good," said Naruto with a sigh. "What the hell?" yelled Arashi with dish-plate eyes and pointing an accusing finger at his mini-me. "Where's the I understand and I forgive you bit? It happens in all the animes and mangas." "Well, this isn't an anime or manga," said Naruto as he mirrored his father. "Just be grateful that that's all I'm going to do." "You little gaki," yelled Arashi as he got up and jumped his son. Soon the two were covered in a dust cloud and fighting it out. When the smoke cleared, they were both lying on the ground panting. "So what do you want to do next?" asked Naruto. That little tussle had gotten a lot out of their systems and they felt better for it. "Do you know how to ride a bit?" asked Arashi. "No, but I don't need to. They just slow you down, you know." Right, muttered Arashi. "I guess you already know how to throw a kunai." "Duh. Disposing of an enemy's corpse." "Ah, no." At that Arashi smiled. "Then let your old man show you how it's done." For the rest of the day, the two of them did things that fathers and sons do with each other. Arashi taught Naruto how to dispose of an enemy's corpse in several different ways. Then they did some arm wrestling. Then there was the birds and the bees talk. When they got home, Momiji had gotten some takeout ramen and they all ate together like a real family. Rin had decided to go out so she wouldn't be in the way. After dinner, Momiji had also gotten a new table. Arashi and Naruto did some sparring in the family training hall and Arashi corrected his son's form when it came to his family's style. Shortly after that, he began to breathe hard. When he fell to one knee, Momiji and Naruto rushed over to him. "Dad, are you okay?" asked Naruto. "It's almost time," said Arashi. "Listen, in the attic is the Uzumaki ninjutsu scroll. If you need any help with them ask Iro-sensei." He then looked at his wife. "At least this time we get to say goodbye." A tear fell down her face. "Goodbye, pervert," she said with a sad smile. Arashi just grinned at that as he vanished and left behind the corpse of an unknown sound nin. The next day was the memorial service to all those who died in the invasion. Little did they know that 4 people in black cloaks were watching the village. "So this is your old home," said Kisame to Itachi. "Looks like it's seen better days." "Looks like someone had a party," said Toby. "I hope we are wearing the right outfits for the occasion." "Why did we have to bring them?" asked Itachi aloud. "Because Pain-sama told you to bring me," said Toby. Pain-sama knows that Toby is a good boy who will not let him down. And Pain-sama says that if I do good I get a cookie. "And it's bring the family to work day," said the other. Her name was Hisame Hoshigaki and she was the 14-year-old niece of Kisame. Like her uncle, she had blue skin. Her black hair was braided down her back. Her light green outfit reminded people of a belly dancer's outfit. Her body was slim so it looked really good on her. On her sides were the swords that once belonged to Raiga Kurasuke, who she had helped kill. "Right," said Itachi, wondering why he had asked. "Let's just get this over with." Elsewhere, Orochimaru was in his bed looking at Kin. Amachi had been able to revive her and alter her DNA. For those of you who hadn't figured it out, she was the girl in the tank. Now she had cat ears on her head and a black tail. Along with these new outward appearances, she could also have multiple children that would have the father's bloodline limit and none of her new cat qualities. "Yes," thought Orochimaru, "she will do perfectly. Kin, I have a mission for you." "Well, that's all. Hisame will also be appearing in the Wind Lord later." "Amik. Evil monkey." Orochimaru had just gotten into bed. As Kabuto tucked him in, the snake Sennin remembered that Sarutobi had placed a seal on his chest right before he died. So far it did nothing. It just looked like a tattoo of a monkey. "Good night," said Kabuto as he left the room. When the door closed, his chest began to glow and then there was a puff of smoke. When it cleared, there was the evil monkey from Chris's bedroom standing at the edge of his bed in his famous position. "Kabuto!" screamed Orochimaru. The door quickly opened and the monkey vanished. "What is it?" asked the medical nin. "There was an evil monkey on my bed," whimpered Orochimaru. "Well, I don't see one," said Kabuto. "You must have had a bad dream." With that he left and the monkey came back. Beware the curse of Sarutobi. Chapter 24. I bet you all loved that last chapter. Yeah, I had that whole thing planned. I wanted to build it up as much as possible before I let them reveal their feeling. Now, I will not be making this story into a harem. There are almost no Naruto Rin stories and I got the market covered. Basically, Naruto is going to be like Ranma, a chick magnet. I love those kinds of stories. The way the other girls try to win his love will be, humorous. The only way I will make this story a harem is if in this chapter 1 get over 300 reviews demanding that I make it a harem. Well, better get started. Jack says hi. Let's begin. It was early in the morning in the Hidden Leaf Village. Mitchi had just finished putting on her kimono when there was a knock on the door. "Delivery," yelled a male nin from outside. Mitchi just grumbled to herself as she left her room and went down the stairs. When she opened the door her eyes went dish plate and her jaw dropped. "Please sign here," said the male nin as he handed her a clipboard. Mitchi, not taking her widened eyes off the delivery, signed for it. The male nin bowed and then left. "Hey mom, what's out screamed Naruto as he walked out the door. In the front yard was a fruit basket that stood 2 stories tall and took up the entire front yard. Grapes dangled from the sides as it looked like it was overflowing with fruit. "Holy," cried Rin as she stepped out to see what the fuss was about. Looking back and forth, she found a card that was addressed to Naruto. She reached out, grabbed it, and then began to read it. Aloud. "Dear Naruto. Thank you for helping out our little brother. You have no idea what a difference you have made in his life. He has been acting friendly and has stopped killing people randomly. To show our thanks, the village got together and bought you this fruit basket. We hope you enjoy it." On another note, it turned out that we were deceived by Orochimaru. He killed our father and impersonated him to get us to invade your village. We have informed your village's council and are requesting to reform our alliance. Once you get a new Hokage, we will make our plea to him directly. Signed Temari and Kankuro. "We are going to be having a lot of fruit salad," said Mitchi. At the same time, Sasuke was training hard with his Chidori. He kept charging at a rock to see if the damage had increased or if he could get another shot in. This had been going on for the last 2 days. So far, no luck. And that pissed him off. He should have been able to at least get another shot in. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Each time he used this jutsu he couldn't help but remember his fight against Gaara. The sand user had dominated him and nearly killed him if he hadn't been saved by Naruto. It was unreal, the class dope, saving him, the #1 rookie. Since becoming his teammate, Sasuke had seen Naruto quickly gain power that should have gone to him. At first Sasuke believed that he was only getting better because his bloodline awakened. Then after the fight against Gaara he heard the dead Hokage call him son. Not only did he have a bloodline but he was the son of the Yondaime. That raised the dope status above him. Sadly, luck was with Sasuke as no one had claimed that Naruto beat Gaara. Both he and Rin were asleep and the Uzumakas were nowhere to be found. That's when Sasuke saw his chance. Once people believed that he defeated Gaara, they would hail him as a hero and people would gladly train him. If Naruto tried to challenge this, the villagers would call him a liar and beat him up. Sasuke grinned at the thought of Naruto being put in his place, in the dirt. Soon Naruto, you will realize your place, thought Sasuke. Sasuke's daydream. Sasuke called out, and Naruto dressed in rags as he ran up to Sasuke in the woods. Naruto then got on his hands and knees and bowed before Sasuke. I'm sorry for ever trying to surpass you. It was wrong of me. If you wish me to, I will give you my power. Sasuke smirked. Yes you will, said Sasuke. He then knelt down and brought a hand to Naruto's face. And you will give me so much more. What do you mean? Asked Naruto in a shaky voice. Sasuke just leaned forward. You will give me your body and your heart, said Sasuke as his lips were an inch away from Naruto's. Ending this evil daydream, I feel so dirty for writing it. Sasuke snapped out of his daydream and realized that his nose was bleeding. Where the hell did that come from? He cried out loud. No, I can't be gay. It must be Naruto's doing. Yeah, that's right. He stole what should have been my victory over Gaara and now he's warping my mind. I need to talk to Kakashi about this. With that, he ran to call his new sensei to arrange a meeting. Little did he know that Ino, who was spying on him, heard the whole thing. Iruka walked into his classroom and everyone became silent. His uniform looked very sloppy and had a lot of wrinkles in it. In the entire history that he had been a teacher, Iruka had never come to class with a messy uniform. Not only that, he had on a weird smile. Little did those kiddies know that it was that I got laid smile. Ah sensei, said Hanabi while she raised her hand. Are you alright? He slowly turned his head and a new genjutsu appeared behind him. It was a woman standing half naked in a giant clam with two angels circling her. I have never felt better, he said. The classroom just cringed. Glad you could meet me, said Jiraiya to Anko. They were both on a balcony near Anko's apartment. Jiraiya was leaning over the railing and Anko was leaning against a wall while she sharpened a kunai. I'm pleased to see how far Naruto has progressed. Sarutobi-sensei was wise when he chose you. Yeah, well I can't take all the credit, said Anko, like it was nothing. Most of what he knows comes from his mother. I have been concentrating on the basics of chakra control, unarmed combat, and a few jutsus. The only reason that I was chosen was because most of the other jonin would have spent most of their time with a Uchiha. Jiraiya nodded. Listen, I'll be taking over as Naruto-sensei, he said. Why's that? There is a group out there called Akatsuki, said Jiraiya. They are a group of S-level criminals that have band together for a certain cause. At one point in time Orochimaru became a member. It was by following him that I learned of this group. So what are they planning? Asked Anko as she stopped sharpening her kunai. I don't know, said Jiraiya. All I know is that they have been doing two things. One is collecting jutsus. The other is gathering information on the Biju. Why go after them? People will always desire power, said Jiraiya. But I plan to make sure that they don't get it. So I will be training Naruto so he can defend himself against anything that they throw at him. Anko lowered her head. This seems so unfair, she said. After everything that Naruto and people like him go through, there are still people out there that want to make it worse for them. Sadly, that's life, said Jiraiya. He'll just have to get used to having a target painted on his back. Later that afternoon, Jiraiya was looking through a telescope into a woman's apartment. Every now and then he would stop and write something in his notebook and then get right back to the giggling. Life was good for him right now. Then they showed up. What do you two want? Asked Jiraiya without turning around to face the elders. Jiraiya, began Himaru, the village has survived this attack by Orochimaru. However we sustained heavy losses. One of them was your sensei, Sarutobi. The Sand Village has sent us proof that they were tricked by Orochimaru and would like to ally with us. However, continued Kaheru, before we can do this we need to stabilize our power by proclaiming a new Hokage. If we do not act quickly, other villages might attack us. There is only one person in the village who can fight against Orochimaru and can lead this village. That is you, Jiraiya of the Sannin. I decline, said Jiraiya without missing a beat. The two elders fought back their anger. For their plan to work they needed the people to lose their faith in the Hokage system. Who better to do that than Jiraiya? They needed him to take the job. But isn't that what your sensei wanted for you? Asked Himaru. Besides there is no one else who has the strength to do the job. That is what sensei wanted, said Jiraiya. But not what I wanted, I'm too free-spirited for that job. But there is someone else who can do the job and do it better than me. My former teammate, Tsunade. The two elders thought about it. She wasn't what they were hoping for, but she was the next best thing. Her gambling and drinking addictions were well known. They could just see her gambling away the village's low funds or using them to pay off her debts. They could also see her attending meetings drunk and falling asleep at her desk. Hell, she was a much better choice than Jiraiya. Very well, said Kaharu. But we will need to find her. I can do that, said Jiraiya as he wrote some more notes in his notebook. Very well then, said Kaharu. Then we will send some Anbu with you. Nah, said Jiraiya as he waved them off. Those guys would just slow me down. But there is one person I wouldn't mind taking with me. It was then Jiraiya turned around and grinned at them. Naruto was walking through the village towards the ramen stand. After 3 helpings of fruit salad he needed some ramen. Hiding behind a street post was Hinata as she watched her crush. She smiled as he stopped to talk to Konohamaru. He's so sweet, said a voice nearby. Yeah, he is, said Hinata. She then blinked and she turned her head. Staring right back at her was the explosive loving nin, Mitchi. She was hiding behind a stack of wood across the street and, in addition to her normal attire, was wearing a Chunin vest. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Asked Mitchi right back at her. I live here, said Hinata. Behind a pole, said Mitchi as she blinked. She then raised a hand to rub her chin. I thought that the Hyuga clan was loaded or something. I mean live here in this village, said a red-faced Hinata. Now, why are you here? Oh, said Mitchi. Well, I got promoted and now I'm the ambassador between our 2 villages. That means I'll be spending more time here. Okay, said Hinata. So why are you following Naruto? I plan on asking him out and killing anyone he is currently dating, said Mitchi without batting an eye. Hinata was about to tell her that there was no way Naruto would ever go out with her for doing something like that when she began to add everything up. Mitchi would kill Rin. Naruto would hate Mitchi. Mitchi would go to jail or be exiled for killing a leaf nin. Hinata would comfort Naruto. Naruto would fall in love with Hinata. It was perfect. Well, good luck with that, said Hinata as she gave the other rival a thumbs up. You don't have a problem with this? Asked Mitchi. Nope, said Hinata. That's good, said Mitchi as she turned her head back in the direction of Naruto. Because if you did then I would have. Hey, where is he? While the 2 had been talking, Naruto had been pulled over by Jiraiya. Hey Gaki, said Jiraiya in a friendly manner. How's it going? Well, things have gotten a bit quiet since the Chunin exams ended, said Naruto. I was just on my way to get some ramen and then find Anko-sensei so I can do some training. Is that so, said Jiraiya. Well, there has been a change of plans. You're coming with me to find my old teammate. I don't have time for that, said Naruto as he began to walk away. I need to keep training so I can become Hokage. Jiraiya sighed as it appeared that it was going to be harder than he thought. So he began to walk behind the blonde nin. You might want to reconsider, said the older nin. She's got the biggest breasts in the world. I already have a girlfriend, said Naruto. Besides, if she was your teammate then she's an old lady. Why would I want to stare at a grandma's breasts? If only he knew. Fine, said Jiraiya as he stopped walking. I was going to teach you a new super powerful jutsu along the way. Naruto stopped and started to sweat. Jiraiya grinned as he continued. But since you aren't interested then I'll just ask Sasuke if he wants to come. I'm sure he'd love to learn a jutsu more powerful than the Chidori. Hook, line, and sinker. I'll go. Screamed Naruto as he turned around. I thought you might, said Jiraiya as he pulled out a scroll. He opened it up and unsealed Naruto's backpack. He then handed it over to the confused-looking boy. We are leaving right now so let's get going. This way I don't have to go through the boy's mother. Itachi had moved away from the group and was heading towards a small building. In the window displays there were cameras and photos of happy shinobi families. When the mass murder of the Uchiha clan opened the door there was the sound of a bell ringing. The room inside was mostly empty. There was only a counter, a few doors, and an old man polishing a camera lens. Quickly, Itachi moved over to the man. Huzzy Wuzzy was a bear, said Itachi with a slight groan. He hated this password. But he had to pick up the orders for him in pain. While he was here. Huzzy Wuzzy had no hair, said the old man as he put down the lens. The 2 shook hands and then the old man handed him a brown envelope. Itachi placed 2 large wads of cash on the counter. I need 2, he said. The old man nodded and pulled out a second envelope. Itachi thanked him and walked out the door. As he did, he opened one of them and began to look at the pictures he had just bought. They were of all the beautiful women in the village. The old man had been a stealth expert when he was a shinobi and now used his skills to take pictures of the women of the village when they were loosely dressed. He would then sell them for a very nice profit. The first shot was of Kurenai while she was trying on lingerie. Then there was a picture of Yugao taking off her Anbu attire. The picture of Hana very nice. Anko, well, it just showed her without her trench coat on. I now Pain-sama will be pleased, said Itachi as he put the pictures away and hid them in his cloak. He then made his way to the dango shop where he was to meet the other. As he sat down, Kakashi stopped by the entrance. Shortly after that he began to speak to Kurenai and Asuma. Their conversation ended when Sasuke showed up. "Let's go," said Itachi once they had all left. The Akatsuki group made their was downtown by following the river when two figures appeared before them. "What are you doing here, S-class criminal Itachi-chan?" demanded Kurenai. "And why did you bring Kisame Hoshigaki?" demanded Asuma. "Well, I didn't know I was famous around here," said Kisame as he grabbed the back of his sword. "I hope this wouldn't be dull." "Wait a moment," said Itachi. "We are not here to." "Hi there, pretty lady," said Tobi as he appeared in front of Kurenai and interrupting Itachi. "How about a date with Tobi when we are done here?" "No," said Kurenai as a tick mark appeared on everyone's head. Except for Kisame, who thought it was funny as hell. Tobi moped as he walked back. "As I was saying," said Itachi as he glared at Tobi for a second. "We would rather not fight. It would be better for everyone if this was resolved peacefully. So if you give us what we want, then we will leave." "No chance in hell," said Asuma. "Good," said Kisame as he lifted his samehada over his head. "I was hoping for some action." With that, he moved in front of Asuma and swung his sword downward. Asuma quickly pulled out his trench knives and blocked the attack. Kisame looked down at the knives and noticed something. "I see you are using chakra." Kisame then turned the blade so it was flat and pulled back. "Pity for you, this sword shaves." Meanwhile, Kurenai had Itachi in a genjutsu. Or at least she thought she did. One moment he was entangled by a tree and the next she had traded places with him. Kurenai bit her lip hard enough to draw blood as Itachi came at her with a kunai. Thankfully, she was able to break the jutsu due to the pain and moved out of the way. However, Itachi turned his thrust into a kick at the last minute and knocked her into the water. "This is the end for you," said Itachi as he suddenly appeared in front of her. "For one of you," said a voice behind him. Meanwhile, Asuma was still fighting Kisame. So far the most he was able to do was cut the shark man's cheek. "Let's finish this," said Kisame. Water Dragon Jutsu. Water from the river then began to rise and take the form of a dragon. Without warning, someone called out that same jutsu and the two dragons hit each other. Before Asuma stood Kakashi. Of course, there was another Kakashi standing in back of Itachi. "What are you doing here?" demanded Kakashi. Itachi just slowly turned his head. "I won't take as long as Kisame," he said. Meanwhile, Tobi stared at Kakashi as he fought Itachi. "It's been so long since I last saw him," he thought. Having second thoughts? Asked a voice in his head. "No, master. I made a deal with you in order to stay alive. Besides, he failed to keep Rin safe. He even abandoned Sensei's son. If killing him is needed to fulfill my promise to you, then so be it. A wise choice. Once everything is completed, I will have returned to power and you may continue on with your existence. However, Kyuubi will be a problem. From what I remember about him, his plan is nearing its completion." "What's his plan?" "You do not need to know. Now be a good boy, Obito, and just listen to me." "Yes, Master Madara." Tobi was taken out of his thoughts when Itachi began to tell everyone the reason they came. "We are here for the Yondame's legacy," he said. "So you want Naruto," said Kakashi. "Not that I care or anything. But I can't let you take him since he is a shinobi of the village." "Jerk," said Kisame from the sidelines. "Very well then," said Itachi as he closed his eyes. "Time to show you the true power of the Uchiha clan." He then opened his eyes and said Tsukuyomi. Kakashi soon found himself chained to a steel cross. The sky was red and the clouds were black. Before him stood Itachi. "In this world I control everything," he said in an emotionless tone. "For the next 72 hours you will be tortured." He then began to stab Kakashi over and over with a katana. Kakashi tried to tell himself that it was just an illusion, but the pain was just too real. The pain just went on forever. And then it just stopped. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds to go, said Itachi. "All that in 1 second?" panted Kakashi. "Yes," said Itachi as he sheathed the blade. "Here, I control everything." He then pulled out a copy of Icha Paradise and a match. Kakashi was tortured over and over again. After watching his books being burned, he was dressed like Guy, burned to death, watched. Arnie was hugged by two lichibis, was told by Arashi that he was weak and kicked in the balls. Then the whole thing repeated itself. "Bless you, Itachi." In the real world, Kakashi simply fainted. "Let's go," said Itachi. "We have caused too much of a commotion and more will be coming." "No way," said Kisame. "I say we." He was interrupted as Guy appeared out of the water and kicked the shark man in the face. "That had to hurt," said Tobi as he appeared behind Kisame and caught him. "Sorry, but we have to go. I promised an old lady I'd help her cross the street. Bye." With that, the four shinobi vanished. Meanwhile, Kin was setting up her trap in a nearby village. A scout had told her that her target would be heading this way. Setting up the trap was easy, but executing it would be a different matter. The dark future. The leader of the rock village was going over his plan that involved Mitchi to the council. You see, if we can get the son of the yellow flash on our side, we will also have access to his jutsus and the Shikatsunyaku. Just imagine what would happen if we mix that with Mitchi's powers. Have you thought about it? Asked a councilman. The leader of the rock nins closed his eyes. In his mind he saw two blonde-haired kids playing tag. Then, they decided to spice things up. One of them pulled out a bone from his arm and threw it at the other. When it hit him it exploded. The child healed his wounds and then laughed as he did the same action. Soon, bomb bones were going off everywhere. His mind then took him out of the village as a mushroom cloud appeared in the center and destroyed it. Now that I think about it, he said with a gulp, maybe it isn't such a good idea. Chapter 25. Hi all. I did this for all of you to say happy Thanksgiving. Save a drumstick for me because I earned it. In this chapter 1 used a scene from Those Who Hunt Elves. I think it worked out very well. Also, in my story Madara didn't summon. I will be and there will be other changes as well. Remember this is my fanfic and I can do whatever I want. Now that that's out of the way, let's rock. Mitchi had just arrived home from work when she noticed that something was off. Pulling a bone blade from her shoulder she began to search the house very carefully. Room after room, she found nothing out of the ordinary. When she got to the kitchen however she found a small green toad with a scroll attached to its back. She moved over to it and before she could take off the scroll Rin came through the door. "This is Uzumaki, have you seen Naruto lately?" she asked. "He was supposed to meet me for lunch but never showed." Michi's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing dangerously as she turned. To the toad. The poor little creature just gulped as it looked into those angry eyes. "He better not have done what I think he did," Michi said as she snatched up the scroll and opened it up. She then began to read it aloud. "Dear Michi. How are you this fine day? I bet you are as lovely as ever. I am writing to let you know that I have been assigned an important mission by the elders to make Tsunade the next Hokage. Now I just have to find her and convince her to take the job. On my way out, I thought that it would be a good idea for me to bring Naruto along. Don't worry, I'll be seeing to all of his training. He'll be stronger than ever by the time he comes back. And who knows, he might meet some new lady friends." Michi stopped reading. "I'll kill that hentai. He probably grabbed Naruto and ran out of here." She then looked at the rest of the letter. "By the time you begin reading this I will be far away and quite safe from you. Have a nice day." "He does know that he has to come back sooner or later," said Rin with a deadpan expression. "I mean, he has to escort her back and bring Naruto back as well. Or, if he fails to bring back Tsunade, he'll have to become the next Hokage." Rin shuddered. "I don't want to be here when that happens." "Nor do I," said Michi as she began to plan for their return. She had to think of the right way to welcome Jiraiya back. Elsewhere, the 4 members of the Akatsuki were watching the duo walk down the road from on top of a hill some distance away. "I can't believe he has Jiraiya of the Sannin with him," said Kisame as he looked at the older nin. "If we fight him then we'll be 2 dead member of Akatsuki. Do you have a plan, Itachi?" "Hi," replied the Uchiha. "We need to separate them. Lucky for us his hey where are Hisam and Tobi?" Kisame shrugged. He then looked in the direction of Naruto and Jiraiya and saw the 2 of them some distance from the targets with shovels. "I see them," he said. "What the hell are they doing?" "I have no idea," replied Itachi. "Let's go and get them before they cause us trouble." But that the 2 of them raced over to where Hisam and Tobi were on the road. So far they had dug a small hole about a foot deep. "About time you both got here," said Hisam as she stopped digging. "Give us a hand would you?" "Don't worry about it," said Tobi. Tobi can do their share of the work. That's what makes Tobi a good boy. "What are you 2 doing?" asked Itachi with a sigh. He had a feeling he wasn't going to like this. "We're digging a pitfall trap," said Hisam as she went back to her work. "If we can't take them on head on we have to use a trap." She stopped and pulled out some items from behind her back. How she did it, we may never know. The 2 items were a stack of porn magazines that were tied up and a mega bowl of ramen. "See, we even have the perfect bait for them." Kisame and Itachi sweat dropped. "That will never work," said Itachi calmly. "It is too obvious. Jiraiya is one of the Sannin and will see right through this trap of yours." "Shit," hissed Kisame as he looked over his shoulder. "Here they come. Hide." With that, Itachi grabbed Tobi and Kisame grabbed Hisam and the 4 of them dived into a nearby bush as hide. "Hey Naruto," said Jiraiya as he squinted. "Do you see something up ahead?" Naruto looked down the road a little further. "The Iduiro Sennin," said Naruto as they kept walking closer. This comment earned him a hit on the head. "Don't call me that," he said. Then Jiraiya looked more closely and was finally able to identify what they were looking at. Naruto did the same. Then, at once, their eyes became hearts. "It's porn ramen," they said at the same time as they made a mad dash for the items that Hisam and Tobi left out. They along with Itachi and Kisame could only gap as they watched the two fools grab the intended bait. "I can't believe that someone would just leave a Mega Ramen bowl lying around," said Naruto as he lovingly rubbed his cheek against the bowl. "Don't worry Ramen, I'll make sure we are never separated until I eat you all up." "How could someone do this to quality porn?" said Jiraiya with tears streaming out of his eyes. "It's a sin I tell you, a sin." "Well, their sin is my reward. Let's go Naruto." With that they picked up their treasures and walked right into the little hole. Sadly for them, they landed face first. "Hey, who put this here?" demanded Naruto. "I'm an old man," yelled Jiraiya into the air. "If I ever get the punks who did this I'll make them sorry." With that, the two continued into town. Once they were out of sight, the four hiding in the bush came out with their mouths hanging. Well, except for Toby since they couldn't see his face. "I can't believe it," said Itachi. "They how why me?" "I guess we'll have to try our luck in the village," said Kisame. "We'll need better bait," said Hisame. "Toby agrees," said Toby. "Maybe a real girl serving ramen this time. We'll put super glue on their seats so they won't be able to get up. Then we'll take Naruto, seat and all." Yay for Toby. At that moment, Itachi came back to his senses. "No, we will not do that," said Itachi. "But, it did give me an idea. Let's go." Back in the Leaf Village, the Jonin were in Kakashi's room as they grieved for him. Whatever Itachi had done to him, it seemed to be long-lasting. All Kakashi did was stare into space. "So, what do we do now?" asked Asuma to no one in particular. "Without a Hokage, that puts the elders in charge. Knowing them, they'll hand over the kid to keep this from happening again." "What do they want with Naruto anyways?" asked Guy. "I'm guessing that they want the Kyuubi," said Asuma as he put out his cigarette and light a new one. He then stuck that cancer stick in his mouth and took a deep breath. "I mean, I doubt they want Naruto so he can go door to door selling cookies for them, right Kurenai?" Kurenai however was not paying attention. Instead she was staring at Kakashi's mask. Here it was the chance of a lifetime to see what he looked like underneath it. She slowly reached down, grabbed it and pulled it down. Underneath it was another mask. "What the hell?" she swore. She then grabbed the new mask and pulled it down as well. Kakashi was still masked. Apparently he had on infinite masks because Kurenai just kept on pull mask after mask down. "Hey Kakashi-sensei," said Sasuke as he just walked in the room without knocking. "I was think about what you said," and he stopped as he noticed the people in the room and Kurenai trying to unmask him. "What happened here?" Before anyone could say a thing, Aoba came right in and started yelling. "Is it true?" he yelled as the other Jonin made signs for him to shut up. "Is it true that Itachi came back and is looking for Naruto because Sasuke doesn't interest him at all? And is it true that Sasuke is gay? I heard about it from that girl Ino and oh shit." It was at that moment that he noticed Sasuke. No wonder he's a special Jonin. But Sasuke didn't hear that part about him. Rage had overtaken him and he burst out the door and began to look for Naruto. "I don't interest him," thought Sasuke as he ran. "Well, I'll just have to prove to him that I am worth his attention. Then I will kill him and make Naruto my slave. Yeah, that's right. I can't be gay. I need to rebuild my clan and I can't do it with Naruto." Naruto and Jiraiya walked through the village as they looked for an inn. It took a while, but they finally found one that had a lot of wind chimes in the lobby. Naruto walked next to Jiraiya as they rented their room for the night from a girl that looked strangely familiar. "Will there be anything else?" she asked. She had long back hair that was tied in the back by a bow. She wore a French-made uniform with long-armed stocking and a pair of high-heeled shoes. The dress hid her tail nicely, but her cat ears were as plain as day. She looked at Naruto and gave him a wink. "We are offering special services for younger customers such as you." Naruto just shook his head. Said Jiraiya with a pout. "Why do all the ladies flock to you?" "I have no idea Iro-senin," said Naruto. Jiraiya was about to hit him for that, but stopped when he saw a woman wear a very tight dress. She smiled and winked at Jiraiya. She then beckoned him to come to her. Blood dripped out of his nose. "Naruto," he said as he handed his new student the keys to their room. "I want you to practice molding your chakra. Hopefully, I'll be back late." With that he went over to the woman who was under Itachi's ninjutsu. They had originally just asked her to do it and even offered her money, but the woman said hell no. "Fine," said Naruto as he stuck out his tongue at his new sensei behind his back. He then turned to look at Kin. "You look a little familiar. Have we met?" Kin started to sweat bullets and looked away. "Nope," she said. "Crap, I made it look too obvious. Now he'll really begin to suspect me." "Oh, okay then," said Naruto as he began to walk to his room. Kin face faulted. The four members of Akatsuki watched as Naruto walked into the inn. They were sitting in a coffee house close to it trying hard not to stick out. Kind of hard when two members look like fish, one wears an orange mask and the last one is a pretty boy. That kind of crowd is easily noticed. "Let's move," said Itachi as they all got up and headed for the door. However, an arm grabbed Itachi's. He spun around and saw their waitress. "May I help you?" he asked. She held out her hand. "You owe me 46,000 ryo," she said. Itachi looked into her eyes and activated a genjutsu. "You have already been paid," he said. "I have already been paid," she repeated. "And you were tipped very nicely," added Itachi. "And I was tipped very nicely," she repeated. With that, she went back to work with a big smile on her face. "I love doing that," said Itachi as he walked out of the coffee house. The group walked across the street and began to walk to Naruto's room. "Hey Itachi," said Toby, "how about you turn off your Sharingan?" "Why?" asked Itachi. "Well, will you need it to take down a genin?" asked the masked member. "He does have a point," said Kisame. "Besides, you should conserve your chakra in case Jiraiya comes back early." Hisame nodded in agreement. "Very well," said Itachi with a sigh. A moment later, his eyes returned to their normal state. Naruto was sitting in his room with his clones when he heard a knock on the door. As he got up he dispelled his clones. He was about to ask if it was Jiraiya when he remembered that girl at the counter. Deciding to check it out first before asking, he looked through the eye hole. The 4 people he saw didn't look a thing like Jiraiya, even. When he squinted. So who were they? Naruto backed away from the eyepiece and a moment later there was another knock on the door. They all wore the same outfit, so that meant they were all together. They either belonged to some door-to-door company or they were a nutty religious cult trying to get him to join. He thought about just telling them to go away when an idea popped into his head. He couldn't help but smirk. "This is taking forever," whined Hisame. "Can't we just break the door down?" Kisame grinned and grabbed the handle of his sword. However, Itachi stopped him. "We can't create a racket like we did in the Leaf Village," he said calmly. "We'll do this my way." "Fine." Kisame sulked as he let go of his sword. Itachi then went to knock once again when the door burst open and a woman around Itachi's age looked at them with tears in her eyes. She had blonde hair that was tied into pigtails and a very nice chest. She was wearing a simple white dress. However, she looked very tired and a little dirty. Before Itachi could say anything she began to cry. "Please tell your boss I'll have the money soon," she cried. "I know. It's late but he doesn't have to overreact and send shinobi after me." "Ah, I think we have the wrong room," said Hisame. Itachi sighed. "Listen," he said, "we know." "Yes," she said cutting him off. "I know you know I owe a lot of money. I try, I really do. But my good-for-nothing husband sends it all on alcohol and gambling. He even brought home another woman." She stepped aside so the 4 of them could see a man sitting on the bed drinking booze with a cute redhead next to him. He wasn't always like this. But after he lost his job, he began to act like a good-for-nothing drunk. "I had to sell our house to pay back the money I owe for his gambling debts, but he spent that too. And when I tried to stop him, he hit me." She turned her head to show them a bruise on her left cheek. Kisame and Hisame had rivers of tears running down their faces. Toby was sporting a geyser. Itachi had a single tear in his eye. "We're so sorry," cried Kisame. He then pulled out a large sack of money and handed it to the girl. "It may not be much, but you need it more than we do." "I agree," said Itachi. "It feels right to give you our money. Your need is greater than ours." "Thank you all," replied the girl as she bowed. She then slowly closed the door and the 4 of them began to walk away. "We are such good people," said Toby. "Yeah," they all said in agreement. Once they were gone, Naruto released his henge on himself and his clones. Then, as he began to laugh his ass off, the clone vanished as well. Anko had been a very good teacher indeed. She had taught her 3 students that if they ever needed to get out of a situation, make sure that the girl in the group cries and has a really sad story. In fact, Anko used it one time during a small mission in one of the neighboring villages. She had gotten drunk and was arrested for indecent exposure. She just cried and told the cops that she had gotten drunk, threw up on her clothing, so she had to get rid of them, and all because her no-good boyfriend hadn't shown up on their anniversary. What a mission that was. Naruto then opened the sack and gaped. They were loaded. There had to be at least enough in there to have the entire house redecorated and have enough left over to buy his favorite raiment stand. Who the hell carries that much money with him? Remember kids, a fool and his money are soon parted. Then. "Naruto," shouted Sasuke as he came flying through the window. Naruto motioned him to keep his voice down, but it fell on blind eyes. "Where is Itachi? I know you know where he is, so tell me. And stop it with those hand signals, damn it. I have a clan to avenge, so." Sasuke was then cut off when the door was kicked down by a very pissed off Kisame. He had more veins in his eyes than normal. "You tricked us," he screamed as he pointed at Naruto. "If it hadn't been for that emo screaming we would have just walked away. Now give us back our money and get over here so I can cut off your legs." "And who the hell is he?" That is my little brother, said Itachi with his Sharingan activated once again. Naruto, the only reason you fooled me was because I didn't have my Sharingan activated. But now I will make you pay. Itachi, the only one you will be fighting is me, snarled Sasuke. Naruto is nothing compared to me. To be honest, the both of you are nothing compared to us, said Tobi. Sasuke glared at him. Shut it, said Sasuke. He then stared at Itachi. Fight me now. Hey Itachi, said Hisam as she stepped forward. How about you? Let me take care of Naruto while you have a family reunion. I mean, it doesn't look like he'll be backing down. Very well, said Itachi as he closed his eyes. Hisam grinned like a maniac and then ran right to Naruto and grabbed him, taking him out the window and onto the neighboring roof. Tobi will go too, said Tobi as he vanished as well. Hisam let go of Naruto as she jumped back and pulled out her swords that once belonged to the lightning wielder of the seven swordsmen. Naruto tossed off his jacket and pulled out two bone blades from his shoulders. The two of them got into their fight. Stances. For a moment, neither one moved. They sized the over one up and looked for weaknesses. This will be fun, said Hisam as she charged at Naruto with an insane grin. She brought her swords down in an X pattern and Naruto managed to block the attack. Soon they were in a power struggle. I was right, you do have the Shikatsu. This is so much fun. She then jumped back and brought her swords together. A ball of electrical energy began to form and she threw it in the direction of Naruto yelling, lightning ball. Naruto stood there like a deer caught in the headlights and was hit. He screamed in pain as a current of electricity surged through his body and he fell to the ground. As he fell to the ground, Tobi's Sharingan activated. Inside Naruto's mind, Madara walked up to the cage that held Kyuubi. The red eyes of Kyuubi looked back at him. It has been a while, hasn't it Kyuubi, said Madara with a light smirk. I haven't seen your furry face since you were rejected by the others. Tell me, how does that feel after all this time? Tell me, how does it feel to be accepted by the others and then torn out, asked Kyuubi, knowing he had hit a sore spot. Madara gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter, he said. You will never join them. They only see you as a mistake, a fluke created by the universe as it formed. No matter what you do, you will always be bound to the earth like the foul and lowly creature that you are. Like you're any better, said Kyuubi. From what I heard, they didn't even give you back your body. They stuck you in a shrine and left you there so you couldn't cause any more trouble. As for me, I no longer have any intentions of joining the others. I have found another way to get what I want. And this kid is the key to it all. This boy? Questioned Madara as he looked around. I will admit he has potential and the right lineage, but that won't be enough. My plans, however, are actually attainable. That is why he is coming with us, so we can use your power to serve me. Kyuubi laughed. What is so funny, Fox? You still don't get it, said Kyuubi as he stopped laughing. Power comes from much more than whose family you belong to or how much potential they have. Power comes from what drives one. What pushes them to the brink and beyond. This boy is driven by a force that will make him very strong. In fact, if I calculate right, he will be ready for what I have in store for him in 10 years. And he should be able to defeat you in 2.5 years. Really? Said an unamused Madara. You have been stuck in this seal for too long. I would rather take you now, but I would rather see that look of defeat when I prove you wrong. He turned and began to walk away. I will wait for the boy until then. And when I defeat him, you will be mine. In 2 years, Baka, said the Kyuubi as he lay down to take a nap. Naruto slowly got up and stared at the shark girl. So you can still fight, she said. Fine then. With that she moved in to charge at him when a senbon needle, with a bell attached to it, hit the ground in between them. The bell then rang and Hisam's vision became blurry. Naruto looked over to where it came from and saw Gin dressed in her old outfit minus her forehead protector. Don't worry, she said. I can target certain opponents so it won't affect you. Just go for it. Naruto nodded and got in close. Dance of the Larch. He said as bones popped out of his chest and arms. He then did a spin in front of Hisam and cut her up along the chest area. Right before she was about to fall, Tobi caught her. I think it's time to go, said Tobi. A moment later, black flames came out of the wall of the inn and Kisame and Itachi began to run away. Soon Tobi was following them while carrying Hisam on his shoulder. One thing was for sure, he would see them again. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. Sorry, no omics this time. Chapter 26. No, Madara has caught up with Naruto. Sasuke is about to fight Itachi and hopefully die a very painful death. I'm cheering you on, Itachi. Jiraiya, run for it. Well, now that the spoilers are done with, I have a rant. It's the High School Musical thing. I will admit that the first one was good. The second was alright and just alright. But I think that it's being taken too far. Too many specials about it and real schools performing it. It was a good TV movie, now let it go before you overdo it. Like Scream, Hellraiser, and Halloween. If I could put on a play, I would do Ranma half. I'd pay $1 to see that. Well, I have decided to add a character from Bleach to this series. I hope you all like this. Oh, I thought I told you all I would not make this a harem unless I got over 300 review in one chapter. I meant what I said. It's like politics. If you really want it then vote. If you don't vote then don't complain. So for now, the girls will just be chazzing Naruto around and trying to break up the Naruto-Rin relationship. Remember, I don't own Naruto. But if you really like my version then I need 20 million to buy it. I will start taking donations whenever you are ready. Let's rock. Naruto looked at the hole in the wall of the inn. Surrounding it were black flames. He was about to jump down when he saw Jiraiya walk over to it. He then saw the old pervert take out a scroll and then seal the flames into the scroll. Once it was over, he beckoned Naruto to him. A moment later, both he and Kin were standing in front of the arrow. As soon as Naruto stepped into the hallway, he noticed that it seemed to be covered in flesh. Sasuke was stuck in the wall. The whole thing reminded him of one of those anatomy movies that were on TV. What happened, Iro-senin? Asked Naruto. Jiraiya sighed. Well, Sasuke here fought Itachi, he said as he pointed to the emo. Well, more like got the shit kicked out of him. What was he thinking? Anyways, I showed up and was about to step in when Sasuke tried to get up again and Itachi used some jutsu on him. Who knows what it did to him? What happened to the emo king? Sasuke was trapped in the world of Tsukuyomi. He was bound to the ground in a way that forced him on his knees straight up. In front of him was Itachi. In here I control everything, said Itachi. For the next 72 hours I will torture you. With that he walked over to Sasuke and began to kick him in the groin. Then he made him think that he was married to Sakura and had several pink-haired boys with her. Then he took some clamps, attached them to Sasuke's member with difficulty due to its small size and used an eclectic jutsu to zap it like in that one Christmas South Park episode. And all that was in 1 second. Back to reality. Well, continued Jiraiya, I then stepped in and used one of my own jutsus that would have made them toe chow. No one had ever escaped from it before, but somehow they did. When Jiraiya finished saying this he cancelled the jutsu. Slowly, the flesh began to vanish from the walls and Sasuke fell to the ground with a thump. Naruto, Jiraiya and Kin walked over to his body. The poor bastard has a broken arm, several broken ribs, and who knows what that jutsu did to his mind. We better take him back to the village and he was then cut off as a kunai flew past him and hit the wall. They all turned around and saw Guy running towards them. Dynamic, cried the green beast as he jumped into the air. No Guy, it's me, cried Jiraiya as he held out his hands. Entry. Finished Guy as his foot hit Jiraiya's face. It was then that he realized his horrible mistake. A few minutes later they were all sitting down and Jiraiya's nose had stopped bleeding. Sorry about that. I kind of left in a hurry and rushed things. When I got here I didn't have a mirror, so I used my forehead protector to see what was down the hall. All I saw were 3 sinister-looking figures. I guess I got a little carried away. You suck at apologies, Guy, said Jiraiya. Well, since you're here, you can take Sasuke to the village's hospital. He's in bad shape thanks to Itachi. The only person who can help him is Tsunade. I see, said Guy as he looked over at Sasuke. He looks like he's in the same shape as Kakashi. Guy got up and put Sasuke on his back. Don't worry about a thing. Guy is on the job. With that he did his nice guy pose sending shivers down everyone's spines. Did he have to do that? Asked Kin as they walked to the edge of the village to see Guy off. I know, said Naruto. Just be glad Lee isn't here or there would have been hugging. He then looked at her again and moved into a thinking pose. I know I've seen you somewhere before. But where? Well, I sometimes go to your village to get air genins to help me with the inn, said a scared Kin. Maybe you saw me there. Could be, said Naruto as he let it go. Kin gave a sigh of relief. She had only met the blonde during the first exam. He was knocked out during the second part. Right now she had to do her job and make sure that he stayed alive so she could produce children that carried his bloodline. It was that or be killed by Orochimaru. She didn't like it, but she wanted to live. As they continued to walk, Naruto turned to Jiraiya. Hey Iro-senin, who is this Tsunade person? He asked. Stop calling me that, said Jiraiya. To answer your question, she's my old teammate. She also happens to be the world's greatest medical nin, as well as the world's biggest gambler. Naruto gave him a nod and then turned to Kin. Sorry about your inn, said Naruto. I got some cash from those guys so I could use it to pay for the damage. Jiraiya turned and gaped at Naruto. Don't do it, he thought. Just run with the cash. Wait, he tricked them out of their money. Well, he is a prankster after all, and people like Itachi aren't used to people like him. Interesting. It's okay, said Kin. I only work there part-time. I used to be an academy student, but I had to help out my parents, so I moved back here and just stayed. Luckily for Kin, Naruto would believe anything. Good thing that they don't know that the real girl that works there is tied up in the basement. Well, I'm off, said Guy. Oh, before I forget. He reached behind his back. I got something for Naruto. I helped made Lee strong, and I'm sure it'll help Naruto, so the two of them will have a good spar. Really? Cried Naruto. What is it? Guy smiled as he pulled out the green evil spandex from hell. Jiraiya nearly face faulted, and Kin had a look that screamed horror. It's functional and stylish, said the insane Guy as he handed it to Naruto. Well, I'm off. With that he turned around and walked away. Naruto, we are burning that thing, said Jiraiya. Why? Asked Naruto innocently. That's why, said Jiraiya as he pointed to Guy's ass. You look like an ass. Maybe a trash can would be better, said Kin as she grabbed it and stuffed it into a nearby trash can. Now that that's over, do you mind if I tag along with you too? Being a Kunoichi has always been my dream. I would go with that Guy person, but he creeps me out. Fair enough, said Jiraiya with a nod. It was understandable. Walking into the village with Guy and no one else to talk to or knowing no one else. That was like social suicide. But there was another reason he was going to let her come along. He needed more material for his next book. In this one, the main character would be swarmed by women and he would do his best to remain faithful to his true love despite their means of persuasion. Well, let's go to the next village. And that's what happened, said Itachi as they stared at the hologram before them. Pain gave a nod. After the four had ran away from Jiraiya, they had stopped at a valley some distance away to allow Itachi time to regain his strength. While they waited, they decided to inform Pain, the leader of the organization, about what had happened. I see, he said as he sipped some tea. If I had known of Jiraiya's presence I would have sent more people to help. No matter. I will contact you with your next mission. Oh, and Itachi, did you pick up my order? Kisame turned to Itachi and gave him a bewildered look. Hi, Itachi said. Good, said Pain. Give it to Toby. He will make the delivery. Excuse me, Leader Sama, said Hisame. I was wondering if I could become a full member. But Toby was promised the next slot, cried Toby. Mused Pain as he sipped his tea. I'll make you a deal. If you can get us Kyuubi before I send Itachi and Kisame again, I'll let you become a full member. Thank you, Leader Sama. Screamed Hisame in a fangirl-like fashion. However, said Pain as his hologram image set down his cup. If you fail I will have you killed. His image then covered the entire field. Is that understood? He roared. Hi, stammered Hisame. I won't let you down. And with that she left leaving behind only a cloud-shaped after image. Do you think that was wise? Asked Itachi. Itachi then felt a tug on his cloak. He looked over and saw Toby with an open palm. Wordlessly, he handed the package to Toby who also took off. Might as well, said Pain. She gets him then I say she deserves to be a full member. Think of the death threat as a form of motivation. I will contact you again with the time of the Kyuubi's capture. Pain then undid the jutsu that activated the hologram. He turned around and saw Toby with the package in his hand. Wordlessly it was handed to him. So when do you want to go after him again? Asked Pain as he put the package away under his cloak. He couldn't wait to see the will of fire in these ladies. I told Kyuubi that I wouldn't go after him for another 2.5 years, said Madara. Is that wise? Asked Pain. The others won't allow you to rejoin them that easily. It seems you have gained a fair understanding of them since I explained them to you, said Madara with a laugh. No, they won't. However, they are not all seeing and I doubt that they know I have escaped. Blue might suspect something. Pain nodded. He was the one who originally opposed you joining them, is that right? Yes, said Madara. He was also the one who had me sealed away. If the last Great War hadn't taken place then I would still be stuck in that cave. It was only by chance that the seal broke in that cave in and a suitable vessel was around. Or perhaps Black had a hand in it. Whatever the case may be, they have not stopped any of my attempts so far. Once I have all 9 of the anomalies I will have enough power to force my way back into their ranks and destroy them. Do not forget about what you promised me, said Pain. That machine you built will allow me to take the remaining energies and create a jutsu that will end the pain from this world. I will keep my word, said Madara with a chuckle. After all, it would be stupid to lie to a god. And don't you ever forget it, said Pain as he turned to look at his conquered village. I am the god of love and peace that will destroy all the evil from this world. Baka, thought Madara. Go on believing in that shit all you want. It makes you all the easier to control. Gin glanced over at Naruto as they continued their journey to get Tsunade. She had to admit he wasn't bad looking. It could have been worse. She could have run into the Uchiha and had to sleep with him. Right now she had to concentrate on her mission, have his children for future vessels for Orochimaru. If she failed, he would kill her in a heartbeat. Hey Kin, are you alright? asked Naruto as he noticed her cat ears drop and her face looking a bit depressed. "Oh, it's nothing," she said quickly. "Well, we're here," said Jiraiya. It was then that they noticed that they were at a festival. "We'll be staying here until it's over and do some training. But for today, why don't you kids have some fun?" "Alright," cheered Naruto as he set down his bag. He then pulled out his froggy wallet and the money he stole from the Four Stooges. "I got so much money I can do whatever I want." "Hey Naruto, can you hand that to me?" asked Jiraiya. Before Naruto could answer, Jiraiya grabbed his money, took out several bills, gave them to Naruto, and kept the rest for himself. "That should do it." "Hey, give me back my money," demanded Naruto. Jiraiya shook his head. "Naruto," he said, "there are 3 evil vices that all shinobi must be aware of. They are women, alcohol, and money. Take Tsunade for instance. Because of her gambling debt she has to go on the run constantly. Her gambling has destroyed her life. Since you are young I must help you from going down the same road that she has." "I know about those," said Naruto. "I already have a girlfriend so I don't have to worry about that, or so he thinks. I'm underage so I can't drink. And I worked hard for my money so I'm not going to spend it all. So give it back." "Nope," said Jiraiya as he tossed his bag at Naruto. "I'll going to start looking up information. If you need to find me, summon one of your foxes and have them sniff me out." And with that he walked away. "I'll never get him," said Naruto with a sigh. He then turned to Kin and gave her a smile. "So, where do you want to start?" What do you mean?" asked a blushing Kin. "Is he asking me out?" "Well, it'll be more fun with more people," said Naruto. He then blinked and then bit his thumb. "The more the merrier." Summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke and there on the ground sat Banshee. "Naruto," squeaked Banshee. "Did you bring me out to play?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah," he said. "I haven't summoned you in a while so I thought it would be nice to have you around. Oh, I also wanted you to meet a new friend of mine. This is Kin." As soon as he said that, Kin quickly picked up Banshee and began to hug her. "Aoi," she cried as she hugged the little fox. "Help, Naruto can't breathe," cried Banshee. After Naruto was able to separate Banshee from Kin, the 3 of them went out to the various booths. They started with the games. Like the goldfish net and the milk jug game. After that they decided to eat as much as they could with the money they had left. When the money was gone and they were looking for the Iro Sennin to give him a squid on a stick, Banshee found his scent coming from a tent that said adults only. He was inside, sitting between 2 lovely women and drinking sake. On the ground were Naruto's wallet and the sack of money, both empty. "Iro Sennin!" screamed Naruto. "What do you want, Gaki?" asked Jiraiya. "What the hell are you doing?" demanded Naruto as he waved his arms around. "What about those 3 vices? You are breaking all 3 at once." "Well, I'm older," said Jiraiya. Naruto was about to say something when the squid he was holding slipped out of his hand and hit the white suit of a man coming into the tent. "You little brat," said the man. "You're going to pay for that. This suit cost a lot of money." "I'm sorry," apologized Naruto. "It was an accident." "Well, you better pay up the dough," said the man's partner. "That suit cost a lot of money. Also, bro happens to be a famous missing nin from the Rock Village. He's ranked B in the bingo books." "That's it," laughed Jiraiya as he got up. "You're just a weakling. Why don't you run along home?" "You're dead," screamed the missing nin as he charged at Jiraiya. Jiraiya created a sphere of chakra and when the foolish missing nin go to close, Jiraiya slammed it into his chest. The man then went spiraling out the tent and landed on a booth that was selling water balloons. Jiraiya then walked over to him. "You're Jiraiya of the Sannin," he exclaimed. Jiraiya smirked as he reached down and took the man's money. "Hey," he said to the balloon vendor. "I want to buy all of your water balloons." "Well, hope you all liked it. Exams are coming up and most of them are take-home essays for me. So I won't have much time to write. I'll try to squeeze in some time." Amik. A new hire. Orochimaru had decided to conduct some interviews. After many hours of listening to so many people who were wannabe villains, he had narrowed it down to 2 people. They both stood before him to fight for the position. "Okay," said Orochimaru. "Tell me what's the worst thing you have ever done, Mr. Voldemort." "That's Lord Voldemort," said Voldemort. "I have killed hundreds of muggles and ruined thousands of lives. I killed my father and his family. I even killed people so I could rip my soul apart so I could cheat death." "So then," said Orochimaru, "what's your biggest defeat?" "That would have to be the first time I failed to kill the Potter boy when he was a baby," answered Voldemort. "You couldn't even kill a wee baby," said Fat Bastard. "You're nothing compared to me. I ate a baby." "Baby, the other white meat." Voldemort just stared at him. "That is sad," said Orochimaru as he looked over Voldemort's record. "You also failed to kill him on several other situations. Many of those you could have done it in a heartbeat." "Well, began the evil wizard but was cut off as Fat Bastard began to sniff him. "Hey, you're kinda frail," said Fat Bastard. "Kinda like a baby." He then began to lick his lips. In the end, Fat Bastard got the job and Voldemort was never seen from again. Chapter 27. Ah, Christmas time. A time where I am with the family and enjoy all those Christmas specials on TV. Pity not all of my favorite shows do that. Like Stargate for example. I think it would have been a hoot to see what would have happened if the SGC celebrated Christmas at least once in its 10 years. Mistletoe plus Carter and O'Neill would have been the best part. Before I begin, I was wondering who has it better, Ranma or Tenchi. Both of them are chick magnets, but which one would you rather be? I would go with Ranma. Sure, that curse would really suck, but I really like Shampoo and Ukyo. But then again, that would mean having to eat Akane's cooking. Now, let's rock. It was early morning, but Rin was wide awake as she waited for the mail to come. It had been almost a month since Naruto left and she deeply missed him. Ever since he had left, both she and Momiji had been working with the fruit that the Sand siblings had sent. Making applesauce, apple pies, fruit salads, jams of all kinds, strawberry tarts, and so much more. If Naruto was still here, he could have used the shadow clone to give them a hand at the very least. This just added another reason to the list of why they should beat down the Sennin. The reason Rin was up so early was that she was hoping to get a letter from Naruto. Since he had been gone, she had received 2 letters from her boyfriend. The first one was about the Itachi attack. She got so scared when he wrote down that there was an organization that was after the Kyuubi. Then she got angry when she found out that he was traveling with another woman. But something about the name sounded familiar. If only she could place the name. But the face. The second letter was about his training. Jiraiya was teaching Naruto the Rasengan. The letter however only went up Naruto popping a water balloon. Rin suddenly perked up when she saw a Melanin coming up to the house. In a mad dash she went over to the front door and almost knocked it down. "Mail for Rin of the Leaf Village," said the Melanin with a sweat drop. He handed Rin the letter and she almost ripped it out of his hand. "Ah, have a good day." Rin opened the letter and began to read it. "Dear Rin. How have you been? I really wish you were here. Sorry for not writing more, but my training is taking a lot out of me. Though I could master this jutsu quickly, but it seems to be harder than it sounded. Well, I guess that's dad for ya. After I was able to break the water balloon, I had to pop a rubber ball. This was much harder. Now I am working on not popping a normal balloon. I wish I could tell you more, but that stupid pervert won't let me. You should see the jutsu that Kin learned. It's this shockwave thing that sends everything flying from all around her. My great breakthrough has better range, but this one is better when you are surrounded. Biro Sennin just got a lead on where this Tsunade person is. Some place called Tenzaku City. Kin says that it is famous for its castles and casinos. Hopefully we'll find this old hag and I'll be coming home soon. I'll be sure to bring you back something nice. Love, Naruto." Personally, Rin could have gone without hearing about Kin. She let out a sigh. Oh well, at least they were getting close to finding Tsunade-sama. The closer they got to her, the sooner the mission would be done with. In another part of the village, Hinata was training. Ever since Mitchi had come to the village, she had been staying at the Hyuga compound. There the village was sure that the rock girl would always be watched. Also, as one of the noblest families in the village, it was their pleasure to house an envoy between the two villages. The bad part was that Mitchi was placed in Hinata's room. "How can anyone snore that loud?" asked Hinata out loud. Since no one was there yet, no one answered. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Hiashi arrived on the scene. "It is good to see you up this early," he said as he walked into the training hall. Hinata gave him a nod to acknowledge his presence. "Starting today we will begin your training anew." "Hi, father," said Hinata as she got into the traditional gentle fist stance. However, Hiashi shook his head. "No, Hinata," he said calmly. "What I am going to be teaching you is a different form of the gentle fist that is hardly seen anymore. The form we use is not suited for people with your flexibility. Therefore I would be teaching you the split palm instead. Now let's go over the basics." Elsewhere, Momiji was in the hospital waiting room reading a magazine when Anko walked into the room. "Mrs. Uzumaki, how are you?" asked Anko as she sat next to her student's mother. "I've been better," she replied. "I'm late so I decided to get a checkup." "Same here," said Anko with a surprised look. A few minutes later both women were taken to see their doctors. Several tests were run. And then they were sent back to the waiting room. 1 hour later, both Momiji and Anko got the results from the tests. "I'm what?" screamed both women when they heard the joyful news. "Did anyone else hear that?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya, who did hear it, started to sweat at the sound of Momiji's voice. "Hear what?" asked Kin. "It sounded like my mom and sensei," replied Naruto. "You must be hearing things," said Jiraiya as he began to look around for the woman he feared. They were now in Tenzaku City on their search for the legendary medic. Naruto was working on the last stage of the Rasengan while Kin carried Banshee. Jiraiya directed their focus to the casinos first and later the bars. Oddly enough, wherever they went, people started winning. It was as if one of them was super lucky. It wasn't until Naruto bought an instant win ticket and won the jackpot that Jiraiya began to suspect him. Later Naruto suggested that they check out the castle. There they would be able to get a better view of the city. Not to mention the tourists that went there. One of them could be Tsunade herself. However. Where is it? Asked Banshee as she looked where the castle should have been. I have no idea, said Jiraiya. The old pervert motioned them to follow him and they began jumping from roof to roof, heading toward where the castle should have been. Along the way they spotted a crowd of people who were running in the opposite direction. What's going on here? Asked Jiraiya to one of them. The monster snake destroyed the castle. The man screamed. Run. We're all going to die. Then went back to running and screaming like a little girl. When she heard the snake part, Kin's body turned pale and white. What is he doing here? Is he checking up on me or something? I can't let him think that I am failing or else he will kill me for sure. Or worse, he'll send me back to that lab and I'll be used as a lab rat and then killed. Hey Kin, called out Naruto. Are you okay? You look a little spaced out. You're wrong Gaki, thought Jiraiya. That girl is scared out of her mind. The question is why? Is it because she has a fear of snakes or is it because she is working for Orochimaru? Well, a good shinobi keeps his friends close and his enemies closer. I'll wait before making any final decisions about her. I'm fine, lied Kin after taking some deep breaths. Let's keep moving, alright. Jiraiya nodded and the group continued to their destination. However they found only rubble. We missed her, said Jiraiya. Let's keep moving. Later that night, the group was moving through a dirty section of the city. After the castle, they had gone from one side of the city to the other. They checked out every casino and hotel that they could. Yet, they found nothing. Hey, Iro Sennin, yelled Naruto. What is it Gaki? Snapped Jiraiya as he turned to face his new pupil. When are we going to get something to eat? Demanded the blonde. We're starving here. Jiraiya was about to say something when his stomach growled. I guess it wouldn't hurt, said Jiraiya as he turned his head to face a bar. Let's go in here. But we're not old enough, said Kin. And that's a bar, yelled Naruto. How about some real food like ramen? Baka, said Jiraiya. I'm not telling either of you to drink. Just snack on some peanuts or something. Besides, bars are a great place to get information. You just want to get drunk and pick up women, said Kin, Banshee, and Naruto at the same time. This caused Jiraiya to face fault. Let's just go in, said Jiraiya as he walked into the bar. The place was packed. Full of people who were either crying over how much money they had lost or they were celebrating the fact that they had won big time. Sadly, the majority of them happened to be losers. Sad fact of life and gambling. Jiraiya's eyes scanned the room until they fell upon a busty blonde-haired woman. Next to her was a black-haired woman who was holding a pig. As soon as she saw them, she stood up. Jiraiya then pointed at her. Tsunade. He shouted. Jiraiya? Questioned Tsunade. What the hell are you doing here? Is she really 50? Naruto whispered to Kin as Jiraiya moved to sit with the other Sannin. I heard she was Jiraiya's old teammate. She sure doesn't look like it, Kin whispered back. Soon everyone was at the same table. Banshee jumped out of Kin's arms and went to the top of Naruto's head while staring at the pig. Every once in a while she would lick her lips and drool a bit. After a few minutes of waiting, fish, sandwiches and kebabs were served and everyone began to eat. What a day seeing all these old acquaintances in the same day, said Tsunade. Jiraiya then filled up her cup with some more sake. Orochimaru, said Jiraiya. What did he want? Just to say hello, said Tsunade. However, Jiraiya didn't buy it at all. He had made way too much of a commotion just to say hi. Tsunade then brought out some cards and began to shuffle them. So, what do you want with me? Asked Tsunade as she sent down the cards. I'll get right to the point, said Jiraiya as he cut the deck. He then placed it back where it was. Tsunade, the village wants you to become the next Hokage. Naruto then began to choke on the food he was eating. Everyone else just looked a little shocked. After a moment, no one said anything and then Tsunade began to pass out the cards. Naruto finally get his food down his throat and began to watch the two of them with great interest. Have you heard about Sensei? Tsunade just picked up her cards. Orochimaru killed him, right? She said like it was nothing. I heard it from him directly. I can't take it, shouted Naruto. Who is this Orochimaru person? He was one of the Sannin like us, said Jiraiya calmly. What? Shouted Naruto. But weren't the Sannin leaf nins that protected the village? Jiraiya, who is this Gaki? Asked Tsunade. Jiraiya chuckled. This is Naruto Uzumaki, he said. This is the Kyuubi boy, thought Tsunade. You still haven't answered my question, said Naruto. Besides, why should she become Hokage? "Naruto, be quiet," said Jiraiya in a tone that was serious. "This decision was made by the council. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage as well as the one of the legendary Sannin. Her medical powers saved many during the war. She is fully qualified to do the job. A genin has no say in this decision." Jiraiya then turned his attention back to Tsunade. He discarded 3 cards and then drew an ace and 2 more kings. "What is your answer?" "Hell no," said Tsunade as she discarded her whole hand. "I remember that line," said Jiraiya with a smile. "That's exactly what you said to me that time I asked you out on a date." "This is stupid," said Naruto. "Hey Iro Sennin, are you sure this is the person we were looking for?" "Jiraiya," said Tsunade. "Your new apprentice seems to be ruder, shorter, stupider, and uglier than your last one." With that said, she drew a new hand. "That may be true," said Jiraiya. "But it is a little unfair to compare him to Arashi. He takes more after him mother with his violent hand. Loud personality. The only thing he got from his father was his looks. Well, they're a bit of talent so give him time." "But even Arashi died young despite his talent," said Tsunade as she began to look at her hand one by one. "He threw away his life for the village. Life isn't like money. Only an idiot bets his life so easily. My grandfather and his brother wanted to end the war but died before they could accomplish that." "You've changed, Tsunade," said Jiraiya as he began to show his anger. "Despite how I look I am in my 50s, said Tsunade with a laugh. "Time changes everything. Sensei was the same. If an old man tries to act brave, then of course he will die." Jiraiya was now looking very pissed. Naruto was shaking with anger. Tsunade looked at her hand. And saw that she was 1 card away from a royal flush. She looked at the last card and it was a 4. She lost again. The title of Hokage is a piece of crap. Anyone who wants it is an idiot. That's when Naruto couldn't control himself anymore. He got onto the table and tried to attack Tsunade, but the old pervert grabbed him by the back of his coat and held on tight. Tsunade couldn't help but look shocked as the boy continued to try to get to her with his fox still clinging to his head. Was he stupid? "Naruto, this is a bar," said Jiraiya. "So?" said Naruto. "Then they should be used to fights. Besides, I won't let some old hag who is going through her midlife crisis insult the title of Hokage along with my dad or the old man." Tick marks appeared on Swan's head and then she had a foot of the table. "Care to repeat that, Gaki?" she asked with phony sweetness. "I guess your hearing is starting to fade, Bachan," said Naruto with a smirk as Tsunade looked very pissed. "I guess you should get a hearing aid." "That's it," growled Tsunade. "Outside. Now." "Tsunade-sama, please calm down," begged Shizune. "He's just a kid. Don't go down to his level." Tsunade said nothing but held up 1 finger. "1 finger is all I need," she said. "Well Gaki, are you coming?" "You sure about that?" asked Naruto with a cocky grin. "You were a member of the Sannin. How long has it been since you last trained?" "You're just all talk," said Tsunade. "You asked for it," said Naruto as he took off his trench coat. Kin couldn't help but blush. Then, a bone began to grow out of his shoulder. Naruto then charged at Tsunade and yelled, "Finger." Bullet drill. As Tsunade easily dodged the attacks, Naruto pulled out his blade. Rixui no Yugoki. Naruto then began to appear and vanish randomly around Tsunade. "Not bad kid," said Tsunade. "You seem to have mastered this jutsu." However, she said as she stopped Naruto when he began to attack. Her finger was against the side of his blade and was holding him back. There is a moment where you have to switch from defense to offense. All someone has to do is wait for that moment and then strike. "But how are you stopping my blade?" demanded Naruto. "Like this," said Tsunade with a grin. Then, in less than a second, she moved her finger from the blade and in front of Naruto's forehead and flicked it sending Naruto backwards. Naruto, while he was falling backwards, began to do some hand signs and when hit the ground he sank into it instead. "Looks like he knows how to use his bloodline," said Tsunade. That would mean that she was then cut off as a bone spike shot up in front of her. A moment later. Naruto's upper body came out of it and was about to stab her with the blade again. However, Tsunade deflected the attack by placing her finger on his hand and diverted the attack away from her body. She then kicked the bone spike and broke it sending both it and Naruto several feet away. "It looked like you had to use your foot," said Naruto as he slowly got up and out of the bone. "Let me ask you this," said Tsunade. "Why do you care so much about the title of Hokage? I can understand the part about your father and sensei, but why the title?" "Because," said Naruto as he gave her a fierce look, "unlike you, I will become Hokage because that is my dream." For a moment. Tsunade saw the ghosts of Dan and the Waki behind Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto decided to use the Rasengan. After forming the sphere he charged at her. Seeing him in the nick of time, Tsunade thrust her finger into the earth and created a large crack in the earth that caused Naruto to be sent back. When the attack hit the earth, it left the imprint of a spiral. "Jiraiya, why did you teach him the Rasengan?" demanded Tsunade. That's why this kid is daydreaming about being Hokage. I'm not daydreaming, said Naruto as he stood up. I'll have this mastered in 3 days. HMP, you said it kid, said Tsunade with a smug look on her face. A man should never go back on his word. I agree, said Naruto. That's my Nindo. Then let's make a bet, said Tsunade. I'll give you 1 week. If you can perform the Rasengan in that time then I will agree to become Hokage and I'll acknowledge that you can become Hokage. I'll even throw in my necklace. However, if you fail then you must give up on your dreams. Tsunade-sama, cried out Shizune. That's going too far. Fine, said Naruto. But you can keep the necklace. I have no need for that kind of stuff. Baka, said Jiraiya. That necklace was worn by the first Hokage and you could buy an entire mountain with it. In that case, it's a deal, said Naruto. But Naruto, you might lose, said Kin. Please, said Naruto. I can do this. Besides, I heard that she never wins. Ah, has anyone seen Taunton? Asked Shizune. Everyone turned to see Taunton running away from Banshee. I want bacon, yelled Banshee. As the week went by, Naruto trained like a madman. Shizune had tried to talk him out of it by tell him about the last 2 people who she gave the necklace to, but he refused to listen. He just kept training day and night. Kin stayed with him the whole time. Then on the eve of the last day, Kin brought Naruto to the room of Tsunade and Shizune. He just passed out, cried Kin. I didn't know what it was so I brought him to you too. Tsunade picked him up and put him on the bed. She then began to check him out and found the problem. He is just suffering from chakra exhaustion, said Tsunade. He bore himself out and now he'll be out for 2 days at least. Poor fool, he's lost. Tsunade-sama, are you going to go along with what Orochimaru has planned? Asked Shizune. Tsunade looked away. Then I will stop you. However, as soon as she said that, she was knocked out along with Kin. The next morning Shizune and Kin were woken up by Naruto. I thought you should be asleep for the next 2 days, said Shizune. That's just the way my body works, said Naruto. All I need is 1 day of sleep and I'm fine. That was when Jiraiya made his appearance. She drugged me, said Hirosenin. Shizune then began to heal him as best as she could and then informed them of the deal Orochimaru made with them. Heal his arms and he would bring back her lover. And little brother. After that, the group went out to find Tsunade using Taunton and Banshee to sniff her out. They found her fighting Kabuto and Orochimaru. Well, said Orochimaru as he looked at the group. It seems like the Sannin are all here. That's when Naruto noticed Kabuto. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Isn't it obvious, said Kabuto as he adjusted his glasses. I'm a spy for Orochimaru. Traitor, growled Naruto. Kabuto grinned. I'm not the only one who has been deceiving you, he said as he pointed to Kin. She is a sound nin that was sent to get close to you. I don't believe it, yelled Naruto. It is true, said Orochimaru. Kin, I hope you did your job. Kin gulped. If not, then we'll have to take Naruto with us so you can do back at the Sound Village. Sorry, but I'm taking him, said a new voice. Everyone turned to see Hisam. She licked her lips. No one is taking Naruto away from me. No one. Why do I feel like she doesn't have a thing for me, said Naruto. Chapter 28. Well, I hope you all enjoy this update. I know some of you feel that the last few chapters have been a bit below average. For that, I am sorry. I just haven't had any real inspiration. But now that has changed. I am thinking of something new and great. Believe me. When I say that this will be one of the best updates for this story. Also, in the Stargate universe, I wonder what would happen if Ronin and Teal'c got into a fight. They are like the kick-ass fighters in both the normal and Atlantis shows. While I like Ronin's personality and style, I would have to say that Teal'c would win since he has more experience fighting than Ronin. I mean Teal'c is about 120 years old. That's just what I think. Well, let's rock. Drip. 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 That was the sound the Madara and Obito heard as they entered the cave. The cave was located at the base of a mountain that was at least a 4-day journey from the Leaf Village. The cave itself wasn't anything special. It looked like any other cave with various rock formations and bat shit on the ground. No, it was the person hiding in the cave that interested Madara. Slowly, the 2 people in one body made their way through the cave. They took many twists and turns as they descended downwards until they came to a wall. It was smooth and dark brown. It was a dead end. Master, thought Obito. I think you led us in the wrong direction. No, said Madara in their mind. She is right behind this wall. And with that, Madara stepped into the wall and came out on the other side. When they were on the other side, they turned around and saw an archway with a strange device on the top of it. A light came from it and created the image of a wall. I have never seen anything like that, thought Obito. A machine that creates a genjutsu. It is called a hologram, said Madara. In the time before chakra was used, people used machines to do what we do naturally. That is just one of our kind's past achievements. But the one who is using it is not of our kind. Then who is using it? Madara said nothing as they turned around again as saw what looked like a lab in the ill-lit room. There was a table with a few test tubes that were covered in spiderwebs on top of it. Also on the table was an old photograph of two kids. Although half of it was covered in dust, the image of a spiky-haired blonde could still be seen. There were other, more complex machines in the room, but the one that stood out the most was a device that was shaped like a coffin. It seemed to be made of glass and had several tubes that came out of it and were attached to another machine. The two walked closer to it and Obito realized that it was about the size of a child. Then, Madara spoke aloud. "I know you are here, Silver," said Madara as he looked around. He was answered as two glowing red eyes appeared in the darker area of the room. "There you are. And here I expected to find you still asleep. The machine detected you before you walked through the hologram," said the one called Silver. She had a slightly rough voice, but it sounded like that of a 13-year-old. "And, by the way, I know. Longer go by Silver. Got that, former Red?" "I am so sorry former Silver," said Madara as he gave her a mocking bow. "What are you doing here?" said Silver as she stayed in the shadows. "Last time I saw you, you were being stuffed in a shrine. You, the only person in the other's history to ever break the rules by which we are bound to. Millions died because of you." "Well, I got out," said Madara. "And I got myself a host until I can retake my true form. But I have heard some interesting things. Like for example, you willingly leaving the others because you fell in love." "Shut up," growled Silver. "I don't blame you," said Madara as he continued. He was quite the charmer. All the girls had a crush on him. "I'm surprised that his charm affected you. So you left the others and, in doing so, became your old self. What a stupid mistake seeing how ugly your body is." "Don't say another word," said Silver as she breathed out each word. "It was clever how you got close to him," said Madara. "You used a genjutsu to hide your true form from him. But it didn't last. Sarutobi found out and exposed you in front of the boy you loved so much. And he didn't take it so well, did he?" "Shut up," screamed Silver. If one listened closely, they could hear the soft sound of tears dripping. "I paid for my mistake. I knew as soon as he saw how ugly I was he would despise me. But I had to try. Then, my own fears came true. I have been here since that day he found out about me. I have slept for all these years in cold sleep. Why have you come? To kick me while I'm still down?" "I just thought you might like to know that your lover is dead," said Madara. There was a sound like that of a person falling on their knees. What?" asked Silver. "No, it can't be true. It can't be true." "But it is," said Madara. "He died while sealing the Kyuubi into his own son." "Son?" repeated Silver. "Yes," said Madara. "Well, you stayed frozen in here, he moved on. He forgot about you. He got married and had a son. The boy looks just like him." "No," said the sad voice of Silver. "No, no, 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 no. It hurts," said Madara. "The emotion called love only leads one to pain and suffering. Look at you, once the youngest person ever to become one of the others is now reduced to this. All in the name of love. But I have the cure." Madara paused as Silver looked at him with intense eyes that begged him to tell her. "Revenge. Did your revenge out on his son?" "I can't," said Silver. "It is your choice," said Madara as he shrugged. "It is either cure yourself of this pain or stay in here for the rest of time." Madara then turned and began to walk out of the room. "That's all I came here to say. You will never see me again." And with that, Madara walked past the arc and left the room leaving Silver free to cry. "Aren't you breaking your word to Kyuubi?" asked Obito. "No," came the reply from Madara. "I promised that I wouldn't send the Akatsuki after him. But Silver isn't one of my underlings. She is more of a test. If that Gaki can't defeat her, he will never be ready for me." Three groups stared each other down as a wind blew. The largest group belonged to those who sided with the Leaf Village. Then, from the sound, were Orochimaru and Kabuto. And lastly was Hisam, who represented the Akatsuki. Each group wanted a piece of the other two for various reasons. Hisam couldn't contain her grin. Not only had she found the container of the Kyuubi, but Orochimaru as well. If all went well, she could bring them both before the leader. Daydream. Hisam, Itachi, Zetsu and Deidara were tossing Hisam in the air and catching her. Over in the corner, Pain was crying and Conan was rubbing his back. Both Naruto and Orochimaru were hog-tied with apples in their mouths. "She's so amazing," said Itachi. "That's my niece for ya," said Kisame. "I don't deserve to be leader anymore," said Pain. "From now on, Hisam is our new leader." "Yay for Hisam," Toby proclaimed as he walked in with a tray of cookies. Then Daydream. Once the daydream was over, Hisam began to act strange. She had her hands on her cheeks and had a large blush on her face. Her body seemed to squirm back and forth. "Oh no," she said with her eyes closed. Please, it was nothing. Are those cookies the ones with the peanut butter chucks? Everyone's sweat dropped at that. I don't think her elevator goes to the top floor, said Banshee. Naruto could only nod as the shark girl continued to be in her own little world. Pay attention, Gaki, said Jiraiya. We are in big trouble and we need to protect Tsunade. Naruto turned to look at the elder medic Nin and was shocked at what he saw. She was on her knees and looked completely out of it. He then noticed that on her clothing were several splats of blood. He hadn't noticed this until now due to the presence of Orochimaru. What's wrong with her? Asked Naruto. Tsunade has hemophobia, the fear of blood, answered Jiraiya. His eyes went to the weapon in Kabuto's hand and he began to put two and two together. He could see in his mind how Kabuto cut himself during his fight with Tsunade. He then saw him fling the blood at his old teammate. In this condition, she is putting us at a disadvantage. Shizune, I want you to take on Kabuto while I fight Orochimaru. Naruto, stay and guard Tsunade. But I can't, began Naruto. Do nothing to help, said Jiraiya as he interrupted Naruto. Orochimaru was once a member of the Sannin and the one who killed Sarutobi-sensei. Kabuto is a shinobi whose skill level is equal to that of Kakashi's. You have to realize that they outclass you. But what about her? Demanded Naruto as he pointed at Hisam, who was still in Lala Land. We have bigger problems, said Jiraiya. Once Shizune or I am finished we will take care of her. Just guard Tsunade. Besides, that girl seems to be a little off. What was that? Snapped Hisam as she snapped out of it. I'd hate to break up this charming conversation you are having, said Orochimaru as he managed to move his arm to place some blood on his summoning seal. But we on a tight schedule. Summoning jutsu. A large cloud of smoke appeared for a moment and when it cleared, Orochimaru stood on top of a two-headed snake. Let's finish this, said Jiraiya as he made some hand signs. Summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke and there stood Gamakichi. Jiraiya's face faltered when he saw this. How nice for me, thought Orochimaru as he watched his old teammate make a fool out of himself. It seems that Tsunade had planned on using him as a sacrifice before she had a change of heart. Now taking him out will be much easier. Shit, swore Jiraiya. My chakra is still messed up. Before he could say anything else, the snake lunged at him. Jiraiya saw this and jumped to avoid, as did almost everyone else who was nearby. While in the air, Jiraiya made some hand signs and when he landed he slammed both palms on the ground while yelling, "Swamp of the underworld." The earth around the snake became soft and acted like quicksand as the snake began to sink slowly. The snake tried to fight it, but it was no use. It continued to sink until it was about halfway under and then it just stopped. Jiraiya let out a grunt when he saw this. If his chakra hadn't been messed with, then the summoned snake would have been completely submerged. Only time could fix his problem, which meant he would have to stall. With that in mind, he leapt onto the half-sunken snake to engage Orochimaru in close-range combat. Unfortunately for Naruto, he had jumped too late when the snake lunged at them and was thrown back by the force. Personally, he was glad he wasn't eaten again. Sadly, the force had sent him back several yards and he had landed on his stomach. Slowly he got on his hands and knees when he felt something press against his neck. Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye and saw Hisam with one of her blades in hand. The other was in its sheath on her side. This is too easy, she said with a sneer. I had hoped that the vessel of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune would have been more challenging. How did you find us? Asked Naruto. Aren't you a curious little genin, she said. It was simple really. After our first encounter I went from village to village looking for clues. Then I read in the newspaper that a demon had destroyed the castle in Tenzaku town. I figured what the hell and came here. As soon as I got here I saw Orochimaru and Tsunade in the middle of the street. The Akatsuki has been looking for him for some time now and I thought that I should keep an eye on him. Imagine my surprise when they began to fight against each other. That's when I saw my chance to become a full member of the Akatsuki without you. If Tsunade won, all I had to do was bring in the traitor's head and no one would be the wiser. If Orochimaru won, I would make a decision on whether or not to engage him depending on how beat up he was. Then you showed up and made my day. A 2-for-1 deal. Now go to sleep. With that, Hisam raised her sword about a foot above his neck and flipped the sword so that the back was facing his neck. She was about to swing downwards when Naruto raised his arm and a bone spike shot out of his palm. However, Hisam managed to jump back at the last second. Shit, said Naruto as he quickly got up. I thought I had you. If I didn't know about your bloodline then you would have, said Hisam as she drew her other sword. He got me talking so I would lower my guard. I can't believe I fell for such an amateur trick. Ought to make this fast, thought Naruto. I need to guard Bachan until she snaps out of it. Perhaps this would be the best time to use the Rasengan. First I need to make an opening. From both of Naruto's shoulders a bone handle came out which he then grabbed. Naruto placed one of his blades right behind the other, yelled, "On them. Passy," as he threw them at Hisam. "Cheap trick," she cried out as she saw the attack. She then quickly crossed her arms in an X formation, ready to deflect an incoming attack. When the bone blades were close enough, she swung with all her might and created enough force to deflect the blades. However, this move forced her to move her arms to her sides for about a second or two, leaving her front completely exposed. This wouldn't have been a problem had Naruto not jumped into the air as soon as he threw this bone blades. He was now falling towards her while forming the Rasengan with both hands. One hand was stretched out while the other was moving around it as it rotated chakra. Soon a blue chakra sphere formed in Naruto's hand. When that happened, Naruto aimed the attack at Hisam. On the snake, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were still fighting. Their movement seemed to be nothing but a blur to anyone who didn't have a taijutsu. Both fighters seemed to be at some kind of disadvantage. Orochimaru couldn't use his arms, and Jiraiya's chakra was still not back to normal. Then, out of the corner of their eyes they saw Naruto create the Rasengan. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to watch what was happening. After all, it wasn't every day you got to see the Rasengan in action. How is that possible? Thought Orochimaru. How could he have learned something like that since the Chunin exam? I can't believe the Gaki did it, thought Jiraiya. He mastered the last part of the Rasengan in a week. Time seemed to slow down as Naruto neared his target. His arm was stretched out, aimed at her chest. Then, a second before it hit, the jutsu faded. Naruto's eyes went dish plate due to the complete shock of it all. Of all the times for a jutsu to fail, this had to be the worst. And things just got worse as Naruto's hand landed on Hisam's breast. "Gaki," thought Jiraiya with tears in his eyes. "I'm so proud of you. You are finally becoming bolder around women." Then he heard a growl from Orochimaru, and the two continued their fight. Hisam just stood there in complete shock as Naruto's hand hadn't left. "He's touching me there." Slowly her vision turned red and pure. Rage. How dare this boy, this genin, touch her? He wasn't even close to her type. Without thinking, she dropped both of her swords and slapped him across the face, knocking him down. "Hentai." She screamed in pure rage. "You're just lucky I'm not allowed to kill you." "I didn't mean to do that," protested Naruto as he got up. Somehow, that made Hisam angrier. "What, I'm not good enough for you?" she demanded. Naruto just looked confused. "Well, I don't know you well enough," said Naruto. "Besides, I already have a girlfriend." "So you're a two-timer," accused Hisam as she picked her swords back up. "No, I'm not," insisted Naruto as he pulled out two new bone blades. The two then charged at each other with their weapons ready to strike. Hisam swung first with her left and Naruto blocked with his right. Naruto then countered with an attack with his left, but Hisam used her left to intercept it. For a moment there was a power struggle before the two of them jumped backwards. "Take this, hentai," yelled Hisam as she raised her swords above her head. Lightning ball. An orb of electricity formed between the blades and then flew towards Naruto. Naruto, remembering that jutsu from the last time he met the shark girl, yelled Rixui no Bigoki. The attack missed him as he began to appear and disappear in different locations around Hisam. Hisam watched carefully as Naruto's speed varied. Then Naruto was in front of her and was about to perform the Kaiten Kenbu Rakurin when Hisam suddenly kneed him in the chest. The force of the counter-attack lifted Naruto off the ground and Hisam spun around and sent the hilt of one of her swords into Naruto's left cheek. Naruto landed on the ground and rolled for several yards before stopping. "Why?" Naruto said as he slowly got up. Hisam just smirked. "Why am I winning?" said Hisam in a mocking tone. "The reason is that I simply have more experience. I have fought with and killed many people since I became a shinobi. You're just lucky I can't kill you." "Shit," thought Naruto as he wiped some blood away from his mouth. "She's not even using her full strength. I'd better think of something." Then, Naruto remembers something that Anko had once told her team before the Chunin exam started. Flashback. Anko stood in front of three genins in the middle of their usual training field. Sasuke, Rin, and Naruto were all sitting down. "As you know, this is a combat team," said Anko. "This means that our primary job is to fight or defend against enemy shinobi and things like that. However, it is important that you know about the other two types of teams." Sasuke snorted. "Like hell we do," said Sasuke. "All we need to do is our job and let them do theirs." He would have said more, but Anko hit him over the head with her mallet. Naruto held up a card with a 9.5 and Rin held up a 7. "Like I was saying," said Anko as she put her mallet away. "The other two teams are recon and capture interrogation. Recon is used for things like scouting and infiltration. Capture and interrogation does exactly what their name suggests. The reason I am bringing this up is because a good jonin is able to do all three tasks. What good is being strong enough to take down the enemy if you can't find him? What if your enemy is part of some evil organization and you need intel? Think about this, in an enemy is too strong in battle, immobilize him instead. Rin, that jutsu I taught you can bind nearly any enemy that gets caught in it." Then flashback. It's now or never, thought Naruto as he made up his mind on what to do next. He then made several hand signs before yelling, "Great. Breakthrough." The jutsu sent Hisam flying backwards, but Naruto wasn't done. He made several more hand signs and then yelled, "Bone clone jutsu." Naruto then hunched down as a single white oval began to grow out of his back until it was about his size. Soon it began to take on his shape and was colored slightly lighter than the original. "Okay," said Naruto. "Rixui no Yugoki." Once again, both he and his clone began to appear and disappear around where Hisam landed. "This again," said Hisam with a smirk. "Maybe I should just cut off your arm, you one-trick hentai pony." Hisami watched the two carefully and waited for that single moment when Naruto would have to switch from offensive to defensive. "There." She yelled as she swung her blade into Naruto's shoulder as she tried to carry out a threat. However, shortly after the blade hit, much to Hisam's surprise, Naruto went poof and was replaced with his bone clone. Shit. He must have substituted himself with his clone at the last minute. The clone then grabbed Hisam's arm before she could finish cutting it off or removing it. Hisam watched as the clone began to harden and increase its density. In complete frustration she swung her other blade at the clone, only to have the clone catch it in its grip. "Let's finish this," said Naruto from behind her. Dance of the Clematis Vine. Hisam was soon wrapped along with the clone by Naruto's chain staff that was once his spinal cord. Slowly it began to harden around the two of them. She was trapped. "You," whined Hisam as she struggled to get away. "This thing came from your body. Get it off. Get it off." "You know," said Gamakichi from his hiding spot from behind a rock. "That is disgusting when you think about it." Banshee, who was sitting next to him, looked at him and licked her lips. "I think I remember hearing that from Legs Taste Good," she said. Naruto ignored Hisam as he turned his attention back to Tsunade. So far she was still there. Naruto began to make his way back there while making sure he didn't get too close to the fight between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Then, he saw something that made him make up his mind about Kin. Kin sat as she watched a fight between Naruto and the shark girl. Time after time she saw the blonde get kicked down only to get right back up. Why? Why does he do that? As Kin watched, she began to remember her own life. From the time she entered the Sound Academy till now, she had been told many times how weak she was. How useless she was. She knew how Orochimaru viewed her. She was nothing more than a pawn. But, it was better to be a pawn than to be dead. Those who were completely useless ended up 6 feet under or were used in one of Orochimaru's sicker experiments. But then she met Naruto and Jiraiya. They were nice. There was no other word for it. They treated her like a person despite the way she looked. Naruto had taken her out to have a good time. Jiraiya had taught her a jutsu and encouraged her with Naruto cheering her on the whole time. And how had she repaid them? By plotting to betray them. Only one question truly remained. Was it too late? Kabuto smirked at the fallen Shizune. He had just disabled her feet thanks to his chakra scalpels. He knew she could heal herself, but that would take time. By then Tsunade would be dead and he would be assisting his master to defeat Jiraiya. Kabuto turned to Tsukuyomi and then charged at her. However, when he got halfway there he heard the ring of a bell. A moment later there were at least a dozen Tsunades. Kabuto just stopped where he was and closed his eyes. "What are you doing, Kin?" he asked coldly. Kin walked nervously in front of Tsukuyomi. In one hand held the string that was attached to her Genjutsu bell that was hidden. In the other were several senbon needles. I don't want to be a tool anymore," said with as much courage as she could muster. "Being with Naruto and Jiraiya what I truly need. Friends. Do you really think they will ever trust you now?" asked Kabuto as he adjusted his glasses. "Maybe not," said Kin. "It will be long. It will be hard. But that's what makes the best things in life worth it." "You really are a baka," said Kabuto as he slowly reopened his eyes. "If you really wanted to live that long then you should have just run away when you had the chance." Then next thing Kin knew was that there was kunai in her side that Kabuto had thrown. She never even saw him throw it. Kin tried to remain standing but fell anyways as her strength left her. Kabuto ran toward her with his kunai scalpel in hand, ready to kill her for defying both Orochimaru and himself. However, someone new blocked his path. Tsunade shouted at him to move but the blonde ignored it. Naruto then caught the kunai in his hand and refused to let go. "I won't let you pass," said Naruto as he held on. A moment later a shadow clone that he had created earlier walked next to him. "Why are you doing all this?" demanded Kabuto. "Your dream is to be Hokage. You can't win. You'll die and that will be the end of all your useless dreams." "I am the future Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves," said Naruto fiercely. Swan's eyes widened at this. "And because of that I am willing to give up my life to protect it and the people who live there. That also includes everyone who is precious to me." Naruto then held up his free hand in front of the clone that began to move its hands around it. Soon the Rasengan formed. Before Naruto used it, however, a large bone spike came out of the hand holding onto Kabuto's and destroyed it. Kabuto screamed in pain, but this was nothing compared to what was about to happen. Naruto then swung his other arm towards Kabuto, and as he did this 3 bones came out of that forearm. They were long, going well past his hand, and had ends that reminded people of a fish hook. The hooks hit Kabuto first and latched onto him easily. The bones then seemed to retract, which caused Kabuto to move into the sphere. When it connected, Naruto yelled, "Rasengan." What should have lasted only a second instead went on for several, thanks to the bone hooks. Before his skin and bones broke, Kabuto was able to move his good hand and place it over Naruto's heart. There was then a ripping and a snapping sound before Kabuto was set free and went spiraling into a rock. Naruto turned slowly to face Tsunade and Kin. He gave them a big smile and was about to say something. He was going to tell Tsunade that he had won the bet. He was going to tell Kin there were no hard feelings. He was going to ask Tsunade to heal Kin. However, he couldn't as blood shot out of his mouth. He then fell to the ground and his world went dark. Spirit room. The Kyuubi watched as the darkness crept towards him slowly. He tried to pump some of his chakra into the boy but found that the passage to his heart had been cut. He couldn't heal the boy. "It's so dark," said the Kyuubi as the darkness reached his cage. Naruto opened his eyes and saw he was back in the village. Or at least something that looked like the village. He was standing on what should have been the Hokage tower. However, it was made of bones. The base of the building was a human skull and the arcs were rib bones. The entire village seemed to be made of bones as well. Suddenly Naruto heard a sound behind him and turned around. He gasped when he saw a skeleton standing behind him. It looked like any you would find in a science lab, but with 4 large horns around its head. Its eyes seemed to glow a light blue as it stared at Naruto. "Welcome," it said in a raspy voice. "I never thought another one of your kind would ever show up again. My mistake." It then began to chuckle and then cough. "Where am I?" demanded Naruto. "Why, you are at the border between the world of the living and the world of the dead," replied the skeleton in an amused voice. "I bet you don't know why you are here." Naruto shook his head. "Very. Well, ever wonder why your bloodline limit is called the Shikatsumayaku? Well, it's because that in order to get to the next level you have to have a near-death experience, which is what is happening now. Then you must face a challenge while trying to figure out what the strongest thing is." "The strongest thing?" repeated Naruto. "Hi," replied the skeleton. "Once you figure that out you will be able to go to your next level and gain either armor or a mask. It depends. From person to person, of course. The mask will. Oh, why am I telling you this now? That's not my job." "What is?" asked Naruto. "Trying to kill you," said the skeleton as he reached for the sword on its back. "That's the challenge, by the way, trying not to get killed by me." He then let out an evil laugh and slowly the building began to fall. "Did I forget to mention that there's a time limit? Find out next time what happens. Will Naruto get the mask or the armor? I don't care, so I'll let you all decide. Till next time." Chapter 29. Hi all. How's it all going? I got the idea for the mask when some mentioned it in an old review. However, I had originally planned on giving Naruto armor that would make the perfect defense for his bloodline. But as I thought about the mask, the more I liked the idea. So, I couldn't choose. Ultimate defense or increased speed, chakra and power. So, since I like to give my readers what they want to a degree, I let you vote for it. It seems the mask is very popular. This chapter will contain a lot of flashbacks from previous chapters. Just to let you know beforehand. Let's rock. Clang. That was the sound that the skeleton's sword made when it hit Naruto's bone blades. There was a moment of a power struggle. Before Naruto was forced to get away. The skeleton had a sword that was more European than Japanese. It was broad and heavy like that of a knight. However, the skeleton wielded it with one hand easily. But this gave Naruto a speed advantage at least. Naruto glanced at the bone city as it slowly crumbled. Bit by bit it turned to dust. It started at the top of a building and slowly made its way down. Slow, but noticeable. "Keep your eye on me, boy," yelled the skeleton. Naruto returned his gaze to where his opponent had been to find him nowhere to be seen. Naruto looked left and right and then up, and that's when he saw him. The skeleton knight was coming down at him from the air. Naruto jumped to avoid the attack, which turned out to be a very good idea. The force of the blow destroyed everything from where Naruto had been standing to the edge of the tower. "Holy shit," yelled Naruto. He then dropped his bone blades and began to focus his chakra. A moment later his right arm became a large drill. He then got into the right stance and yelled out Gatatsu. Naruto then shot out, ready to impale his opponent with his attack. Once the end of the drill was about an inch away from the skeleton, he twisted his body while stepping out of the way. As Naruto went past him, the twist gave the skeleton extra force as he slashed. Naruto's back. Naruto yelled in pain as his bones retracted and he fell to the ground. Haha, is that the best you got? Asked the skeleton mockingly. It seems like the art has grown soft indeed. Pity that it will die with a whimper. Shut up, said Naruto as he slowly got up. I'm not done yet. I just need to figure out what the strongest thing is and I pass. I just need a moment to think. But I won't give you that time, said the skeleton as he charged at Naruto. When he got close he swung his sword to cut Naruto in half by the waist. But Naruto read the attack and was able to duck in time. He then shot a hand up and yelled, "Dance of Pines." As a bone spike shot out of his palm. The bone passed right through him and did nothing. There were no organs or blood vessels to damage. The skeleton looked down at Naruto and, well, he had no lips. Naruto could feel him smiling at him. Baka. He then took his free hand and punched Naruto in the face, sending the boy flying backwards. I won't give up, said Naruto as he slowly got up. He then formed 2 more bone blades from his shoulders. No matter what you do, I'll just get back up. Admirable boy, said the skeleton. But you are not the first I have fought that has said those same words. Yet, you might be the last. So I will enjoy them while I can. Soon you will realize that you will never figure out what the riddle and I will savor the look of defeat on your face. Then his voice changed. Once it was in a mocking tone, however it suddenly became serious. Tell me, how far would you go for the ones you love? What kind of question is that? Demanded Naruto. I would give my life to protect them like my father did for the village. Live your life, said the skeleton in an amused tone. How foolish are you? Only an idiot gives up their lives just like that. Shut up. Demanded Naruto as he charged at the skeleton. The skeleton raised his blade in defense as Naruto had his blades in a scissor position. What would you know about having friends and people you care about? I don't want to see them get hurt. That's why I am willing to do everything in my power to protect them. Baka. Yelled the skeleton as he pushed back. I was once a man too. Then, with a sudden burst of strength he sent Naruto flying backwards. As Naruto started to fall back to the ground, the skeleton appeared above him and punched him in the gut. Naruto's eyes bulged in pain as he was sent right into the ground. Flashback. Outside, Naruto was looking up at the moon. A moment later, Rin walked up to him. I think you could have handled it better, she said. When I lost my teammate Obito, I felt like nothing mattered anymore. It hurt so badly that she stopped then, unable to continue. For Naruto, it answered the question who Obito was. Maybe, he said. I just don't like people who wallow in self-pity. I mean, he still has people that care for him. He should be doing everything he can so he doesn't lose anyone else. It's hard, said Rin. To lose someone so close, it's so hard. I thought about ending my life after Obito died, but your father helped me out of it. Naruto began to get a sense of dread. How close were they? No, he didn't want to know. Then flashback. What was that? Asked Naruto aloud as he slowly got up. The skeleton laughed. The closer you get to death the more your life flashes before your eyes, he said. This may be in your death experience, but if you do not figure out my question then you will die. Did I forget to tell you? You seem to forget a lot of things. Yelled Naruto. Before he could say anything else, the skeleton had closed the gap in distance between them. His bony hand grabbed hold of Naruto's face. Flashback. Why do you stay? She asked, looking at him again. Her voice held anger. Any village would gladly welcome you. With Kyuubi and you bloodline, you could have anything you want. Maybe, said Naruto as he grinned at her. But, I want something that I can't get easily. I want respect from this village. I want to show everyone here that I'm worth something. Sure, I could convince people elsewhere, but this is the place where I want it the most. He stopped for a moment and then closed his eyes. Also, I could never leave because it would hurt the few people who believe in me. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. My mother, the old man, Haruka-sensei, Anko-sensei, Konohamaru, Rin, and most of all, my father. Mitchi was taken back by this a bit. Why stay when there were so few people who cared about you? It made no sense to her. Maybe, when the Chunin exam came up, she would see what he meant. But for now, she had to leave. The group that she had scared away might report the killer intent she unleashed and suspicions would arise. She turned to leave. My name is Mitchi, she said without turning around. Next time we meet, I will finish what we started on the bridge. She began to walk away when Naruto spoke up. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, he said. I'll be waiting. Then flashback. Naruto's eyes widened as he shot backwards. The skeleton was just so strong. Naruto then landed on his face and tried to get up, but the skeleton placed his foot on his back. Force was then applied that kept Naruto from getting up. Everything you are comes from your memories, Gaki, said the skeleton. In them lies the answer that you need. What's wrong, can't figure it out. Flashback. Anko led Naruto to her apartment. Despite what most people believed, the inside didn't look like a torture chamber. It had a calming atmosphere to it. The living room dining room had a couch and some tables in it. The kitchen was clean and there was a bowl of fruit next to the sink. He could smell incense burning. After they were both inside, Anko ordered him to take a shower to get rid of the blood. She then told him to leave his clothes outside so she could get rid of the blood. Naruto did as he was told. As he showered, Anko used a blood stain removal jutsu that she learned from Ibiki. Soon, Naruto was cleaned and dressed back in his blood-free clothes. "Naruto," said Anko. "Before you leave there are some things I have to tell you. First is that you don't have to lie to me. I know what it's like." Naruto gave her a questioning look. With a sigh, she began to explain. "My sensei was Orochimaru, a traitor to the village. He was conducting experiments on people and doing other horrible things. After he left, people hated me because I was his student. I was also beaten and nearly killed on several occasions. To the people of this village, I am known as the snake bitch." Naruto's eyes widened at this. "Sensei," he stammered, "I didn't know." Anko waved him off. "It's alright. What I am trying to say is that I understand what you are going through. If you need someone to talk to, my door is always open. You don't have to carry this burden by yourself." Naruto nodded. It was nice to know that there was someone in the village who knew what he was going through. "The other thing," she continued, "is something that I have been meaning to tell you for a while. Thank you." Naruto blinked at this. "Thank you for being born. Thank you for stopping the Kyuubi. If it weren't for you, none of us would be here. This village seems to forget that the only reason they are alive is because of you." Naruto could feel a stinging sensation in his eyes. He was doing his best to hold back the tears. Someone was thanking him for being born instead of cursing the fact. "Thanks," said Naruto in a soft voice. Then flashback. The skeleton moved his sword so that it hovered over Naruto's neck. He then raised it and then gripped the handle with both hands. "It all ended here. You were fun to play with, kid," he said. Once again, Naruto could feel the smile that wasn't there. But all good things have to come to an end. Flashback. "What the hell?" yelled Gaara as he turned around. However, Naruto wasn't there. Gaara then felt his chakra signature and turned to look down the say branch he was on. "Why are you acting like this? What is that stupid little girl to you?" Naruto mumbled something that nobody heard as he got into an odd stance. "What was that? I didn't hear you." "I said I love her," shouted Naruto as he trusted forward. "Time to use the jutsu Anko-sensei gave me. Gatatsu." With that, Naruto struck Gaara's side and went right through it. Gaara fell off the branch and hit the forest floor. He wasn't seriously hurt, just stunned. Thanks to the sand he was just scraped at his side. But still, he was shaken up and confused. Why was he doing all this for her? He didn't understand what love was. Then he looked up and saw Naruto falling down towards him with his drill pointed straight for his chest. "You will not destroy my existence," yelled Gaara as the sand seemed to explode and grow into a pillar that knocked Naruto out of the way. Now, Gaara was like a pimple on top of a very large tanuki. "It's no use," said Temari. Naruto turned to look at her and gave her a look that said explain. Gaara has a demon inside of him. It was placed inside of him while he was still in our mother's womb. He was supposed to be our village's greatest weapon, but the demon was just too strong. Gaara couldn't control it and it drove him insane. Now he has let it out. We're all going to die. And I bet you did nothing to help him," said Naruto as he got up and calmed down. He then looked up at Gaara and retracted his drill. "To think that could have been me." Then flashback. "Now die," roared the skeleton as he plunged his sword downward. Flashback. "Why are you doing all this?" demanded Kabuto. "Your dream is to be Hokage. You can't win. You'll die and that will be the end of all your useless dreams." "I am the future Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves," said Naruto fiercely. Tsunade's eyes widened at this. "And because of that I am willing to give up my life to protect it and the people who live there. That also includes everyone who is precious to me." Then flashback. Chakra flared around Naruto as bone spikes shot out of his back, catching the skeleton off guard. The skeleton was thrown into the air and landed close to the edge. At the same time both warriors got up. As Naruto stood, the bones that had sprouted from his back retracted and he created 2 more bone blades from his back. The skeleton readied his sword, preparing to charge. For a moment, everything was silent. The look in Naruto's eyes said it all. He was going to put everything into this next attack. The skeleton would have grinned if he could. To go out swinging was the way of a true warrior. It was the way he did when he was alive. Then they charged. Naruto was screaming his lungs out and he ran right for his opponent. The skeleton did the same. The force from their steps caused the dirt and lost stones to go flying in the air behind them with each step they took. Time seemed to slow down as they got closer to each other. Naruto began to hear his heartbeat and his breath seemed louder than ever. Then Naruto felt something fall on his face. It was a teardrop. Time literally stopped for the two warriors. Naruto didn't know if his opponent was aware of this, but he sure was. Then, Naruto heard a voice. It was Tsunade's. "Don't die," cried her voice as another tear fell on Naruto's face. "Please don't die. Don't die," thought Naruto. In his mind he saw the legendary medic crying. Then he remembered what Shizune had told him, how he was like the other two people that Tsunade lost. Then he saw Rin crying. And then he saw his senseis Iruka and Anko. And then his mother. "I want to protect them. But, if I die they will suffer." That was when time sped up again. Naruto now felt more power coursing through him as he continued his charge. There was a flash of light and both fighters passed each other. Naruto landed on a knee with his arms stretched outward while the skeleton stood straight. The only sound that was heard was a dripping noise. Then, a slash mark appeared on Naruto's chest and he fell to his side. Blood began to pool around his body as he lay there. "It looks like Your doubt is unfounded," said the skeleton right before his sword broke in half. Then a cut mark appeared on his spinal cord and he fell apart. "It looks like you figured it out. Your ancestors were killers who took life for granted, so few could ever realize the simple truth that you have realized. The will to live is the strongest thing anywhere. You were able to see that paper-thin line that separates life from death." Then the skull rose in the air as it slowly dissolved. "Even if you were to give up your life for some sort of self-sacrifice, it would only be one small ripple in the stream of life. As long as you never forget this, you will be able to access the power here for your upgrade. But, if you ever forget it then you will suffer. Even if you don't, one day you will pay the price for this upgrade and I'll be waiting. Did I forget to mention that?" He then began to laugh until he was completely gone. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and saw Tsunade over him. His hands were close to his chest as she attempted to heal him. Slowly his hand reached up to grab hold of the necklace. When Tsunade felt this, she gasped in shock. She then looked down and saw that Naruto had a smile on his face. "Hey Ba-chan," he said weakly. "It looks like I won the bet." And with that he lost consciousness again. Tsunade smiled happily as at him as she slowly took off her necklace and put it around his neck. "One more time," she said. "I'm willing to believe one more time." She then heard a thud and saw Orochimaru land near the body of Kabuto. He was bleeding badly from both his chest and the area where his hand should have been. "Do you really wish to continue this?" Orochimaru turned around in time as Jiraiya landed next to her. Slowly, the snake sank into the ground with Kabuto right behind him. "As you would put it, the odds are not in my favor," said Orochimaru. "There is another way to heal my arms out there. But right now I need to have someone heal Kabuto before it is too late. The next time we meet will be different." And with that he was gone. Naruto was now sleeping in the hotel room. Kin was in the next room being healed by Tsunade along with Jiraiya and Shizune. Kin was lucky that the kunai hadn't hit anything major. Jiraiya had several cuts and bruises, while Shizune had some bruises. Banshee had returned to her clan after Orochimaru had left. So, he was all alone in his room, resting from what had been a long day for all of them. Most likely he would be asleep until the next morning. Slowly, reality began to bend around the foot of his bed. Soon there was a large hole and out of it stepped Silver. She moved silently next to Naruto and stared at him for a while. "You look just like him," she said. She moved one of her clawed hands over to his head and began to stroke his hair. "I loved you so much, Arashi. I would have given up everything for you. I should have known that you could never love anything as ugly as me." She then pulled out a single hair from Naruto's head. She held the strain at her eye level and examined it for a while. "But I can never forgive you. Your son will suffer in your place. I will make him feel every ounce of pain that you caused me." She then turned around and walked back into the hole. Slowly, it began to close and soon the room looked like it once did. Not a trace of her was left. "Hurry up Gaki," yelled Jiraiya. It was the next day and Jiraiya was heading back to the village with Tsunade, Shizune, Naruto, and Kin. After Tsunade healed the catgirl, she explained what Orochimaru did to her and the reason behind it. She then asked the soon-to-be Hokage if she could join her village, even if it meant going there only to be punished. Tsunade thought about it for 2 seconds and told her she was welcome to join after risking her life to defend her. Now they were all walking home with Naruto way behind the others. "I'm coming Iro-senin," yelled Naruto as he raced to catch up. Jiraiya groaned as Tsunade smirked at his nickname. "Sorry for the wait," he said once he caught up. "I just had to write a letter to Rin and my mom telling them that we are coming back." Tsunade's eyes widened at that. "Rin?" she asked. "I thought she was missing. And isn't his mother in a coma?" "Long story," said Jiraiya. "I'll tell you about it on the way." But that the group began to move again. Tsunade was happy to hear that Rin was alive and doing well. She had always thought that the young medic was skilled and now she had a chance to teach her. She was even more pleased to hear that Mitchi was awake. Tsunade had always felt that she had the right idea on how to handle perverts. When she heard that she was now a teacher at the academy, Tsunade just grinned evilly. After all, Momiji would be the perfect person to get those girls to concentrate on their shinobi careers rather than boys and their hair. Then. "Help me," came a loud cry. Everyone looked down the road and were shocked at what they saw. There was a girl about 5 or 6 running away from a group that looked like bandits. The girl had green hair along with some red markings on her face and a scar in between her eyes. On her head was what looked like a cartoon-style skull mask. She was wearing green robes. The bandits had a variety of looks. Some were big and some were small. Some wore shirts and others didn't. Some had tattoos and others had piercings. Naruto was the first to move. At speeds only a shinobi could have, he ran up, grabbed the girl by the waist and jumped away from them. The gang saw this and stopped in their tracks. A wind blew against Naruto's back as he stared at them. Then, the leader of the group stepped forward and spoke. "Boy," he said. "Drop the girl and walk away. This has nothing to do with you." "Why are you chasing this kid?" asked Naruto. "She ate some of our food," replied the leader. "Now we're going to get some compensation from her." "What do you mean by that?" demanded Naruto as his eyes narrowed. "I don't know," said the leader. "Maybe make her work for us for the rest of her life. Perhaps we could sell her to the black market. Or maybe we could just beat her until she dies." He then began to laugh as soon the rest of them followed. Naruto should have known it was something like that. After all, bandits have little or no morals as well as brains. Their laughter stopped when they noticed a bone spike slide out of Naruto's palm. Slowly the blonde lifted it and then pointed it at the bandit leader. "I will not allow you to harm her, got it?" he said with a growl. "You and what army?" asked the leader. "How about this one?" said Tsunade as she appeared behind Naruto. Soon Jiraiya, Kin, and Shizune followed her example. "Oh Kami," cried one of the bandits. "It's Jiraiya of the Sannin." He then rushed over to Jiraiya and held out an orange book. "Would you please sign this?" Everyone face faulted except Jiraiya and the bandit in question. Jiraiya signed the book and the bandit skipped away from the scene. "Okay," said the bandit leader. "No brat is worth all this. I'm going home." There were several agreements to that and so they turned around and walked away. Once they were gone, Naruto sent the girl down. She looked at Naruto and he looked back at her. "So," said Jiraiya. "What's your name? What are you doing all the way out here, kid?" "My name is Nell and I was looking for my daddy," she said. "But I knows where he is." "Oh, and where is he?" asked Shizune sweetly. Nell ran over and began to hug Naruto's left leg. "Daddy," Nell said softly. Everyone looked at Naruto. They were all in shock except for Jiraiya who was giving him a thumbs up with a perverted grin. "That's not true," screamed Naruto. "Amik. Kisum's replacement." Itachi had called his partner, Kisum, over to talk about something serious. Kisum arrived later that day at the cliff where they always meet. "What's this about Itachi?" he asked. Itachi signed. "I have been training a replacement," he said with no emotion. "You are no longer needed in this organization." "What?" screamed Kisum. "Who can replace me?" Itachi stepped aside to show Kisum that his replacement had been standing behind him the whole. It was a penguin. "You have got to be kidding me," said Kisum with a sweat drop. "No," said Itachi. "He will make a much better partner than you." "We'll see about that," yelled Kisum as he reached for his sword. When his hand gripped the handle, the penguin reached behind its back and pulled out a shotgun. "What the," he began but was cut off as the penguin shot him in the head. "Never mess with the penguin," said Itachi as he and his new partner waddled away. "I got the idea for that after an episode of Futurama. You know, the one where Bender thinks he's a penguin and teaches them to defend themselves. Got to love that evil robot. Next time we'll have the rescue Sasuke arc." Chapter 30. Curse me. I have done it again. I just thought of another Naruto story. This one starts out at the bridge scene right before Kakashi kills Haku. However, he is stopped by an older Naruto from the future who is wearing his forehead protector over his right eye. Naruto has gone back to the past to train himself and Sakura to make up for Kakashi's poor teaching skills. While he's at it, he's helped Naruto realize who he really loves and prevents the usual downfall of their village. Oh, and Naruto doesn't have the Sharingan. But right now I don't think I'll be writing it because it wouldn't be fair to start another story. So if anyone wants it, ask me for the rest of the juicy details. It's a first come first serve basis. You have many questions. But I won't tell you much. What fun would that be? It would be like waking up at Christmas and knowing every gift you got. You're happy but less excited because there is no surprise. That's the way I look at it, at least. Don't worry about Nell and Silver. I got everything under control. Let's rock. Rin sighed as she walked through the village towards the tower. It was another quiet day and oh, who the hell was she kidding? Ever since Naruto left, the council basically took temporary control and started sending everyone on missions. Then there was the fact that Anko and Momiji were both pregnant. Not to mention that crazy bomb girl was following her around waiting for the right time to blast her. Last week she tried to do it while she was on the John. She may have gotten away in time to survive, but she reeked for several days. But then again, you have to expect things like this in a shinobi village. Rin suddenly stopped when she saw Naruto walking towards her. He suddenly stopped when he saw her, and the two stared at each other for a few minutes. Then, without warning, Naruto raced over to her and embraced her in a hug. "I missed you, Rin," he said softly. "You have no idea what it's been like without you." Naruto then felt Rin's arms wrap around him. "I missed you too," she said. But she then tightened her hold on him in the most powerful bear hug in the history of the world. The look in her eyes was that of rage. "Why the hell didn't you say goodbye? Do you have any idea what has been going on here? And why were you traveling with another girl? Don't you have enough of them running around here?" Naruto's face was now bright red from the pain. "Sorry," he choked out. Rin released him so he could speak better. "It's not my fault. Hiro-sennin promised to teach me a jutsu, and then when I said yes, he gave me my bag and dragged me out of here. We met Kin along the way and there is nothing between us, I swear." "Fine, fine," said Rin as she looked away with a pout. It was impossible to stay mad at him for long. She then looked back at him and smiled at him. "So, did you hear the good news?" Naruto shook his head. "Your mom and sensei are both pregnant." Naruto's eyes went wide and his mouth fell to the floor. "What?" he screamed. He then grabbed Rin by the arm and raced back to his home. He opened the door and saw Momiji cutting out coupons with some bone scissors she had made. "How? When?" asked Naruto in shock. Momiji blinked as she tried to figure out what he was asking. Then, she saw Rin and realized that she must have told him. "Well," she said slowly. "I think it happened while your father was brought back from the dead. You know, when we—" "Don't say it," begged Naruto. He then eyed the evil table where he saw the two of them going at it. His eye began to twitch at the fact that it was still there. "So what happens now?" "Well, I'm going to be keeping the baby," said Momiji. "I missed the chance to raise you and I'm going to do it right this time. And you're going to be helping, right?" The way that made Naruto want to gulp. Slowly, he nodded his head and Momiji smiled brightly. "Good. Oh, Rin, did you tell him that Anko and Iruka are getting married?" Rin shook her head. "Never got the chance," she said. She then looked at Naruto. Anko-sensei went to Iruka shortly after she found out and told him. He was shocked, of course, and Anko-sensei told him that she wasn't going to be a single mother while the father was still alive. He caught the hint very nicely. Said Naruto. He honestly never thought that was going to happen. "So when's the wedding?" "Next month," said Momiji. "Since Iruka is going to continue to teach at the academy, Anko will be able to leave the baby with him while she does missions." "I wonder if she was then interrupted by the sound of a child's voice." Said voice caused Naruto to sweat all over. "Daddy," yelled Nell. "Where's our Yaz?" "I thought I lost her," said Naruto under his breath. Sadly, the women heard that and gave him the explain look. This time Naruto did gulp as he raised his hands. Funny story really. 5 minutes later. "Jiraiya!" screamed Momiji as she raced out of her house to find said pervert. The search took 10 seconds since she knew where he was. Peeking at the women in the hot springs. "Damn you. Pervert. Kagaya forbidden dance. Eternity of pain." She then shoved the largest bone drill she had ever made up his rear. "What did I do?" wailed Jiraiya as he went sailing into the air while holding his ass. He landed a few seconds later at the feet of the woman who he feared more than Tsunade. "Momiji, hi. Are you still angry at me for taking Naruto out of the village?" To his shock, she smiled while she shook her head. "No, Jiraiya," she said with false sweetness. "I'm not mad about that at all. But you did something that you really shouldn't have done. You turned my little boy into a pervert." "You're overreacting," said Jiraiya as he waved his arms in the wave. Sweat then poured out of him when he saw the bone spikes come out all over her body. "She's too old to be the Gaki's kid. We think she's just confused or something." Momiji blinked and retracted her spikes. "I guess I did overreact," she said. She then kicked Jiraiya in the head. "Now I'm back to being mad about you taking him in the first place." "Damn him," screamed Hisam. She was in a prison while she waited for her trail. All she could think about was the pervert who felt her up. "If I ever see him again I swear I'll rip his eyes out. Then I'll shove a dozen exploding tags down his throat and hand leader Sama the remains." "Will you shut up?" demanded a prisoner in a different cell. "Hey, I have a right to be angry here," said Hisam as she grabbed the bars. "The only one who is allowed to touch me is my dream man. He'll have shiny black hair and a smile that sparkles. He'll be strong and energetic. He won't be afraid to cry or share his feeling. That's my dream boat." Like anyone cares, said the prisoner. Face it, you're never getting out of here. Hisam gritted her teeth as she pushed on the bars. She wanted to kill that guy and then go after the Kyuubi vessel. Then, without warning, the bars came loose and she had her way out. Freedom's mine, bitch. She yelled right before she began to laugh evilly. The next 3 days were busy for everyone. Tsunade was officially declared the Hokage and went right to work on healing Kakashi, Sasuke, and Jiraiya, who now had multiple stab wounds. As soon as that was done, she sent a group out to find the real parents of Nell. After all, she couldn't really be Naruto's daughter. Right. As soon as that was done, she went to work on all the paperwork that had been left for her, which caused a lot of cursing and destruction of public property. Now she was sitting in her office while she waited for Kakashi. Genma and Ibiki had already arrived to discuss the results of the Chunin exams with her, so she would know who to promote. As always, Kakashi came in 3 hours late. Sorry I'm late, he said. But I was testing to see which side would land on the ground if I tied buttered toast to the back of a cat. Oddly enough, a falcon came and snatched the cat away before it landed. Everyone in the room stared at him. If you are late like this again, I'll make sure you never leave the hospital again, growled the Hokage, who had a hangover. Kakashi nodded and walked next to the other 2 examiners. Alright, Ibiki, you're up first. What is your opinion on the Genins who made it to the last round? Very well, said Ibiki as he took out a piece of paper with names on it. For the most part, they have decent skills in gathering information. All but one, that is. Naruto Uzumaki either has poor or no information gathering skills. He then handed Tsunade the paper he was holding. This is a list of the people who took the exam in the order of who deserves to be promoted. Tsunade looked it over and was shocked by what she saw. Naruto was at the top of the list. Below him were Rin, Shikamaru, Shino, Sasuke, Hinata, and Niji. I don't understand, said Tsunade as she looked over the list again. You just said he sucks at information gathering, and yet he's at the top of the list. Hi, replied the scarred man. Let me start with the others first. The girl Rin displayed great skill without the use of a bloodline limit. So did the Shikamaru and Shino. The last 3 were obviously using their taijutsus to steal information, thus their lower ranking. They should have hidden them better, in my personal opinion. That leaves us with Naruto. Well, he did not steal any of the answers, that was only the first part of my test. When it came time for the final question, many of those gakis looked like they were going to shit their pants. Then Naruto stood up to me and dispelled their fears. In a few sentences he gave them back their courage and thus helped them pass the exam. In my years as a proctor in this exam, I have seen many shinobi, but never one who did anything like this. His paper was blank and he still wanted to continue. In a way, that is what some Chunin missions are like. They will have no information beyond what they see. It will be the duty of the team leader to encourage them to continue, even when everything looks hopeless. Thank you, Ibiki, said Tsunade with a nod. She then looked at Kakashi. What is your opinion? I would recommend Sasuke, Rin, and Niji for the title of Chunin, said Kakashi. Rin was once a member of my team, so it should come to no surprise that I think she is ready. Sasuke has the skills and power that is needed in a Chunin and is far more focused on obtaining his goals. Niji is also highly gifted and would make a fine addition to the ranks of Chunin. What about the others? Asked Tsunade. Hinata has little confidence in herself and will drag the team down, said Kakashi. Shino is too secretive and that makes it hard for the team to trust him. Shikamaru has a good mind but needs some strength. As for Naruto, confidence and dumb luck can only take a person so far. He got lucky in the second exam when that rain nin attacked him. Thank you, Kakashi, said Tsunade. She then looked at Genma. Well, let's hear what you have to say. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, said Genma. I have to disagree with Kakashi on the matters of Sasuke and Naruto. Never before in the history of the exam was a match pushed back as much as we did for the Uchiha boy. Arriving late can cost a shinobi his life along with that of his teammates. I don't care what bloodline he has, that is no excuse for being as late as he was, especially with Orochimaru lurking around. As for Naruto, he showed skill and strategy that was well thought out. It may have been on his feet, but that is a good thing if a team is ambushed. So, I would say that Naruto is ready for a promotion. As for the others, I recommend both Rin and Shikamaru. They both showed their abilities and their strategical skills. Hinata was skilled, but she used everything she had in her first match, without thinking about the others still to come. Shino, well, he didn't last very long for me to gauge him. Very well, said Tsunade as she picked up a file. I have decided to promote Naruto Uzumaki, Rin, and Shikamaru Nara to the rank of Chunin. Please inform their senseis and have them brought here. Wait a minute, said Kakashi. Sasuke is just as skilled, if not more, than those 3. Why is he being left out? I agree that he has skills, said Tsunade as she flipped through the file. However, he needs to let go of his hate first. According to this file, he ran out of the village when he heard that Itachi was nearby. He let his hate and anger rule his actions, and that is what caused his to be put in the hospital in the first place. Kakashi, in light of this, do you really expect me to place him in a situation where that might happen again? No, said Kakashi as he lowered his head. Tsunade was right. Sasuke was a lost cannon. But if Naruto and Rin are promoted, that will cause tensions within the team. Perhaps only one should be promoted. I was thinking just that, said Tsunade as she sent down the file and picked up another one. So I have decided to make a few changes. Sasuke will remain with Team 7 until the next academy exam and will be placed with one of them. As for Team 7, it is going to be disbanded and renamed Team Anko as soon as Anko has her child. Once that happens, she will be promoted to a full Jonin. According to her stats, she should have been promoted years ago. The council's doing no doubt. So it will be a 3-man team? Asked Ibiki. No, answered the Hokage as she picked up yet another file. A skilled shinobi from another land has come to us and is asking to join. His skills are easily Chunin or low Jonin, so I will have him placed with Team Anko to complete it. He will be arriving in a few days. The next day, Naruto and Rin were in the hospital looking for Sasuke's room. Rin had on her new Chunin vest under her trench coat. Naruto, on the other hand, decided against wearing it since his bloodline would tear it to shreds. They soon neared the room of their teammate and entered to find Sakura in the room with the emo boy. Sakura, shouldn't you be doing your rounds right now? Asked Rin, who knew the schedule since she helped out while Naruto was gone. But Sasuke needs me, she whined. She then noticed Rin's vest. Wow Rin, you made Chunin. That's great. So did I, said Naruto. At that, Sasuke's head spun towards the blonde and glared at him. Sakura huffed. You're right, she said. Like anyone in their right mind would promote you over Sasuke. It's true, said Naruto with a grin. Out of all of us, only me, Rin, and Shikamaru made Chunin. Sakura was about to say something when Sasuke got up from his lying position on the bed. He threw off the covers and jumped off the bed. Everyone stared at him as he activated his Sharingan. His face was that of a boy filled with hate and loathing. Naruto, he growled. Fight me. Naruto raised his hands in a non-threatening manner to try and calm Sasuke down. Sasuke, he said. You haven't trained in a while. Just wait a while so you can get back your strength and then we can spar. What's the matter? Asked Sasuke with a smirk. Afraid that everyone will realize that I should have been the one to be promoted. Naruto said nothing as he lowered his hands. I knew it. You're just talk and no action. Fine then, said Naruto. The roof. Now. Naruto stood facing Sasuke. Sasuke was looking as cocky as ever. While Naruto took off his jacket. The roof was a bit crowded with all of the sheets, but it would do. You're not even going to be able to put one scratch on me, boasted Sasuke. Naruto said nothing except Rikusuhi no Yugoki. Sasuke activated his Sharingan as Naruto appeared and disappeared all over the place. He couldn't help but notice that the blonde's speed had increased. But, thanks to his Sharingan, he was able to see Naruto's movements. Seeing where Naruto was heading next, Sasuke moved in his path and tried to punch his. Naruto, however, was able to avoid this without breaking the technique. Grunting, Sasuke tried again and again with the same results. Soon Sasuke got fed up with this. He jumped into the air and yelled, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The roof was covered in flames as Sasuke's attack hit it. Then, Naruto leapt out of the flames right at Sasuke and punched him in the face. The two then landed on the ground. Sasuke's lip was now bleeding and Naruto had a few burn marks that were healing. Hey team, said Naruto coldly. If you're going to use a jutsu like that, we shouldn't be doing this here. Why not? Demanded Sasuke. It's a hospital, deadpanned Naruto. Like I care. Yelled Sasuke as he sprinted in front of Naruto. He then began to punch the blonde over and over with no effect. His fist soon began to scream in pain and he jumped back. Sasuke then began to make some hand signs and then yelled Chidori. He then raced at Naruto who yelled out, Great breakthrough. A powerful wind swept Sasuke away across the roof. The jutsu soon faded and Sasuke got up to try again. Before he could finish the hand seal someone yelled, Senijashu. And Sasuke became wrapped by at least a dozen snakes. He turned his head to stare at his sensei. That's far enough, she said. What are you two thinking? I'm all up for fighting, but there is a time and a place for everything. She then held out her arm and the snakes returned to her. Now both of you will be getting it tomorrow during training. Sasuke said nothing as he jumped off the roof and headed home. Slowly, Naruto walked over to his sensei. Sorry about this, he said as he scratched the back of his head. I would have thought that you would have used better judgment, said Anko. What if the roof broke or something? Believe me, when I'm done with the both of you you'll never forget the meaning of sorry. Hi, said Naruto as he lowered his head. It was late at night and Sasuke was walking out of the village. A little while ago, a group who called themselves the Sound Four appeared before him. They had been sent by Orochimaru to offer him a place in his service in exchange for power. Needless to say, Sasuke accepted. And he didn't feel bad about it at all. "So, Orochimaru has made a move for Sasuke," said the Hyuga elder after the council had told them that a shinobi loyal to them had seen both the meeting between Sasuke and the Sound Four as well as what was said. "We should inform the Hokage at once. She will be made aware of it in the morning," said Kaharu. "This way it will appear she was sleeping on the job. And with most of the best shinobi in the village on their own missions, she will have to send the rookies," said Hamaru. "Fail or succeed, after this mission we will make our move." "I will be ready," said the Hyuga. "But I am worried about that Ino girl. She has been spreading rumors. However, the people are more concerned that Sasuke is gay than that he wasn't the one to defeat Gaara. I think we should take care of her." "We will order her father to wipe her memory," said Kaharu. "That should do it." "Sorry, no omic this time. Maybe next time." Chapter 31. Sorry for the long update. I had started writing this chapter a while back but got stuck. So I did what I always do, did something else for a while, and then came back to this chapter. Only, no new ideas came so I updated a different story. But now the writer's block for this chapter is over and now I am ready to write once again. Now, for what you have waited for. Let's rock. Kabuto lay in his hospital bed. Ever since his fight with Naruto he had been slowly healing himself, but the extent of his injuries was just too severe. He had to use his chakra on his vitals and had to ignore some of his other problems. Like, for example, the stump where his hand should have been. That bone spike of Naruto's had destroyed it beyond repair and it was removed as soon as they got back to the Sound Village. Never before had Kabuto been in this much pain. He mentally cursed himself for being the reason that Orochimaru had to abandon the fight. Somehow he would make it up to his master. He would get a new hand and work twice as hard from now on. He swore that if he ever failed Orochimaru like that again he would take his own life. That was the least he could do. It was early the next morning and Tsunade was already passed out with her head in a pile of papers. Last night had been a nightmare as several missions had come up requiring her to send out even more of her Chunins and Jonins. Normally she wouldn't have accepted them as late in the day as it was, but the council reminded her that they had to show the world that they were still strong. Now the village was left with a bare minimum of its forces to defend it. Hell. Kakashi and Rin were both out on a mission together right now. But now that day was over and she could get some rest for a moment. That's exactly how long it lasted as the Chunins entered the room. "Tsunade-sama," he yelled, waking up Tsunade. "We received a tip this morning that Sasuke Uchiha was taken out of the village. We searched the village to verify the claim and he is nowhere to be found." Tsunade rubbed her temples. This was just great, just perfect. Now she had to deal with the issue of creating a search party to get him back. The village would demand that she send Chunins, Jonins, or even Anbu to get him back. Yet, that was a little more difficult than they knew. So she would have to do the next best thing. "Bring me Shikamaru Nara," she commanded. The Chunin nodded and left in a hurry. While he was gone, Tsunade began to ponder the situation. It seemed unfair that the village would want to send such high-level shinobi after one genin. However, she knew that this wasn't just any genin. Most likely it was Orochimaru after the Sharingan. All she could do for now was hope that some genins could handle this. About 15 minutes later, Shikamaru entered her office while yawning. "So what's the problem?" he asked. "Last night or early this morning, Sasuke Uchiha left the village," said Tsunade. "It is presumed that he left against his will. I want you to lead a team to retrieve him." "Troublesome," complained Shikamaru. "I would like to request that only Jonin and Chunin join me on this mission." "I'm afraid that I can't do that," said Tsunade. "Only genins are available right now. You are to round up as many genins as you can in 1 hour and they will be your team. Meet at the gate, prepare yourself, and then go. I also want you to know that this might be the work of Orochimaru. If that is the case, you must keep him from crossing the border or else the mission is a failure. Please remember that." Shikamaru groaned and turned around to leave when Tsunade spoke again. "Oh, there is one other Chunin that you could take," she said smiling. Banko watched as Naruto did another set of push-ups with weights on his back. She had sent him and Sasuke a message last night to meet her at their usual training ground at sunrise for their punishment. So far she had made Naruto move a pile of stones up a hill, fill in blast holes, and do non-stop exercises with no breaks or shadow clones. This would teach him not to have a fight on the roof of a hospital. Thinking back on that fight, she began to plan a special punishment for Sasuke. So far she hadn't seen him at all. This wouldn't do at all. When your sensei says to be somewhere you are expected to be there. Perhaps not allowing him to take part in the next Chunin exam would teach him that. This wasn't the first time she had to deal with his offenses. He had insulted her and his teammates on numerous occasions. He would run off from team training when he felt it wasn't good enough. And not showing up on time for the Chunin exam had been a major embarrassment to her since he was still her student. In the past, hitting him over the head with a mallet had seemed like the right thing to do. It was like spraying a cat with water when they did something bad. But now it was time to take out the big guns. No more Chunin exams until he straightens up his act. Suddenly, Anko felt a presence coming up from behind her. She turned around and saw Shikamaru. "That looks troublesome," said Shikamaru when he saw what Naruto was doing. "Hey Naruto, Tsunade has a mission for us. It looks like Sasuke has been kidnapped." Naruto stopped what he was doing, knocked the weights off of him, and jumped up. "How did that happen?" asked Naruto. "Like I know," said Shikamaru. "So, are you in?" "Of course," said Naruto as he moved to put on his jacket. He then looked over at Anko for permission. "Go on," she said as she waved him off. "I think you have learned your lesson." But that the two Chunins took off to look for more people for their team. The first stop was to get Choji, Shikamaru's best friend and teammate. Once he agreed to go along, they ran into Kiba who was taking Akamaru out for a walk. Kiba, not wanting to miss the action, also agreed to go along. As the four of them went to the gate they ran into Neji and Lee, along with Lee's squirrel. Apparently, Lee was training his squirrel to fight with him. When the hour was up a team consisted of Shikamaru, Naruto, Choji, Lee, Kiba, and Neji. "Alright," said Shikamaru. "Here's our formation. Kiba will be in the lead due to his sense of smell. I'll be behind him so I can issue orders to everyone else. Naruto will be behind me since he can create shadow clones. With him there, he can back up the front or act more easily if we get into a pinch. Choji and Lee will be next to each other to protect the rear. Neji will be in the back scanning with his Byakugan. Any questions?" "I do," said a voice behind them. They all turned around and saw Mitchi. "Why the hell wasn't I asked to join?" "Two reasons," said Shikamaru. 1. You are not a member of the Leaf Village. 2. You are a girl and girls are troublesome. There was silence after he said that as a wind blew through the area. A moment later a loud smack was heard as Shikamaru was slapped by Mitchi. As Shikamaru grumbled over the red hand print on his face, Mitchi went over to Naruto. "Please promise that you'll be okay?" she asked. She then pressed her body close to his. Very close. "Ah, okay," said Naruto uneasily as he backed up a bit. He then looked at Shikamaru. "Maybe we should get going now?" "Alright," said Shikamaru. "Let's go." Inoichi was in the basement of the flower shop where he did his own work. People came to him when they had a mental problem, forgot something, and things like that. It was his job to help them work it out, remember what they lost, and other such things. The room was plain looking to say the least. The only things in there were books of the shelves, a few chairs, and a couch. It wasn't much, but it did the job. The door opened and in walked Chaoza and Shikaku, his old teammates and friends. Chaoza was eating some jerky and Shikaku looked like he was half asleep. Inoichi motioned them to sit down and they did so. "So why did you call us?" asked Chaoza. "I don't really care as long as it gets me away from my wife," said Shikaku with a yawn. "I called you both here because I have something important to tell you," said Inoichi. "It's important and I don't know who else I can really trust at this point. I don't even know if my wife is in on it." "What is it?" asked Shikaku who was now interested. "I first noticed this after the failed sound invasion," began Inoichi. "I was treating a shinobi who had been suffering from stress. At the time, I was using a word association jutsu on him. All anyone has to do is say a word and whatever popped into that person's head would also appear in my mind as well. It helps me find the true underlying source of their problems. Everything was going fine until my daughter came home. She came right down here crying about something that Sasuke has said. Now, when she was telling me what he said the jutsu was still activated. When she said the word Naruto, I received 3 different images. The first one was fish patties in a bowl of ramen. The second image was that of the Kyuubi. The third one was interesting. All I saw was a memory seal. Whatever link there was to the third image of Naruto was being suppressed along with all memories of it." "That is interesting," said Shikaku. "It gets even more interesting," said Inoichi. "Memory seals come in many different types depending on clan, purpose, or even the level of people who use it. I did some digging and found out that this was the same kind used by the council. Normally, they only use this seal when a shinobi leaves the village on a mission with valuable intel. If the shinobi is ever caught, the information cannot be retrieved no matter how much the person is tortured." "But why do that to some random shinobi?" asked Chaoza. "That's what I thought," said Inoichi. "It just didn't make any sense. Then I decided to say the word Naruto to my next patient and the same thing happened. So far I have checked 6 different people and they all have the seal. The only thing that they have in common was that they knew about the Kyuubi. I have also checked out my daughter and she doesn't have it. "So it's aimed at us," said Shikaku as he rubbed his chin. "I wonder what they are hiding from us." "Well, we won't have to wait long," said Inoichi. "The seal looks like it was placed on everyone a while ago, so it is weakened. Also, with Naruto's name coming up a lot lately, the speed at which it is deteriorating is increasing. You see, each time the jutsu blocks Naruto's name, it uses up a bit of its strength. If it were fresh, it would take years of continuously saying Naruto's name non-stop for it to break. But, since that's not the case, it should be broken anytime. Within the next 2 weeks." "Well, that's good," said Chaoza as he breathed a sigh of relief. "I wish that was it," said Inoichi. "I think the council is aware that the speed at which the seal is weakening has increased. So they want to silence the source of the chatter, They came to me this morning and demanded that I wipe her memories, leaving her a blank state. They claimed it was for the best interests of the village and that if I loved my home, I should be willing to do this." "That's crazy," said Chaoza. "The council doesn't have that power. Hell, the Hokage can't even order something like that." "That's true, but you are forgetting they have the people's support," said Shikaku. "After both the betrayal of Orochimaru and the Kyuubi attack, the Hokage has been losing support and power. The main reason is because Sarutobi-sama refused to have Anko or Naruto executed." He paused for a moment to consider this. What if the seal contained information that would change people's view on the boy? "It would weaken their power and influence," said Inoichi. "So far they have been seen as fighters for the people who want to get rid of the leftover evil in the village. Sarutobi-sama was seen as an old kind-hearted fool who didn't have what it took anymore. The only reason he was never replaced was that no one else was strong enough for the job. So instead of replacing him, they had been stripping him of more and more of his powers as the Hokage. But if it turned out he was right all along, Tsunade-sama would get them all back." "Then we should tell her right away," said Chaoza. "I already tried to," said Inoichi. "But with all the chaos going on right now, she can't see anyone. I'm afraid to leave a message because it might get intercepted by someone who is helping the council. On top of it all, we don't know who is working with them or benefiting from all this." There was a moment of silence as all three men absorbed this information. "So what do we do?" asked Chaoza. It was a few hours later and the Leaf team was still on the trail. Akamaru had found Sasuke's scent which they followed until it ended. It seemed the Sasuke had met up with 4 other people, putting to doubt that he was kidnapped. However, their mission was not to decide if he had been kidnapped but to bring him back to the village. So they were now following the 4 new scents. At least now they knew how many enemies there were. Neji continued to scan the area with his Byakugan as they jumped from tree to tree. Then, he noticed someone heading towards them from the left. Neji pondered for a moment if it was the enemy. Did they know that they were being followed? Did they send someone back to sneak up on them? Or, was it someone else? "Hey guys," called out Neji. "We got company." "Only one," reported Neji. "Looks like some kind of shark girl." At this, Naruto groaned, catching everyone's attention. "Naruto, do you know her?" "I wish I didn't," said Naruto. "But yeah, I do." "I don't get it," said Kiba from the front. "Back at the academy, girls never gave him the time of day. Now he's got girls flocking to him. First Rin, then Mitchi, and now this shark girl. Am I missing something here? Where's the love for the rest of us?" "Don't forget about Hinata," pointed out Neji. "What about Hinata?" asked Naruto. Everyone's sweat dropped at his cluelessness. "Nothing," muttered Neji. "Naruto," said Lee loudly. "Your playboy-like nature is very unyouthful. This cannot continue. I will not allow you to hurt Sakura anymore." Apparently, he still hadn't figured out that Sakura lied to him. "Will you all shut up?" growled Naruto. "This girl isn't chasing me because she wants to date me. She's trying to kill me." "Get down," commanded Neji suddenly. Following his orders, the Leaf team jumped down from the trees. Half a second later, a ball of lightning hit the spot where they had been. Or to be more specific, where Naruto had been. Dust and chunks of wood were thrown into the air and then hit the earth as the attack hit the tree branch. Then, Hisam jumped into their field of vision with her swords in hand. "I finally found you," yelled Hisam with an insane look in her eyes as she pointed at Naruto. "I'm going to make you pay for that humiliation I endured the last time we met." "But how did you find me?" asked Naruto. Hisam smirked. "The Akatsuki doesn't just watch you and your kind," said Hisam. "We are also watching people like Orochimaru and the people who work for him. I was informed that he had sent 4 people to your village to capture your teammate. Now, if you were to mount a rescue mission, the most likely route would be to go this way to get to Rice Country where the Sound Village is hidden in. So I decided to get to the general area as quickly as I could." "She's good," said Shikamaru. "But this is still troublesome. We don't have time to deal with her." "I have no interest in your mission," said Hisam. "The only thing I want is that pervert in your group. Just give him to me and I'll let the rest of you go." "I shall deal with her," said Lee as he stood before the group. He then got into a stance and smiled at Hisam as his teeth sparkled. The rest of you should continue and rescue our youthful comrade. As soon as I am done here, I will catch up with you. Shikamaru nodded. In terms of brute force, Lee was the best out of all of them. Yet, that was all he had. It would be best to let him fight this shark girl while they went after Sasuke. After all, the more time they wasted, the closer he got to the border. Alright, said Shikamaru. Catch up to us when you are done. Lee, said Naruto. Hisam is skilled with Kenjutsu and Raiten. Jutsus. Thank you Naruto, said Lee. Hey wait. Called out Hisam as the Leaf team jumped into the tree. She was about to chase after them, but Lee moved into her path. I will be your opponent, said Lee who remained in his stance. Hisam began to look over her opponent and size him up according to her standards. He's hot. She thought. He's got that shiny black hair that I love so much. Those eyebrows and that bowl cut look perfect together. And he's got great fashion sense. The way that green spandex clings to his muscular body is so sexy. And his sparkling teeth are to die for. He's the closest thing ever to my ideal man. I wonder how strong he is. As you can tell, something's not right with her head. Lee watched and waited for his opponent to make the first move. While he waited, he noticed some odd things about her. First, she began to look at him from bottom to top. A moment later her cheeks began to turn bright red. Then, he thought he was mistaken, saw a bit of blood drip from her nose. Then, the next thing he knew, Hisam charged at him. Naruto jumped after a guy with white hair who was carrying the container that held Sasuke. They jumped from tree to tree until they came to an open field. Kimimaro stopped in the middle of the field and turned around to face Naruto with a look of disinterest. Naruto landed a few yards away from him. The two stared at each other with great intensity. The Leaf team had been broken up. Shortly after they left Lee, they ran into the group called the Sound Four. The fat one had used some kind of jutsu to hold them while he ate their chakra and his teammates got away. Once they got out, Choji volunteered to stay behind and fight him. Thanks to that, they were able to catch up to the Sound Three again. However, some freaky guy with 6 arms slowed them down with his spider-like abilities. And he wasn't wearing red and blue tights. Neji said he would hold him off while the others went after the remaining members. For the third time they caught up to the Sound Two. Kiba and Akamaru got separated as they aimed their attack against the freak with a light blue hair and another body growing out of his back. Naruto had been able to get the container away from the Redeed who swore a lot, but it was taken back by a guy she called Kimimaro. Kimimaro had been in his bed as he listened to the problem. Kabuto had convinced Orochimaru to take another body and use Sasuke's next time. However, if they didn't get it this time, they might never get a chance like this again. Knowing that he was going to die soon. Kimimaro left the base so that he could be of use to Orochimaru one last time. Now, here he stood. Give back Sasuke now, said Naruto as he took off his jacket. I will not do that, said Kimimaro in a cold and uncaring voice. He is needed to be Orochimaru-sama's next vessel. What are you talking about? Asked Naruto. Orochimaru-sama has a great vision, said Kimimaro. In order to achieve this, he needs to switch bodies every 3 years. It is his. Well, that Sasuke becomes his next vessel. He paused for a moment and looked at Naruto closely. I see. Now I know why my master is so interested in you as well. There will come a time when he will seek you out to become his next vessel or create one for him. Why the hell would I do that? Demanded Naruto. Because, said Kimimaro as a bone blade rose out of his shoulder. We are of the same clan. Orochimaru-sama wanted my body, however due to my illness that is not possible. Naruto stared at him as he pulled out 2 blades. I'll help him over my dead body, said Naruto as he readied himself. As you wish, said Kimimaro as he closed his eyes. I suppose that it's time to take out the trash. Unknown to them, 4 figures were racing to aid the Leaf team. 3 were coming from the Sand Village. The other one came from the Leaf Village. Well, sorry about the long update. I know I'm skipping over most of what happens, but nothing has changed. Now, should there be any survivors from the Sound Four? Orochimaru's hatred. Back in the day when Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were genins, Orochimaru had decided to change careers. This came as quite a shock to Sarutobi. Are you sure about this? Asked Sarutobi after he had announced his desire to change careers. Hi sensei, said Orochimaru. I have been thinking about it for a long time and I realize that it's where my heart really is. Show business. He then pulled out some tickets and handed it to everyone. I'm starring tonight and I would like you all to be there for my first show. This will be interesting, said Jiraiya. 500 Ryos say that you'll be a hit, said Tsunade, causing Orochimaru's cheeks to turn red. Later that night, the entire village was gathered for the show. The spotlight shone on the stage as the announcer's voice filled the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Orochimaru is the lord of the dance. With that, Orochimaru came out dancing in that pirate shirt outfit. Sadly, it made people sick. I mean, Orochimaru dancing with his shirt open is just disturbing. By the end of the show, Jiraiya was the owner of 500 Ryos, thanks to the bet he had with Tsunade. When Orochimaru looked at the paper the next day, he read the first line before tearing up the paper. "The fools," he screamed. "Could they not see my genius? I swear, I'll make them pay. I'll burn down this whole village as if I have to. Coo, coo, coo. Hey, I like that laugh." Chapter 32. A lot of you have made some assumptions on what the future chapters will be like. A lot of you have made some assumptions on what the future chapters will be like. Well, I would never copy Snake, and just because he did it doesn't mean I will. So there. And to those of you who are saying that my standards are, get off my back. This is the way I saw it in my head, and so I will write it like that. I'm sorry that some chapters are better than others, but that's the way it goes. Yes, Hisam is messed up in the head. Yet, then again, so is Kisam. By the way, to all the people who I mentally scarred with my last omic, I'm not sorry at all. I wish to spread my insanity all over the world. Let's rock. Lee was panting hard. His opponent, Hisam, was putting up a good fight. She had taken every punch and kick he dished out before returning the favor with her swords and lighting jutsus. After she had charged at him, he had managed to get down in time for a leg sweep that connected with her legs. However, as she fell, Hisam was able to curl up and roll out of the fall. When she got up she found Lee in front of her and a moment later was kicked in the chest. Hisam was then sent flying in the air until she hit a very large tree. When she hit the tree, however, she went puff and was replaced with a log that shattered on impact. Lee blinked in confusion as Hisam silently fell down on him from directly above him, with her swords ready to strike. If it hadn't been for Lee's squirrel squeaking out a waning, Hisam would have cut off Lee's right arm. Instead, Lee was able to move out of the way and only received a nick on his shoulder. Not stopping for a moment, the second Hisam landed she pulled out some shuriken and threw them at Lee. Lee did a series of backflips as he avoided getting hit. After the last shuriken missed, Lee got up and charged at Hisam and punched her in the face at full force. Sadly, she went puff as the real one got behind him and stabbed him in the side. The fight continued for what felt like hours. Each time one would think they had achieved the upper hand, the other would counter it in some way. Lee found himself admitting silently that she would be able to give Neji a run for his money. This wasn't good seeing that he had yet to beat Neji once. "Are you getting tired?" asked Hisam with her swords placed in an X formation in front of her. "If you are, you could always submit to me." When she said this, she licked her lips slowly. "I will never give up," said Lee as he got back into his stance. "I will keep fighting until my last breath." "He's so dreamy," thought Hisam right before Lee began to attack her once again. Kaharu and Himeru were in Tsunade's office. Tsunade was currently at the hospital talking to two jonin who had been attacked, but the sound nins while returning from a mission. The two elders knew this of course. It would have been harder to do what they needed to do in her office when she was there. Once the two of them made sure that the room was clear, they both took out several tags and began to place them in specific spots in the room. Once they were done, the both of them preformed their most powerful genjutsu to hide the tags. The tags quickly vanished as in the walls had swallowed them up. Once they were sure everything was done, they left the room and found an Anbu outside with his arms crossed. "Is everything alright?" asked the Anbu. "Do not worry about us," said Himeru. "Just make sure you are doing your job," continued Kaharu. "To the best of my ability," replied the Anbu. "So far 80% of Anbu will be backing you in this takeover. However, the remaining 20% are against it. They have been confined for the moment. The cover story is that they are on patrol." "Very good," said Kaharu. "Make sure that they don't escape," said Himeru. "If anyone finds out what we're doing too early then we are all screwed." "There is still the matter with Danzo," said the Anbu. Both elders looked troubled and the Anbu continued to speak. "We were not able to convince him to join our cause. He managed to slip away with the help of the former route. He is currently in hiding." "Damn him," swore Kaharu. "He might ruin our plan." "I don't think so," said Himeru with a smile. "It would look very bad if Danzo simply vanished around the same time the Uchiha was kidnapped. People would begin to think that the kidnappers had inside help," finished Kaharu. "I'll inform the Jonin and Chunin that Danzo is missing and that the council suspects that he is working with Orochimaru," said the Anbu. "Before I go, when can we expect the signal to begin?" "As soon as this rescue mission is over," said Himeru. "When it ends, so too shall the rule of the Hokage," said Kaharu. Ino was sitting on a bench in the park. There were several trees behind her while in front of her was a pond. She was just sitting there, watching the ducks glide on its surface. A wind seemed to blow causing her to close her eyes for a moment. Ino let out a sigh. Right now she was feeling bored and alone. Shikamaru and Choji were both on a mission to save Sasuke. Because of that, Asuma had told her that there wouldn't be any team training until further notice. Sakura was at the hospital as she continued her training. Everyone else that she knew, well, they weren't exactly friends. Sure, they knew each other and would say hi when they saw one another, but they had never really hung out. Ino began to look back on her life and realize she couldn't blame anyone but herself for this. For years she had been obsessed with Sasuke. She had chased him and fought over him. Hell, she had been willing to sacrifice her friendship with her best friend over him. They could have worked something or decided that no guy was worth it, but they didn't. Now she felt different. Ever since she had overheard Sasuke's confession, his words plagued her mind. She couldn't believe that she never saw the signs. I mean, the only guys who run away from a horde of willing women either already have a girlfriend or were gay. Then there was the fact that Sasuke admitted that Naruto beat Gaara. But the council had supported Sasuke's original claim that he had beaten the Sand Nin. While do you mind if I sit here? Asked a feminine voice next to her. Ino blinked as she realized that she had been so deep in thought that she didn't realize someone had approached her. She turned her head and looked at a pretty girl with long black hair and wearing a pink yukata. No, stammered Ino. The girl smiled and nodded before sitting down. Thank you, she said. I haven't seen you around before, miss, began Ino. Haku, he replied. And I'm a boy. Ino's face went red with embarrassment. Oh Kami, said Ino as she hid her face in her hands. I am so sorry. It's alright, said Haku as Ino slowly lowered her hands. I'm used to it. I just arrived in your village so I could speak to the Hokage about joining. Really? Asked Ino in disbelief. After all, Haku didn't look like he was a shinobi. Hi, said Haku. You see, I have been living with someone very close to me along with his fiancée and her family. Right now there is a baby on the way and not enough room for everyone. So, I decided that I should be the one to leave. But why become a shinobi? Asked Ino. Haku looked thoughtful for a moment before smiling at her again. Well, I have some experience, he said. I was never really given a rank or an actual shinobi, but I was trained as one. Plus the pay is good so I can send some of what I learned back to my precious person, since the money is a bit tight. What Haku said was the truth. Well, the Chunin exam did help the financial situation in Wave, almost all of it was sent rebuilding. And while Tazuna's fame had increased and was getting more job offers, he would only get paid once the bridge was completed. So, Zabuza had to get a job. There was a knock on the door that belonged to an elderly man in Wave Country. This man looked like the mole man from The Simpsons and he lived alone. Slowly he walked over to the door and opened it. What he saw nearly gave him a heart attack. There was Zabuza, his face covered in bandages, his eyes were full of veins, and he was holding a knife. Sir, said Zabuza as he lowered his face closer to the old man and brought the knife closer to him. Would you like to buy a knife? Please don't kill me, begged the old man. I'm not going to kill you, said Zabuza as the knife inched closer to the old man. I just want to sell you this knife from Knife Company, the knife people. Don't you want to see how sharp it is? No, begged the old man. If I buy it, will you go away? Hi, said Zabuza. The old man whipped out his checkbook, wrote down a random amount, and gave it to Zabuza. Zabuza looked at the check and took out a notebook and wrote down a few things. Let's see, this check will buy you 100 knives. They'll be here in 5 to 10 business days. Have a nice day. And with that, Zabuza left the poor old man alone again as he went to the next house. I see, said Ino with a smile of her own. She was beginning to like this guy. He was kind and considerate. So what made you choose this village? Aren't you curious? Laughed Haku, causing her to blush. To answer that question, I came here because I met some of your shinobi before. They seemed nice so I decided that this was the village I would like to serve. Ah, well then, have you had the tour yet? Asked Ino as she got up. Haku shook his head and Ino grabbed his arm. She then pulled him off of the bench so she could show him around and at the same time get to know him better. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yelled Naruto as he created 5 clones, each with bone blades in their hands. Kimimaro looked at this with little interest. Then Naruto yelled out, Rixui no Yugoki. All at once, the 6 Narutos began to appear and disappear around. Kimimaro. The white-haired teen just sighed as he closed his eyes. Naruto and his clones then attacked from directions. One attacking from the front, one at his left and right sides, and the last 2 were attacking him from above. Kimimaro opened his eyes, ready to strike. He spread out his arms and called out, Dance of Pines. Immediately long bone spikes shot out of his palms right at the Narutos on his sides, destroying them both. He then gracefully bent his arms in an L formation and spun around, destroying the bones and cutting Naruto across his chest. However, the cut was short-lived as Kyuubi's chakra went to work healing the blonde. Is that the best you have? Asked Kimimaro. Your movements are too bulky and not fluid enough. Shut up. yelled Naruto as he got up. Then, from Naruto's chest, his rib bones began to stick out with ends shaped like arrowheads. Ribsage missiles. Shouted Naruto as the attack shot out at the white-haired bone user. Kimimaro just stood there as Naruto's attack closed in on him and his bone spikes retracted back into his body. Kimimaro then reached over to his shoulder and pulled out a bone blade. Then, with the blade he deflected each of Naruto's bone missiles. That was original but ineffective, said Kimimaro. What can I do, thought Naruto. This guy, he might be as good as mom and I haven't beaten her yet. I have one chance and that's to go to level 2. Alright, said Naruto as he pointed at Kimimaro. I'm done playing around. It's time to finish this. Oh, said Kimimaro with a bored look on his face. So you were holding back. Well, so am I. Well then get a load of this, said Naruto as he threw his hands in the air. Level 2 activate. And nothing happened. The only sound that was heard was that annoying crow calling him a fool. At the border between life and death, the skeleton warrior stood there in silent meditation. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Did I forget to mention how to activate the second level? He asked himself. Then he shrugged. No skin off my back if the Gaki dies again. Crap. Screamed Naruto as he grabbed his head. I don't know how to get to level 2. Kimimaro looked like he was about to face fault. His eye was twitching like mad. This Gaki was an idiot and annoying. Not at all like his clan used to be. Just then, the container holding Sasuke exploded. Both fighters looked over and saw that Sasuke was standing in the middle. Naruto was about to give a sigh of relief when Sasuke turned to look at them. What surprised Naruto the most was that his eyes, which were a dark yellow. Then, they returned to their normal black. Sasuke med before jumping away. Naruto was about to give chase when Kimimaro blocked his path. Where do you think you are going? He asked. Naruto was about to answer when a bird flew past him from behind. However, this bird was different as it was made by clay. It flew right at Kimimaro who looked at it in confusion right before it exploded. Naruto turned around and saw Mitchi appeared right behind him. Leave this guy to me, she said. Go and save that emo teammate of yours so that you can get that date he wants. Right, said Naruto with a nod. With one last glance at Mitchi, Naruto took off for Sasuke, leaving behind his trench coat. Mitchi smiled as Naruto left. So you love him enough to trade your life for his, said Kimimaro. Who had gotten back up. I would do the same for Orochimaru-sama. There is no greater expression of love than to give up one's body for the person you love. You love that sick bastard, yelled Mitchi. I bet he tried to stick his kunai in your holder. No, said Kimimaro with a blush. He never had to try. I gave myself willingly to him every time. Mitchi felt sick when she heard that. However, perhaps if Sasuke is able to capture Naruto, Orochimaru-sama will do the same to the blonde. Oh hell no, said Mitchi as she stuck her hands in both her clay pouches. No one is sleeping with him except me. I refuse to lose to some sicko with a fetish for little boys. Mitchi then flung out both her arms and from her hands came 2 large centipedes. They wrapped themselves around the white-haired teen and began to squeeze. Mitchi was about to have them explode when Kimimaro yelled. Dance of the Larch. Bone from his back, chest, and arms shot out. They pierced the clay creatures and cut through them until they lay at his feet. Kimimaro then charged at Mitchi who had put her hands back in her pouches. However, it seemed too late since Kimimaro closed the gap. He first lashed at her right arms, cutting it causing blood to spill. At least she still had it attached to her. Mitchi tried to jump back but Kimimaro vanished and appeared right in back of her, with another swing of his blade he slashed at her back, cutting right into her flesh. This, however, did not stop Mitchi. She finally pulled out her hand, turned around, and tried to punch Kimimaro. However, the fist missed him by a mile as he twisted to the left in a dance-like motion. Mitchi then tried with her left, then her right, her left, her right, her left and then her left again. All of them miss as Kimimaro danced around her attacks with ease. Mitchi then jumped back several yards to get some distance. That is a good idea, said Kimimaro. You are more suited as a long-range fighter with those explosives that you use. However, all I have to do is close the gap between us and you are done seeing as your Tajutsu is pathetic. Mitchi grinned. Are you sure? She asked as she began to make a sign. Hi, said Kimimaro. Then, suddenly, there was a small explosion on his left side. Kimimaro looked down as he winced in pain as a large bruise covered his skin in that area. How did you do that? Do you remember when I was punching you? She asked. Well, I wasn't trying to hit you. In my hands were dozens of tiny clay ticks. Well, my fists passed right past you. I opened my hands up a little and let them fall out and onto you. Now, see my art. With that, she made the seal causing all the ticks on Kimimaro's skin to explode. Soon smoke blocked Mitchi's vision. Yet, she was certain that he was dead. Mitchi turned around, ready to help Naruto get Sasuke back. Then, she felt something pierce her leg and she yelled out in pain. Mitchi looked down and saw Kimiro's bone blade in her leg a few inches below her knee. Mitchi slowly turned around and gasped. Kimimaro was still standing. The skin was missing on parts of his arms, sides, and left side of his head. Instead of skin was a white mass that made shudder in fear. "If I didn't have this bloodline I'd be dead," said Kimimaro. He then held up his hands as his finger bones began to sprout out of his skin. "I have damaged your leg to dampen your movements. You may dodge the first attack, but the second will connect. Finger bullet. Drill." With that, his finger bones shot at Mitchi at great speeds. Mitchi closed her eyes, waiting for the pain. However, nothing happened. "Who are you?" asked Kimimaro. Mitchi opened her eyes and saw a wall of sand in front of her. She then looked to her right and saw Gaara standing there with his arms crossed. "Gaara of the desert," said Gaara with no emotion. The sand then seemed to return to his gourd as he took a step in front of Mitchi. "I will be your opponent now." "Hey, wait a minute," yelled Mitchi. "I had everything under control. So exit Sandman." Gaara turned his head to look at Mitchi and looked at all her cuts. "You have a weird definition of under control," he said. As Gaara's back was turned, Kimimaro sent another wave of finger bullets at the two of them. However, Gaara's sand acted on its own, whipping out to block the attacks. This allowed Gaara and Mitchi to continue their conversation. "Just let me handle this." "I don't need your help," insisted Mitchi. Now Gaara was getting annoyed as a tick mark appeared next to his love tattoo. Then a thought came to Michi's mind that caused her to smile. "Well, there is something you can do. Can you hold that big bad man away from me for a few minutes while I get my next jutsu ready?" To help her cause, she unleashed the puppy dog pout. Remember that she has the five-tailed dog inside of her, on Gaara, who had never had anyone do it to him. Alright," he stammered with a light blush. He then whipped his head around and looked at his opponent. Rain of sand. Like the name of the jutsu suggested, a cloud of sand appeared above Kimimaro and began to rain sand. "Not very artistic," said Kimimaro dully. He then tried to move out of the way but found he couldn't. He looked down at his legs and saw that sand was wrapped around his feet. Soon the sand raining down on him covered his body. Once there was enough sand, Gaara yelled, "Desert funeral." The sand then compressed, trying to crush the teen. Yet it didn't work. Kimimaro broke out of it with the help of the cursed seal level 1. "That level of attack will not work on me." "Then I'll have to do better," said Gaara as he rapidly made hand signs. As he did this, a giant wall of sand shaped like a wave appeared between the good guys and the bad guy. All Kimimaro could do at the moment was to stay at how big it was. Gaara then yelled, "Desert avalanche," causing the wave of sand to come down on Kimimaro. Kimimaro stared at it in fear for a moment before jumping back. Yet as he did, parts of the wave of sand seemed to reach out and try to grab him. After missing several times, the sand grabbed him. It tossed him around like a rag doll several times before throwing him on the ground and then crashing down on him. When this was over, the landscape seemed to have been changed into a desert. Gaara then got down on his knees and pressed his hands on the sand before yelling, "Desert Imperial Funeral." Gaara stayed in that position for several moments. Then the most unthinkable thing happened, a purplish arm shot out of the sand. Soon, the rest of the body followed. Kimimaro's skin was now purplish with yellow eyes. 4 large bones were sticking out of his back and you could see his spin. He had even grown a tail like a dinosaur. But this wasn't Barney, it was something only slightly worse. It charged at Gaara, who tried to stop him by creating explosions in the sand. However, this didn't even faze him. As soon as he was close enough, Kimimaro reached behind his back and pulled out his spinal cord yelling, "Dance of the Clematis." Vine. As it wrapped around Gaara. Luckily for Gaara, his sand came up to protect him from the blades on the chain staff. Kimimaro saw this and said flower. As his arm became a drill. "This is made from the strongest bone in my body," said Kimimaro. "I know that jutsu," said Gaara as his eyes narrowed. "Last time. Naruto stuck it up my ass. Luckily for me I have a counter this time. Last absolute defense. Shield of Shukaku." The sand rose between them and took the shape of a giant tanuki. "Good job, Sandman," said Michi's voice. Both fighters blinked, realizing that they had forgotten about her. They both turned their heads looking for her, but she wasn't to be seen anywhere on the ground. Slowly, they looked up and saw a giant bird in the air. Michi was standing over the edge with something that looked like a wailing angel made of clay. "Behold my most powerful jutsu at this moment." "This can't be good," said Gaara as he watched Michi drop the clay bomb. Then, when he saw it grow, he created a dome of sand to protect himself. Then boom. When Michi landed, nothing was left. She had scorched the earth of everything except that sand dome. Smirking, she limped over to it and then knocked on it. As soon as she did, it crumbled and she was face to face with a very pissed off Gaara. "What?" asked an innocent looking Michi. "You tried to kill everyone," declared Gaara. Well, look at the bright side, said Mitchi. We won. That didn't seem to stop Gaara's eye twitch. Then. Dance of the seedling fern. All of a sudden, large spike began to shot out of the ground that was made of bone. Gaara, acting quickly, grabbed Mitchi and carried her bridal style over to her clay bird, and they both got on. The bird managed to take off and get high enough to escape the attack. Gaara then set Mitchi down, and they both let out a sigh of relief. Then, before anyone could say anything, Kimimaro came out of a nearby bone with his drill aimed at them. The two of them closed their eyes as they realized this was the end and hugged each other. But, for some strange reason they didn't die. Slowly they opened their eyes and say that Kimimaro was dead. Damn, we got lucky, said Mitchi as she stared at Kimimaro. Hi, said Gaara. He most likely went into this battle hurt or ill. Had his health not been so poor, we would have died. Just then they realized that they were still hugging each other. Hevert! Screamed a red-faced Mitchi. A moment later a loud smacking sound was heard. With all his charka gone, Gaara was helpless and unable to defend himself from Michi's slap. The only one you can touch me is Naruto, damn it. Hope you all like it. Next time, will Naruto figure out how to go to Level 2. What the hell is happening in the Leaf Village? Who will side with whom? Next time, the end of Sasuke's retrieval and Kyuubi's reason. Amik. Kimimaro Level 2. Gaara thought it was over after he buried Kimimaro under his tidal wave of sand. However, the purple hand shooting out of the sand changed that. Slowly the rest of the body came into sight and Gaara trembled in fear. I love you, sang Kimimaro, who was now in his cursed seal form. Level 2. Yes, he had turned into Barney. How the horrors. You love me. We're a happy family. Ah, you asshole, screamed Mitchi as she created her C3 bomb. I had to watch that crappy show when I was a kid and I hated it then as well. Now I'm going to do what those producers should have done. Make sure there is no evidence left. A moment later, a mushroom cloud appeared in the area. And then, silence. Until. Won't you say you love me too? Behold the horrors of the Level 2 seal. Chapter 33. I have decided to finish up this before I update any of my other stories. Well, I'm not going to be finishing the entire story, just this arc. I have had so many interesting ideas on how this should go. But don't worry, the end is almost upon us. If Naruto and the others manage to stop the council, there will be part 2 of this story. In it there will be cyber nins, Silver's plot, bloodline hunters, and maybe the Naruto version of the Dark Tournament. Also, I will be making it better by using Japanese jutsus instead of translated and other things like that. Plus, a lot more Naruto and Rin action with the other girls trying to butt in. Now for the questions. I didn't think that Michi's tick bombs were stupid. They were small explosives, and one alone won't do that much damage. However, dozens across the body is a different story. How did you people know I write this from a happy hotel? If this story doesn't become a harem, then Gaara and Mitchi might get together. Nothing is wrong with Gaara, the only one Mitchi wants holding her is Naruto. As for the memory seal, well, you'll find out soon enough. Let's rock. Tsunade was in her office going over her paperwork, but very slowly as she had a lot on her mind. She had just gotten word that the council suspected that Danzo was helping Orochimaru. That didn't surprise her much considering how much he hated Sarutobi and herself. Now the villagers were asking her why she didn't do something about him sooner and why Sasuke hadn't been under better protection. Still, something didn't seem right. Danzo may be a warhawk, but he had always had the best intentions of the village at heart. Even if they were immoral and all. So, why would he give Sasuke to Orochimaru knowing that the snake would use Sasuke's body to destroy the village? Also, why hadn't she been informed about this sooner, before all of the Jonin and Chunin? Something was up and she didn't like it. Suddenly, there was a knock on her door. She told whoever it was to come in. A moment later the door opened and there stood Kakashi and Rin. Tsunade let out a small sigh as they walked over to her. She really could have used Rin on the rescue effort since she was a med-nin. However, the council had sent them both on a mission the night Sasuke vanished. Something didn't seem right about that. Tsunade-sama, is everything alright? Asked Rin with worry in her voice. You look distracted. I'm fine, lied Tsunade. I trust the mission went smoothly. Hi, said Kakashi. He then handed her a sheet of paper that had a large A on it. But this was a waste of time. The daimyo's wife thought someone kidnapped her cat this time. He was really hiding under a farmhouse. Why the council thought it was important enough to make it an A-ranked mission I will never know. I agree, said Tsunade as she scanned the paper. Her eyes narrow as she began to get a bad feeling. Something was up. Alright, I have another mission for you both. Can it wait? Asked Rin. I would like to go and help in the rescue. Someone could be hurt and need some healing. I'm sorry, said Tsunade. But I have another mission for you both. Rin stood there for a moment and then turned around and began to walk out the door. Rin, where are you going? I was just going to talk a walk before my next mission, she said. Without turning around. Once she was out the door, Tsunade sighed and turned to Kakashi. Go with her, she said as she rubbed her temples. Hi, said Kakashi as he vanished in a cloud of smoke. About 5 minutes later, Kakashi was out of the village and right behind Rin. If you are trying to get me to go back you'll have to fight me, said Rin without turning her head. No, no, said Kakashi with an eye smile. I'm here to help you save your boyfriend. Why do you care, asked Rin with some venom in her voice. You have never shown much attention toward Sensei's son before. Why should I? Asked Kakashi. All Sensei ever did was hold me back. Forbidding me from using the Chidori and wanting to remove my Sharingan. If the Kyuubi hadn't attacked then I would have lost Obito's eye. Naruto may not be Sensei, but he's the closest thing to him now. You're pathetic, said Rin as she hopped from tree to tree. You're just like everyone else in the village, taking out your anger on Naruto just because he's all that's left of something else. He's not his father so don't go taking your problems and issues out on him. That's what a coward does. Oh, that's rich coming from you, said Kakashi. Aren't you the one who ran away from everything after Obito died? Rin stopped on the branch she was on and Kakashi landed on the branch right behind hers. Slowly, Rin turned around and Kakashi saw the tears in her eyes. Shut up. She shouted at Kakashi. Not all of us have ice running through our veins like you. Do you want to hear the truth about what happened to me after Obito died? I was going to kill myself. Do you know why? Because he died trying to save me after I treated him like crap. I can still hear him saying that he loved me right before it happened. It hurt Kakashi, do you understand that? If Sensei hadn't sealed me in that scroll then I would be dead right now. And now I feel that I have a second chance and I'm not going to mess it up like you have. What are you talking about? Asked Kakashi who was taken back a bit by Rin's outburst. The real reason you have paid so much attention to Sasuke isn't just because you're the only one who can use the Sharingan, she said. It's because you want to make it up to Obito for not saving him and thanking him for the eye that he gave you. You think that if you help the last of his family in the village you can make it up to him in some small bit. But Sasuke is nothing like Obito. Obito was the crazy, dead last goof who was kind to everyone. He would want you to help others like him, not just those from his clan. Rin paused for a moment. We're losing time. With that, she began to jump from tree to tree again with Kakashi behind her again. I was hurt, said Kakashi after a moment. What? Asked Rin. You left without saying anything, said Kakashi. You never spoke to me after that mission. I thought that I should just give you space to deal with it. But, you never came back. I was hurt. Then, when I saw you again after all these years, still the same, I was angry and sad and happy at the same time. I was angry that you just popped back in, sitting there eating ramen, like nothing happened. I was happy that you were back, safe and sound. And I was sad when I realized that I had missed out on us. Rin didn't look back, but continued to jump as Kakashi spoke. And when I saw that you were with Naruto, I figured you went to him because he was Sensei's son. But, as time went on you two became friends and then a couple. I became a distant memory for you. You were the one who caused it, said Rin. Every time I tried to get close to you I got pushed away. You have no one to blame but yourself. Hi, said Kakashi as he lowered his head. Rin turned her head a bit so she could see him out of the corner of her eyes. She was still angry with him. All the times when Naruto needed someone, he was never there for him. Even when Orochimaru messed with the seal, Kakashi wasn't there for him. But at least he was willing to admit some things. Kakashi, Rin said suddenly. You better summon your dogs. We'll need them if we're going to find our boys. This is it, thought Lee. He was pinned to a tree by Hisam's swords. He was tired and injured. Hisam stood right in front of him, her face a few inches from his. I wonder what she will do to me. Will she slit my throat? Will she take me to be questioned? Whatever happens, I will stay strong, Guy-sensei. I will. Lee was then cut off from his thoughts when Hisam reached out and kissed him. A moment later he found her tongue in his mouth. All of Lee's thoughts ended as he remained frozen in place. That was amazing, said Hisam after she pulled away. She then took away the swords that were pinning Lee and put them back on her hips. What just happened? Asked a confused Lee. I kissed you, silly, said the shark girl with a blush. I know that, said Lee. But why? To go around kissing random strangers is very unyouthful. What kind of girl do you think I am? Demanded Hisam as she folded her arms. You're the first person I have ever kissed. After all, you are my ideal man. At this, Lee blinked. I see, he said after a moment. But, I am in love with someone else. Then I'll kill her, said Hisam like it was the most natural thing to say. But I don't know anything about you, said Lee. Guy-sensei says that in order for any relation to work, both parties have to know each other. Hisam stood there for a moment. For that moment, Lee believed that Guy-sensei had saved him. Then, when the moment was over, Hisam licked her lips. "Then let's get to know each other better," she said as she wrapped her arms around his head. Sasuke stood on top of the statue of Madara Uchiha in the Valley of the End. He stood there, waiting for Naruto. A moment later, his wish was granted as Naruto appeared from the forest and landed on top of the Shodai Hokage's statue. Both nin stared at each other. "Sasuke," said Naruto. "I've come to take you back to the village." "And why should I go back?" asked Sasuke as he looked at Naruto in a way that made him feel uncomfortable. "If I do that, then I'm back to playing shinobi and will never gain the power to kill my brother. You saw what he did to me back at the inn. I had thought I had narrowed the gap between us, but it is still as wide as ever. Orochimaru has promised me the power I need. I would be a baka not to accept." "In case you have forgotten," said Naruto with anger in his voice. "Orochimaru is the man who killed Jai-san. He's the one who caused the sound and sand invasion. It's because of him that a lot of people are dead." "I know that," said Sasuke. "That makes him the perfect person to train me. He has already given me more power than the last time we met. While I was in that container, I was having my seal upgraded so that I could go to level 2. Also, while I was in there, I began to realize something." Sasuke paused for a moment before smiling at Naruto. "Naruto, I love you." When Naruto heard those words, his skin turned white was all color left him due to shock. "I have felt something since that moment we kissed. I have tried to deny it, but I can't continue to do so anymore. And because I love you, I must kill you." "Ah, that doesn't make sense," said Naruto who was slowly coming out of his shock. "In order to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan I have to kill my best friend," said Sasuke with a smile. "They say that love is the greatest type of friendship there is. That is why I must kill you. I am willing to trade the love I have for you for more power." Naruto felt sick. His teammate, who he liked being around as much as he liked having teeth pulled, said he loved him. Then he said he was going to kill him so he could gain his upgrade. Something was very wrong with that picture. What the hell was wrong with the Uchiha clan? But this also caused Naruto to wonder about some other things. Mainly on how they got their upgrade. Naruto's involved a near-death experience where he had to figure out a question while fighting for his life. Sasuke, on the other hand, only had to kill best friend. Naruto had to choose life while Sasuke had to choose death. They were opposite forces. Naruto was then cut out of his thoughts as Sasuke threw a few shuriken in his direction. They missed, yet hitting him was not the goal. Attached to them were invisible wires that Sasuke used to maneuver around the blonde and tie him up. Sasuke then had the shuriken continue on their original course with Naruto in tow. They landed on a rock near the shoreline and Naruto was held tightly against it. The blonde struggled but it was no use. Sasuke then made many hand signs before yelling, "Fire Dragon Jutsu." With that, flames shot out of Sasuke's mouth and took the form of a dragon as they charged at Naruto. Thinking quickly, Naruto had bones shot out all over his body, cutting through the wire. By the time the flames hit the rock, Naruto was out of the way. Sasuke said this and jumped over to where Naruto was standing. "Naruto," said Sasuke with an insane smile and Sharingan active. "Please die for me." Grand Fireball Jutsu. Another flame came out of Sasuke's mouth, this one taking the shape of a large sphere. Naruto stood where he was as a bone blade came out of his shoulder. He swung his blade at the fireball and yelled, "Tobi Izuna." A blade shot from Naruto's weapon on a collision course with Sasuke's. "That won't work," thought Sasuke. "Naruto, you use wind jutsus while I use fire. My flames will overpower your wind." Then Sasuke's eyes widened as Naruto's jutsu cut right through his fireball. The two halves went right past Naruto who didn't move a muscle. Sasuke on the other hand had to jump out of the way as the blade kept coming right at him. "How was that possible?" demanded Sasuke. "A simple blade of wind couldn't cut a fireball." "That's true," said Naruto with a smug look. "But whoever said that was air. Tobi Izuna creates a vacuum, meaning a space where there is no air. With no air to feed on, my attack was able to cut away at your attack." Sasuke said nothing but charged at Naruto. Naruto leapt back from the first punch and rebounded off a tree. Sasuke jumped after him and now they were both fighting in the air over the waterfall. Sasuke tried to punch him several times in the face before getting him in the gut. Naruto was then forced down into the water below as Sasuke landed on the hand sign of one of the statues. Naruto remained in the water for a few moments before getting on of it. Somehow, Sasuke had gotten stronger. Naruto knew if he wanted to survive he would have to stop holding back. He would have to fight Sasuke with everything he had. Then, Naruto heard the sound of birds. He looked up and saw Sasuke with a Chidori in hand. Sasuke then shot down as Naruto began to focus his own chakra and create a Rasengan by himself, something that he had worked on while he was traveling back to the village with Jiraiya after Tsunade agreed to become Hokage. When the attack was ready Sasuke had landed on the water and was running at him. Naruto sprinted in the direction of Sasuke until they were both in range. Chidori. Rasengan. Both attacks hit and then struggled for power. In the end, however, both fighters were forced back by the force that was generated. Slowly, they both got back onto the water and into a fighting stance. However, Sasuke now had a fully mature Sharingan. Slowly, the cursed seal began to spread over his body. "I wonder," said Sasuke with his grin still intact. "Is it possible for anything to pierce those bones of yours?" Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Naruto jumped up to avoid the dozen or so many fireballs that were shot at him. Sasuke was on him in less than a second. He gave Naruto a fierce uppercut that sent him spiraling down to the water below. Naruto got up and found Sasuke running at him and aimed a punch right at his gut. Naruto doubled over and Sasuke grabbed him by his neck. A second later, Sasuke activated his Chidori. "This is the way it has to be, Naruto. Do not worry, the love I have for you will live on forever in my eyes. The eyes that will hold the Mangekyo." Sharingan. Sasuke then tightened the grip on Naruto's neck as he plunged the Chidori into the blonde's chest. Naruto slowly entered a world of nothingness. There was no up or down. All there was in this nothingness was himself. He could still feel pain around his neck from Sasuke's hand. He tried to move his hands, but they felt so numb and heavy. Then, all of a sudden, he saw a thin ray of light. It was a line that seemed to cut the darkness in half. It was barely visible, but it was there. Naruto kept his eyes on it as he tried to move his arms. Sasuke grinned as he tightened his grip around Naruto's neck. So it would be over. Then a black aura began to surround Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as it began to wail and heal the blonde's wounds. Then, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm and forced him to let go. Sasuke jumped back and stared at the blonde, who now had yellow eyes. "What are you?" demanded Sasuke. "When I was younger," said Naruto slowly, "I really thought it didn't matter. All I wanted was for people to recognize me. If they did that, nothing else mattered. I really didn't care if I lived or died after that. But, now things are different. When faced with death, I was able to see that paper-thin line that separates life from death, and I chose to live. Sasuke, the will to live is the strongest thing there is." "You're wrong," yelled Sasuke. "Hate, anger, darkness. These are the strongest things around. I will use them to surpass my brother and kill him." "Sasuke," said Naruto as if he didn't hear him. "You don't know how good you have it. Even after your clan was destroyed, you still had people around you who wanted to help you. People looked up to you and put their hopes in you. And now you're running away from it. Are you really willing to run away from everyone who has ever given a damn about you just to see your brother die?" "Hi," said Sasuke. "I don't care what happens to me. This line you speak of means the same as those villagers back in Leaf, nothing. All that really matters is power." Naruto said nothing. He only moved a hand and covered his face with it. Suddenly the black energy began to move and concentrate itself around Naruto's face. Sasuke moved his arms to shield his eyes as powerful winds began to come from Naruto. The dark energy shot out a few times like lightning, destroying bit of the walls of the canyon. Then, there was nothing. Sasuke lowered his arms and saw Naruto wearing a mask that looked like it was made from bones. Its shape reminded him of a fox baring its fangs at him. On the upper right side was a marking that looked like a blue spiral. What shocked Sasuke the most was what was looking out of the narrow eye holes, yellow eyes with black sclera. Suddenly, Naruto vanished and appeared right in front of Sasuke. Naruto then gave Sasuke 3 rapid-fire punches in the gut before delivering a kick that sent the emo boy flying. Sasuke flipped around so that he could land on canyon wall like a fly. Once he had landed on all fours he looked down but could find Naruto. "Looking for something?" asked a voice. Sasuke began to feel cold sweat as he turned around and saw Naruto. "This can't be," thought Sasuke. "He's moving faster than my eyes can follow him." Sasuke then bolted down along the wall as Naruto just stood there before melting into the canyon wall. Sasuke was halfway down when he heard Naruto yell, "Dance of the Seedling Fern." Bone spikes began to shot out of the canyon wall and pierce right into the opposite wall. They were so large and thick that it looked like someone had built hundreds of white bridges between the two sides. Sasuke landed on one of the spikes and began to run across it but stopped when Naruto began to come out of it as if it were water. Naruto's yellow eyes pierced him with fear like he had never known, even worse when he had first met Orochimaru. "What is that thing?" asked Sasuke as he pointed to Naruto's mask. "Your clan isn't the only one with a second level," said Naruto. "This mask somehow makes me faster and more agile. My reaction time has also greatly increased. Your movements are so slow that it's like you're standing still." Naruto then saw Sasuke look right and left, as if he were trying to find a way out. "Don't bother. I can move my body within these bones at will as well as sense anything on them." Sasuke chose not to listen as he lunged to his right onto another bone. He began to jump in the direction of the waterfall when Naruto appeared in his path. "No way," said Sasuke as he stopped. "Now are you ready to come back?" asked Naruto. "No," yelled Sasuke as he began to activate the second level of his cursed seal. His skin began to darken as his hair color became lighter. A large four-pointed star appeared on his nose and his sclera turned black as well. Then, two hand-like wings grew out from his back. "You're not the only one who can take it up a level. I will not lose." "I don't think so," said Naruto calmly. "You have very little chakra left. I'll bet that's because you have used two Chidori's, several fire jutsus, and now your seals. I am still feeling fine on the other hand. Even if you were still able to defeat me, others are right behind me and you have no one else coming to help you." "That's what you think, dope," shouted Sasuke as raced towards Naruto. Naruto was about to counter when he felt something pushing at him from the inside. "Here kid," said the voice of Kyuubi. "Let us show him our true power." Suddenly a red glow surrounded Naruto. His finger bones reshaped themselves into claws and his tailbone grew until the tail of bones touched the ground. Sasuke aimed a punch at Naruto's face, but Naruto's tail intercepted the attack and stopped it. Rage filled Sasuke's face as Naruto just stood there. The emo boy then began a series of rapid-fire punches, but they were blocked by that tail. Then Naruto moved in front of Sasuke and flicked his chest, sending Sasuke flying backwards in the rocky wall several yards behind him. Naruto felt his body move automatically. Neither he nor the Kyuubi was in control. Somehow, this was different than the last time he had used this chakra. It was like he was becoming a part of Kyuubi, feeling his emotions. Kyuubi was strong and proud. Arrogant, but with good reason. He was unbeatable thanks to his healing abilities and never-ending chakra supply. Suddenly, memories began to flood Naruto's mind. Images of the Kyuubi's birth, his life, and the part he played in the shadows of human history to gain what he wanted. The one thing that kept him going after all this time. Nothing else mattered but this one thing. Naruto saw the others, what they were and why Kyuubi wanted to join. He saw Madara. Then he saw his father. Sasuke slowly got up onto his feet. Naruto was just standing there in a daze or something. Deciding that this was the best time to strike, he made the seals of his best jutsu. Once the Chidori was activated he charged at Naruto. Then, the Rasengan formed in Naruto's hand. The two attacks collided once again, but with different results. Sasuke's attack was overpowered and was hit by the Rasengan. His body was sent spiraling into the rocky wall and created a crater. Back with Naruto, his mask was beginning to crack as well as his other bones. When it finally broke, so did the bone he was standing on. Naruto fell helplessly down towards the water. Then, summoning jutsu, yelled a voice as a giant snake appeared below Naruto and caught him. Rin, who had summoned the snake, ran over to her boyfriend and began to check to make sure everything was alright. Over with Kakashi, he was pulling Sasuke out of the crater. Sasuke had several broken bones, internal damage, and was suffering from chakra depletion. "I got Sasuke," yelled Kakashi. "How's Naruto?" "Not good," said Rin. "As far as I can tell, nothing is broke or damaged. He's very low on chakra and will need some rest." But what?" asked Kakashi. "He's in a coma," said Rin. "It's a good thing you both went," said Tsunade as she looked at both Kakashi and Rin. They were all at the hospital in the village. Tsunade had just gotten back from checking on both patients. "Sasuke will be fine in a day or so. Half of the medics are on him now. Then we can begin to find out exactly what happened. As for Naruto, I did a PET scan and found that he is suffering from a major download of information. Simply put, he was somehow able to access too much information too quickly and his brain is trying to process all of the new information." "But how did that happen?" asked Rin. Tsunade shook her head. "I have no idea," said Tsunade. "All I can tell you is that it's not life-threatening. Once all the information has been sorted out he'll be fine." "I'm so glad," said Rin as she got up. "Well, I'd better tell his mother. See ya." Tsunade smirked as the young girl waved goodbye as she ran out the door. "So did anyone die?" asked Kakashi. Tsunade turned to him and smirked. "Nope," she said with pride. "A couple of them were near death, but they managed to pull through. We have the sand and Mitchi to thank as well. It's funny, I never thought that I would ever be thanking a shinobi from the Rock Village." "What about that girl who was trying to undress Lee?" asked Kakashi. "We have her locked away," said Tsunade. "This time for good. We will finally be able to get information on the Akatsuki. I'll tell Jiraiya all about her when he gets back." "Alright then," said Kakashi as he got up. "I'm going to go write up that report." Elsewhere in the village, Jiraiya had stopped to get a drink. On both sides were lovely ladies wearing lost clothing. Needless to say Jiraiya was happy. No, he was in heaven. So happy in fact that he never saw his bottle of sake get switched with a different one as he told them a story. After he was finished, one of the girls moved the bottle to his mouth and he drank from it. A moment later he passed out. The girls then stepped away from their best customer as Anbu entered the building. "You both did well," said the leader as the other Anbu picked up Jiraiya and took him away. "The council will remember this." And with that, they vanished. Rin had arrived at the Uzumaki house and froze at the front gate. The door was wide open and the windows were broke. She ran into the house and saw signs of a fight. All of the furniture was broken or burnt. She ran from room to room looking for Mitchi or Nell. She didn't find either of them. The Ashi was called to a meeting of the head family. When he entered the meeting hall he froze. All of the members of the main house were passed out. Only his daughters and one other were not there. He then felt something stab him from behind and then fell to the floor. He turned around and saw only the missing clansmen smiling at him. "What is the meaning of this, Akio?" demanded Hiashi. "I have made a deal with the council," replied Akio. "Together, we will reshape this village into a better place. And I will become the head of the clan as a reward for my services as well as part of the new government." "But why?" asked Hiashi as his vision dimmed. He could feel the pool of blood he was making getting bigger. "Because I want what's best for the clan," said Akio. "And I like what they have planned." Tsukuyomi was now in her office doing paperwork. She had little time before the villagers would be at her door, demanding to know why Sasuke was injured in a rescue mission. Then she would have to spend hours of her time explaining the reasons and telling them everything that happened while her paperwork grew. Such is the life of a Hokage. Then, without warning, the genjutsu the council used on her office dispelled as the tags let loss of gas into the room. Tsukuyomi had no time to react as she inhaled the gas and passed out. It has begun. The council is making their move. What will happen next will change the world of Naruto as you know it. What did Kyuubi do to Naruto? Why did they go after Mitchi? Mini-Achi. Orochimaru was depressed. He had lost Sasuke. That meant his plays for the boy were ruined. Just then, Kabuto entered the room. "Orochimaru-sama, I have good news," said Kabuto. "I have been working on a way to clone you for years so that you will be able to go back to your original body." "Interesting," said Orochimaru. Then, a shadow appeared on the wall that looked just like the Snake Man. He could hear footsteps as his clone entered the room. "He is exactly like you in every way," said Kabuto as the clone entered the room. "Except he's 1/8 your size." Orochimaru stared at his mini-me and the clone stared back. A smile came across both their faces. Orochimaru got up, grabbed his clone, and went straight to his personal room. Before he locked the door, he put up a "Do Not Enter" sign up. Chapter 34. Sorry for another mentally disturbing comic. I just couldn't help myself. I bet his name is Mini Hibi. Lol. I was watching Smallville season 6 the other day. In one of the episodes, Lex and Clark were trapped underground with kryptonite in the walls. While Lex and Clark are looking for the way out before the place explodes, they begin to hash it out. The Lex says something that made me laugh my ass off. He said that he was his friend, but somewhere along the way Clark began to see him as the enemy. Maybe it had something to do with the several investigations, the lying, moving in on Lana after they broke up, and let's not forget the time that Lex unleashed 3 super-powered maniacs that attacked Clark, Lana, and his parents just so he could see if Clark had any powers during the time he was human. Personally, if someone did all that to me, I don't think they would be at the top of my buddy list either. I just had to get that off my chest. Now to get back to business. Please give me a break about everyone being taken out. I mean the point of a trap or an ambush is that the person it is intended for doesn't see it coming. Also, everyone lets down their guard from time to time. The only one who really got it was Suzumaru. Please, just let it go because it is important to my story. On another note, I was informed that this year in Naruto the series will be focusing on Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi. Didn't Kakashi already get the Gaiden? Like hell I want to read 4 or 5 months of Sakura crap. At the rate this is going, we may never see Naruto kick Sasuke's ass, and I for one am pissed at that. Let's rock. Tsukuyomi groaned as she slowly slid back into conciseness. She slowly opened her eyes and saw she was in some sort of basement. The walls and floor were made of brick and the place was poorly lit. She could make out some shapes, but she would have to wait a while for her eyes to adjust. She then noticed that her arms were held above her by chains. Like that will hold me, she thought. She then pulled away from the wall with all her might and nothing happened. She tugged again and nothing happened. "Don't bother," said the voice of Jiraiya. Tsukuyomi whipped her head around and looked in the direction she had heard the voice. The figure there was also tied to the wall. Tsukuyomi kept staring at him until her eyes adjusted and she could see him a little better. There was no detail, just his basic figure. "Those cuffs on your hands have chakra suppressors on them. We can't mold or channel our chakra with them on." "I swear I'll kill those bastards," said the voice of Mitchi. "Thanks to them, I can't even use my bloodline limit." "It's hopeless," said the voice of Hiashi. "Our fate has been sealed." "What are you talking about?" asked Tsunade. Who did this to us? Is it Danzo? No, said the voice of Kaharu. Tsunade then heard two sets of footsteps coming towards her. As soon as she was able to make out the two elders in the dim light, they stopped. Tsunade's jaw dropped in shock as the two teammates of her sensei stood in front of her. You two are behind all this? She asked. The two elders looked at each other before giving Tsunade a nod. But why? You young fool, said Hamaru. We are doing this because no other Hokage or any other Kage has ever had the vision to do what we are planning. The world of the shinobi is changing, said Kaharu. People want shinobi to do all their work and they are willing to pay any amount. This village takes in 3 times more D-rank mission than any other type of mission a year. However, continued Hamaru, the Hokage has always left them for genin to help them gain experience. Instead, people who have the skills to best do the job should do it rather than a skilled fighter. So you plan on selling the civilian? Asked a startled Tsunade. Wrong, said Hamaru. We plan on renting them. We also have other plans for this village, said Kaharu. There is too much freedom which is causing weakness. Therefore, we will be taking away any rights that we feel will endanger the village. For example, the forced breeding of any clan within the village that looks like it is near extinction. This, of course, will only occur after we have stabilized our power. The people will never let that happen, said Tsunade. They will revolt the moment their freedom is in danger. She then grew nervous when she saw the two of them smile. Tsunade, said Hamaru as he pulled out a mirror. We have been planning this for a long time. Did you not think that we were not prepared for any situation? And weren't you wondering why we have the head of the Hyuga clan here? He then moved in front of Tsunade and lowered the mirror so Tsunade could see her face. Her face paled instantly. No, she cried as she saw the seal on her forehead. The birdcage seal had overlapped her own, there for the world to see. I think you are beginning to understand, said Kaharu as Hamaru stepped back. Once everything is finalized, we will begin sealing everyone in the village starting with the Jonin. We plan on doing it while the village sleeps. After that there will no more need for secrets once we have the best in the village under our control. So why keep us alive? Asked Jiraiya. The two turned to face him. Use the lot of you, said Hamaru. Momiji will begin producing children so that her bloodline doesn't become extinct. Tsunade will continue to work at the hospital that will from now on be reserved for shinobi only. We want your spy network working for us, Jiraiya. And what makes you think that we will do any of that? Demanded Jiraiya. Both elders smirked and then made a hand sign. The next thing all 4 of them knew was Eminence pain. They wanted to grab their foreheads, but the chains prevented them from doing so. Then, it was over. Sorry I asked, breathed Jiraiya. So why do you need me? Asked Hiashi. The elders turned to look at him. You already have the seal and know how to activate it. What more do you need? In truth, we never had any real plans to keep you alive, said Kaharu. However, after the retrieval of the Uchiha, we saw a golden opportunity. We are going to be making a deal with Orochimaru, said Hamaru. We will be trading the last of the Uchiha clan for his immortality. Jutsu. That way, we can rule this village till the end of time. But we don't want bodies that have the seal on them, said Kaharu. And the only people who know how to remove it are you and your direct family members. From what Akio has told us, it is the only skill that Hinata has truly ever excelled at when she was younger and the Nabi is just starting to learn the art of removing the seal. So either you tell us, said Hamaru. Or else we will have to have a nice long chat with your daughters. Just then, an Anbu puffed into the room. Honorable elders, said the Anbu. It is time. The villagers are assembled. Good, said Kaharu. Have you found that girl, Nell, I believe? Asked Hamaru. Not yet, said the Anbu. It is only a matter of time. The elders nodded and began to walk out of the room. Wait, yelled Tsunade, causing the 2 elders to stop while the Anbu ignored her and continued to walk. How did you get Anbu on your side? You'd be surprised how many of them lost loved ones in the Kyuubi attack, said Kaharu. They are willing to do anything to see its vessel dead and gone forever. With that, the 2 left without another word. Come on Lee, snap out of it, said Tenten as she looked at Lee. The green-clad genin was curled into a ball on the floor. Tears were pouring out of his eyes as dark clouds hung over his head. The 2 of them were at the hospital in the waiting room. After Tenten had heard that Niji was in critical condition, she rushed to see if he would make it. She had found Lee like he was now. She had asked what the problem was and all he would say was that his youthfulness was almost stolen. Part of her wished for Sakura to show up so that he would start fawning over here like he normally did. However, Sakura had been staying with Sasuke the whole time. Is Niji alright? Asked Hinata as she entered the waiting area. Tenten turned around and looked at Hinata. Behind her was Kin who was now living with Kurenai, studying Jinjutsu. We were training. But sensei when I heard about him. Will he be alright? The doctors say that he's out of the woods, said Tenten. She then smiled at the relieved face on Hinata. Have you told your sister yet? No, said Hinata as worry returned to her face. I haven't seen her all day. Then, Hinata noticed Lee. Will he be alright? I don't think he'll ever be alright, admitted Tenten with a laugh. Once he sees Guy-sensei again, he'll be back to normal I guess. He got off the lightest out of the whole group. Shikamaru only broke a finger. Choji was in bad shape as well. Kiba has some major wounds, but nowhere near as bad as them. And Naruto? Asked Hinata. He's in a coma, said Tenten. No way, said Kin softly. Unfortunately it is true, said Gaara as he entered the room. Behind him was his siblings and Mitchi. I was able to talk to Shizune about him and she informed me of his situation. Something about a major download of suddenly the doors swung open and Ino and Haku ran into the room. We have to get to the roof now, said Ino loudly. The council has called a village assembly. What's it about? Asked Temari. We don't know, answered Haku. All we were able to find out was it has something to do with the future of the village. For a moment, no one made a move or spoke. Then, slowly, they all made their way to the roof. Tenten, of course, had to carry Lee. When they got there, they saw that the streets were crowded with people. The crowd seemed to be centered at the Hokage tower. On the balcony where the Hokage would normally stand was the council. Along with the Hyuga elder. People were chatting with each other until Koharu cleared her throat and a silence came over everyone. People of the village hidden in the leaves, she said. For too long has evil been allowed to remain within our home. For too long have we listened to the words of soft-hearted leaders. Now we come before you all to say that those times are over. It is time to get rid of the Kyuubi once and for all. At that, many of the people began to cheer while others looked a bit confused. Then Himaru stepped forward while Koharu stepped back. The Sandaime made it illegal to speak the truth, he said. But we believe that he was under the demon's influence. So now, we shall tell all the truth. The Kyuubi was not killed that day. The Yondaime sealed in a boy which it later took control of. This boy is Naruto. Uzumaki. We had hoped that Tsunade would be able to resist it, but she too had been taken over. It is now clear that having a single leader was a mistake. That is why we, the council, have taken over. In the best interests of the people. For a moment there was silence. Then, all at once, most of the population who had been around when the Kyuubi attacked began to cheer. Meanwhile, as the council continued to talk, the teens on the roof were shocked. Well, except for Gaara, Temari, Mitchi, and Kankuro. Lee snapped out of his funk and stood up. Tenten was shaking as she remembered all the stories she had heard about the giant fox. Kin's jaw dropped. Hinata covered her mouth. Then Naruto is the Kyuubi, stammered Ino. No, said Gaara. He is merely its holder, its vessel. He is the one person in this village that is keeping it contained and from killing everyone here. Are you sure? Asked Tenten. More sure than anyone else here, said Gaara. For I hold within me Shukaku. I also hold a demon inside of me, said Mitchi. I have the five-tailed dog, Haku. Trust us when we say that we never asked for this. The moment we were born, stupid adults crammed them into us so we could be weapons for them. That's the way people like me and Gaara were raised. Naruto's case is different, he had the Kyuubi sealed inside of him to save this place, and look how everyone is thanking him. They're right, said Hinata. Naruto is too kind and cares too much about his friends to ever be a demon. He. SHHH, interrupted Haku as he pointed to the council. The following people will now be called to justice, declared. Himaru. Anko Mitarashi for her ties with Orochimaru. Mitchi for being a rock shinobi and holder of a demon. Gaara for his crimes during the Sound and Sand invasion, as well as being a demon vessel. Rin for deserting the village. Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga for plotting against the Hyuga clan. And Naruto Uzumaki. All of them will be given a public execution. Anyone who hides them or defends them will also be executed. The Hyuga clan has graciously volunteered to help in their capture. We will also be pardoning anyone who was wrongfully arrested. While doing their duty to the village by trying to kill Naruto Uzumaki, said Koharu. Starting with Mizuki Tauji who was really trying to keep the Kyuubi from stealing the forbidden scroll. Crap, said Gaara. We have to get Naruto, cried Hinata. He's helpless right now. We'll help too, said Haku. Are you sure you want to help us? Asked Mitchi. If you do then you will be killed. I do not believe in what this village's council is doing, said Haku. If I must die to do what is right and help a friend then so be it. I'm sure that Naruto would do the same for me. With that, he began to run towards the door. Everyone else immediately followed him. Naruto was in a world of darkness. He looked to his left and saw nothing. He looked to his right and saw nothing. He looked to up and saw nothing. He looked down and saw something. What it was, he wasn't sure. Whatever it was gigantic. It seemed to go on for miles and miles in all directions. It seemed to emit a very dim yellow light. Then, in an instant, it exploded without sound. Everything just blew in every direction all at once in bits and pieces of the large mass. Naruto quickly brought up his arms to defend himself, but the masses just passes right through him like he was a ghost. This continued for some time until the masses seemed to stop. They were now everywhere in large clumps. "A beginning for all," said the voice of the Kyuubi. "It has happened many times before. No one knows how many times it has happened. Perhaps millions or more. A constant cycle of creation and destruction in this level of existence." "What do you mean?" yelled Naruto. He received no reply, as if he were watching a television program and Kyuubi was only the narrator. And as if someone had hit fast forward, the clumps began to change rapidly. He watched as they compressed and took on the shape of spheres. Some ignited into balls of burning flames. The other spheres began to orbit around these burning balls. It soon occurred to Naruto that he had seen how the universe was formed. As soon as he realized that, it felt like he was being lifted up. The solar system he was looking at was soon replaced with a galaxy. Suddenly, Naruto felt something. Naruto turned in its direction and gasped. It looked like a lightning bolt that just kept going. It was soon followed by 8 others that sped across the emptiness of space. Each one was a different color, but Naruto kept his eyes on the red one. He watched as the red one entered a galaxy, destroying everything in its path. "An error," said the voice of Kyuubi. "An anomaly created when the universe was formed. A fluke. That was all that we were to them. Something that needed to be corrected." Naruto continued to watch as something new appeared out of nowhere. They were like glowing orbs, each one a different color. Naruto saw red, blue, black, pink, yellow, and green. They went around each of the lightning bolts and began to compress them. Naruto was then zoomed in closer as the first bolt was changed into something that looked like a tanuki. After it had been changed, Naruto gasped as one of the orbs seemed to cut into space and throw the tanuki into the hole and then closed it. The orbs repeated the process over and over until the last one, a 9-tailed fox, was thrown in. "The others," said Kyuubi. "Beings who live as pure chakra and exist on a different level than us. Charged with the duty of watching over the universe and maintaining a balance of sorts. Powerful as they are, there are beings above them and even more above those. One could saw that whoever is at the top of this could be the most powerful being in existence. An entity that started the cycle and made every rule in which this universe follows. What you call this entity is up to you." Naruto then felt like he was being dropped. He fell into a galaxy and eventually landed on a planet. The planet seemed familiar to him, as if he had been there before. However, the giant reptiles that were walking around did not feel as familiar. Naruto walked around for a moment and watched them. Some eat plants and some killed to eat. Some flew in the air while other walked on either 2 or 4 legs. Then a rip appeared. It was like the blue sky had been cut with a knife. Then, one by one, he watched as the Biju jumped out of the rip one by one. The creatures of this world looked at them in fear and fled. The Biju, however, paid them no mind as they walked away. "Finally we were free after billions of years," said the Kyuubi. "We each went our own way at first, confined by the shapes the others had given us. We could no longer affect anything on a galactic scale. Perhaps it was their fail-safe should we ever escape. As time went by, we grew bored as few found nothing exciting to do. So, we fought with each other." The scene changed and Naruto was now watching the Kyuubi's fights. One by one Kyuubi defeated them. Each time, the surface of the planet changed. Anything that was there was usually destroyed. The finally fight between the Kyuubi and an 8-tailed snake lasted for years non-stop. Explosions covered the planet due to Kyuubi's attacks, while the snake unleashed poison after poison. The last explosion by Kyuubi ended the fight in his favor, yet at the same time doomed the planet. It had created a large crater and all of the dirt was thrown into the air, blocking out the sun. But before winter could occur, all other life on the planet was already dead. "I had proven that I was the strongest of our kind," said Kyuubi. "Now, with the planet devoid of all other life, we became bored again. Unlike humans, our strength never grows or lessens. I would always remain the strongest, so fighting again would be pointless." One by one, we fell asleep in the mess our destruction created. Sakura stood over Naruto's bed. In her hands was a kunai. She had been listening to the council's announcement from Sasuke's room, and when she heard about Naruto, she knew what she had to do. "He's a monster," she thought. "He hurt Sasuke. He has the Kyuubi inside of him. He hurt Sasuke. I have to do this for the village and when Sasuke wakes up he'll love me for avenging him." Sakura then raised her arms, aiming the kunai at the blonde's gut when a voice yelled, "Senijashu." Then next thing Sakura knew was being bound by several snakes. As she fell backwards the door opened to reveal Haku and the rest. "What took you guys so long?" asked Rin as she took Sakura's kunai. "Sorry about that," said Haku. "We were on the roof when we heard." Rin nodded and then picked up Naruto bridal style. After I went to the Uzumaki house and found that someone had taken Momiji, I decided to find Tsunade-sama, said Rin. I came here first and then heard the announcement. Knowing that they would grab Naruto, I decided to get him first. It's a good thing you did, said Temari. Lee said nothing. He walked over to the tied-up form of Sakura. Sakura, why were you going to kill Naruto? Asked Lee. I thought that. He's a monster, spat Sakura. He hurt Sasuke and he has the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. I'm doing everyone a favor by killing that thing before it can kill us. Lee stepped back and turned his back on Sakura. We better get moving, said Gaara. Anbu will not likely come for Naruto right away seeing that he's in a coma. But once they do get everyone else or start looking for us, they will come here. We better find someplace in the village and plan our next more. Hi, said everyone as they rushed out the door. Moving quickly and silently they made their way out of the hospital and into the streets. However, Hyugas were walking up and down the streets with their Byakugan activated. Acting quickly, Gaara used his sand to lift a manhole cover and they all jumped into the sewers before they were spotted. After they had walked in a downward direction for what seemed like an hour, the group found what looked like ruins. The building looked like them were made from steel and concrete with large glass windows. The ground, however, was covered in trash and literal shit. Rats came in and out of the buildings. Pipes spilled out the crap into the middle that piled up and washed some of it away. The smell of this place was awful. The group quickly entered one of the buildings. The first thing that Rin did was set Naruto on a dry chair. One by one they found something to sit on that didn't make them sick. They then sat in a circle and began to think. What is this place? Asked Mitchi as she covered her nose. I remember we talked about this in class, said Ino who was also covering her nose. When the Shodai Hokage created the village he basically buried old ruins that were already there. He then regrew all the trees and plant life above it. It was symbolic because we were burying the past to grow a better future. Everyone looked at her funny. Hey, I learned a few things when I was competing with Forehead Girl. I wonder what happened to the people who used to live here? Asked Haku aloud. Sorry girly boy, but we have more important things to worry about, said Mitchi. Like how the hell are we going to get out of here? We can't just leave our families here, said Hinata. Hey, your family is out to get you and your sister, said Kankuro. Hinata was going to say something and then stopped. Everyone looked at her like she had swallowed a fly as she began to think. Soon a troubled look came across her face. Something must have happened to my father, she said. He hates the council and would never allow the Hyuga clan to be used like this. Are you sure? Asked Kin. Positive, answered Hinata. He would have thought that something like this would be degrading. Also, Akio was standing next to them. He hates my father and would do anything to become the clan head. He also enjoys using the birdcage seal whenever he gets the chance. So he must have made some kind of deal with the council, said Gaara as he crossed his arms. Hinata, is there anything that you know that this Akio might want? Hinata was silent for a moment as she thought. Well, she began. Certain jutsus are kept from branch members, but other than that the main house shares everything with each other. The only thing that is kept within my direct family line is the knowledge of how to undo the birdcage seal without killing the sealed person or having them lose their bloodline. So why haven't you used it to undo the seal on Niji? Asked Tenten. Believe me, I want to, said Hinata. However, if I just did that they would reseal him and then place the seal on me. One of the things about this unsealing technique is that it doesn't work if you have the seal on you. Why's that? Asked Kankuro. It was originally designed for criminals, answered Hinata. If a criminal ever got their hands on it, they could then free themselves. That's why safety locks were put in place. Gaara nodded and began to think. Alright, he said. Based on this information, I'm going to make some assumptions on what is happening. The council made a deal with Akio. If the only thing that Hinata and Hanabi know is how to undo the seal, then that is what the council wanted, the seal. They must want to kill Hinata and Hanabi so that the information on how to undo it will never be revealed. Judging by your description of this Akio's personality, he would go along with this deal if they planned on sealing a lot of people. Gaara then closed his eyes. I think they plan on placing the seal on the people of this village. They are using the people's hate of people like Naruto, so they will go along with them being in charge. Great, said Kankuro. We come all this way to help get the Uchiha ass, and this is the thanks we get. Kankuro, calm down, begged Temari. Hell no, said Kankuro as he stood up. I'm not going to calm down. Right now we are in some sewer in a freaky place while up above people are going to kill us all. And after they do that, they are going to enslave the village by putting that stupid seal on everyone. This place is fucked up. Indeed it is, said a voice from the doorway. Everyone turned towards it in surprise. What they saw was a man with one arm and one eye. Perhaps we should join forces, said Danzo. Sorry, no Amik this time. Chapter 35. I have good news. I have just been informed that the year of Sasuke tip was wrong. All I can say is thank you God. I shed tears of happiness when I found out, tears I tell you. My cat was looking at me like I was crazy. Well, maybe I am. Because of this good news I have decided to update this story instead of going to Tales of the Fox Age. Who are you? Demanded Gaara as he uncorked his gourd. If Danzo was scared of him he hid it well. My name is Danzo, relied the one-eyed man. I am, or at least was, the leader of Root. Believe me that I am not your enemy. Why should we believe you? Demanded Kin. I heard all about you from Orochimaru. You're a war hawk and opposed the Sandaime. While he was alive. That is true, said Danzo. I will never deny any of what you said. Sarutobi tried to attain peace through talk and negotiations. He believed that my ideas were, how you would say, a bit extreme. So he shut down Root. However, the only things the council really cares about are money and their own political power. That is why I choose to oppose them. Everything I have ever done has been for the benefit of the village. That includes getting Kakashi to teach Sasuke Uchiha the Chidori. That man would never pass along one of the most powerful close-range jutsus in the village unless someone gave him a nudge. You spoke of teaming up, said Gaara. Why should we? What do you have to offer us? Because I know the council's plan, answered Danzo. And while Root has been officially disbanded we still meet unofficially. For a moment, no one moved or said anything. Then, Gaara motioned the man to come closer. Danzo walked closer to the circle and stood in front of Gaara on the other side. What is the council's plan? Asked Gaara. I see you're wise for accepting my help, said Danzo. You will make a fine Kazuki-age one day. Gaara growled causing Danzo to sigh. It is as you believe. The council plans of enslaving the villagers. He has used their emotions to control them, something that I warned Sarutobi about. Yet you are wrong about one thing. The reason they want Hinata and Hanabi. I have recently learned that they plan of trading Sasuke Uchiha for Orochimaru's immortality. Jutsu. They will need to know how to remove the seal so they can enter a new body without becoming branded with the cursed seal as well. Only 2 people fully know how to undo the seal. If they cannot get what they want from Hiashi, then they will try to get it from Hinata. Hanabi has yet to master the skill, but she knows the basics. Well, we have to stop them, said Mitchi. No matter what village you are from, this is just plain wrong. Everyone nodded at that. Mitchi then pointed at Danzo. Hey old man, how about you give us something that we can use? I have a lot to offer, said Danzo. I have a small group that is loyal to me. I also know where the Hokage, Jiraiya, Momiji and Hiashi are being held. However, our numbers are extremely low compared to theirs. This is why we are going to have to lessen their numbers. Gaara's eyes narrowed at that. You mean you want me and Mitchi to use our demons to kill as many of the Hyuga clan and Anbu as we can, said the red-headed nin. You read between the lines very well, said Danzo. We can't do that, said Hinata as she stood. We must do whatever it takes to ensure the survival of the village, snapped Danzo. We may weaken it in a way that leads to its destruction anyway. But, I would rather see it burn to the ground than to allow it to become a rent-a-slave market so those 2 can make money for all time. Naruto watched as the earth changed while the Bijuu slept. Like before, it was as if he were watching a video on fast forward. The landmass broke apart and continents formed. The world became cold and icy. New species began to appear. It seemed like this time that mammals would be the dominant life form. It all stopped suddenly. Naruto was now in the middle of a forest that was lush and green. The air smelled so clean. In front of him was a caveman. He was poking at the earth in front of him with a stick. Naruto moved closer to him to get a better view. Once he was right next to the caveman, Naruto saw a patch of red fur in the earth. The caveman then gave one good hard poke. Then it happened. The earth began to shake around them. The ground began to break and from it rose the Kyuubi. The roots of trees were tangled in its fur. Realizing this, Kyuubi shook himself like a dog does when it's wet. This sent trees flying in all directions. When he was finished, Kyuubi looked down at the caveman who had wet himself. My first meeting with humans was less than impressive, said Kyuubi's voice. They were tiny, stupid, and weak. They bored me to no end. So rather than waste my time killing them, I decided to see how much this world had changed since I began my long sleep. The scene then changed in a bright light. Naruto was now in the middle of a barren land. Ahead of him was a city. It looked very primitive but was still impressively large. Seeing nothing else, Naruto walked towards it and eventually saw people. It seemed like clothing had been invented and that the age of the caveman was over. The people were now trying to fix part of a wall while talking and laughing in some language that Naruto didn't understand. Then, suddenly, one of them began to yell and point before running away. Naruto turned in the direction that the man had pointed seeing the Kyuubi on a hill some distance away. As time passed, said Kyuubi. I found myself watching these creatures more and more. While their bodies were still weak, their brains made up for it. Some used them more than others. I was intrigued by them. They were so much like me and my kind. Destructive to the world around them. Acting on desire. The love of battle. Now the earth began to move. It was as if it were taking Naruto from place to place. It stopped for only a moment each time before going to the next spot. Naruto watched his swords were created for the first time and then became better and better. He was at battlefield after battlefield, each one a different culture or a different war or a different time. The blonde watched as people fought for desire in the Battle of Troy. Naruto watched as people fought for their beliefs in the Crusades. He saw people fight for honor in Japan. Soon swords were replaced with guns. Projectile weapons slowly took over as the dominant weapon for war. Then Naruto saw tanks and flying machines that dropped bombs on the ground. He saw gases that killed people in gruesome ways. Each weapon became worse than the last. Then Naruto saw them used to kill civilians. Corpses being pushed into holes on top of each other. Then the earth stopped. Naruto was now standing on a hill overlooking a city. Overhead a flying machine dropped a bomb. It made an odd whistling sound as it did. When it hit the ground, the blonde saw destruction unlike anything he had ever seen before. Everything seemed to be destroyed around a giant mushroom cloud. What the hell, said a frightened Naruto. Human population continued to grow at an alarming rate, said Kyuubi. As it did, weapons became deadlier and easier to use. Due to these two things, the value of human life dropped. People may saw that no one could put a price on life, but these things I saw spoke differently. With a push of a button, a single human with no battle training could kill thousands. Maybe even millions. It made me sick. I soon found myself wondering if I should have killed them off when they were still primitive. Time passed and I watched your kind less and less. Technology became deadlier and deadlier. Lasers shot down from the sky. Missiles soon did 20,000 times the damage of the nuke. Soon, machines took the place of armies. Machine against machine, wars lost their meaning and were fought for any reason or for none at all. Humans began to care more about image and looking thin than about staying strong. Schools that taught people how to fight became a joke, a mockery of what they once were. Until the scene changed once again in a bright flash of light. Naruto was now in a canyon. Before him a man sat cross-legged. His eyes were closed in meditation. Then, Naruto heard loud footsteps. Coming towards them was the Kyuubi. He walked past them and then stopped. He turned his head to stare at the man who had not moved an inch. Slowly, Kyuubi turned around. It was shortly after what humans called World War X. I had kept my existence a secret. The only mention of me came from legends that few knew about. Yet seeing this man compelled me to communicate with him for reasons I do not know. Then, Kyuubi spoke. It wasn't like what Naruto had heard before. Which was more like a voice from all directions. This time, the Kyuubi before him spoke. "Human, what are you doing here?" asked the Kyuubi. The man opened his eyes and looked at the Kyuubi. He then reached behind his back and pulled out a large bottle. He undid the top and began to drink. "Great," said the man when he was done. "I'm already hallucinating." He looked at the bottle and then tossed it away. "That shit wasn't even that good." "Amusing," said the Kyuubi with a laugh. The man looked at the Kyuubi again and sighed. "What, you still here?" he asked. "Fine, I'll spill if it will get rid of you like it did with the winged monkeys. I'm training." "Why?" asked Kyuubi. "God, you're annoying," growled the man. "Well, I guess I got no one else to talk to. I train because I want to be stronger. Because unlike all of the other assholes on this mudball, I like to get off my ass and do things with my own hands. They can keep all that VR training because it's crap." "You amuse me, human," said the Kyuubi with a feral grin. "Tell me, have you ever heard of chakra?" "Now what the hell is chakra?" asked the man. The Kyuubi said nothing as he opened his mouth. Then, a red light shot out of it and hit the man. He screamed in pain as a series of rings appeared in his eyes. When Kyuubi closed his mouth, the man fell to the ground and didn't get up. Kyuubi smirked before turning around and continuing on his way. Then, Naruto heard the narrative voice of Kyuubi once again. "When he woke up, he believed that I was just a dream. Perhaps that was for the best. That man began to train and, with my gift, was able to figure out about chakra. He then created the first ninjutsu. When he returned to civilization, people were shocked by the change in his eyes. They were even more shocked when they saw he could walk on walls. He later opened a school where he taught others to do the same. I will forever remember him as a drunken man. However, history remembers him as the Rocket Senin." "Why?" cried Nell as she ran through the streets. Next to her, running equally fast, was Hanabi. Behind them were several Anbu. After Hanabi had heard the announcement, she immediately went into hiding. However, the spot she had chosen was the same place that Nell was hiding. 6 minutes later, Nell said the coast was clear and they both jumped out in front of a group of Anbu. Now, when you have Anbu on your ass you'd be surprised how fast you can run. This is all your fault, yelled Hanabi as she ran like she was running the 100-meter dash. Why did you tell me the coast was clear? Nell stopped crying and pointed to the sky. Sui, she said. It was clear. Hanabi did her best not to face fault. Also I love being chawed because I'm a serious masochist. What the hell is wrong with you? Yelled Hanabi. Suddenly, Nell shot ahead of her and then stopped. She looked left and right and then pointed down an alleyway. This way, she said before running into it. Hanabi, not seeing any other choice, turned right and ran into a dead end. She then looked down on Nell. Hami, I hate you, she said to Nell. Nell, in return, looked at her with big puppy dog eyes. Suddenly, Anbu were right behind them. Both girls slowly turned around. The leader of the group, who happened to be the one the council had always spoken to, stepped forward. It's the end of the line, he said. Now, either come quietly or else we will use force. Hanabi answered this by getting into her family's fighting stance. There was no way she would go down without a fight. Such was expected from her as the daughter of Hiashi Hyuga. She ran forward and was easily kicked in the gut. She landed against the wall, her eyes closed. Nell moved over to her and pulled out a stick. She then began to poke Hanabi with it. You okay? She asked. Let's get this over with, said the head Anbu. Nell then turned to face them as two of the Anbu grabbed her by the arms and then lifted her up. Then, Nell heard a voice in her head. Foolish girl, said the voice of Silver. If they capture you they might kill you. I cannot have you die yet. So for now I'll have to give you the power to survive. Chakra began to emit from Nell in great amounts. The two Anbu dropped her and stepped away in fear. Then, a cloud began to surround her in a spiral motion. Then, the cloud exploded and was shot in all directions. What stood there in the middle of it all was not a little girl. She looked close to 20. Her green hair was longer and more curled. The mask on her head was less cartoonish and had curved horns. She had well-sized breasts that were hidden under a shirt that stopped just under them. She also wore a skirt that looked like it had been ripped. The head Anbu kept his eye on her. He then slowly reached for his blade. When his hand made contact, she simply vanished. The Anbu looked around and noticed that Hanabi was gone. He then looked upward and saw the older Nell standing on the edge of a building holding Hanabi. She turned around, set down the young Hyuga and then turned to face the Anbu again. The Anbu kept his eyes on her, never leaving her even to blink. Then she vanished again only to appear right in front of him with a double-sided lance made of bones in her right hand. Before he knew what was happening, she thrust it into his chest and then pulled out, leaving behind a large hole. So, she said as she lifted her lance. Who's next? Hanabi woke up to a scream. As she got up she felt pain in her head. Suddenly, she remembered what had happened. But looking around she was on a roof and not in front of the council. She got up and walked over to the edge where the crying was coming from. She looked down and her eyes popped out of her head. Nell, in her child form, was standing up and surrounded by the corpses of the fallen Anbu. What the hell happened? Yelled Hanabi. Naruto watched as time passed. Ninjutsu had become something people called trendy. To ordinary people, the more jutsus a person could do the more popular you were. Sports teams quickly assimilated them into the game allowing for more excitement. Families even began to create jutsus that could only be used by their families. Thus began clan-specific jutsus. The governments, on the other hand, saw chakra as another weapon. After the death of the Rakuden Sennin, samples were either taken or stolen from his corpse to be studied. Naruto watched as scientists tried to replicate the same eye traits into clones. However, this turned out to be harder than they thought. Others studied the DNA from the samples and began to work with the code to create new abilities. He then saw the birth of his mother's clan. The scientists planned on creating assassins that could get past security without setting of the metal detectors. More agile than other people. Thus dozens of clones were created to be nothing more than puppets for their government. Another group created the Byakugan and then later evolved it to create the Sharingan. Tests and studies were done all to win the next war that could happen at any time. Naruto was now in a lab when the earth began to shake. People were screaming and taking cover. Some scientists began to yell that there were no fault lines near them. Others screamed that they were under attack. The scientists began to cry and some began to pray. This was the last straw, said Kyuubi. Humans had kept trying to find new weapons to kill each other. Eventually, one of them made a machine that would accelerate the movements of the Earth's plates. Originally, he had the best intentions believing that he could use the machine to stop them and ending earthquakes. However, the leaders of his government had one true wish for this machine, for war. Powered by 15 nuclear reactors, the machine was put into overdrive. Land sank into the sea and mountains popped out of nowhere. People on all sides were dying, yet the leaders didn't care as long as they could still maintain their power. Then the reactors began to overheat. In one day, billions of lives were lost. Those that survived this tragedy were few in number. The clone bodies were released and let loose on the world to help repopulate it, fearing that something like this would happen. Again, most of the technology was destroyed. They kept things they knew they would need to survive, but destroyed their weapons of mass destruction, cars, guns, and many other things. They rebuilt and, in time, built the system that you see today. The door to Iruka's apartment was kicked down by a Hyuga. Iruka stood up from his seat but was then kicked back down. Soon, a couple more entered the room. "Where is she?" demanded the Hyuga right before he punched Iruka. "Where is who?" asked Iruka. In response, he was hit again, knocking out a few teeth. "Where is the snake bitch?" demanded the Hyuga. Iruka glared at him. "I would rather die than betray her," said Iruka. The Hyuga responded by punching him in the gut. "Fine then," said the Hyuga. "Let's take you to the." He stopped there as insects began to cover his body. The other two Hyuga moved to help get them off of him, but stopped suddenly. A hand made on shadow then crawled around their bodies and went for their necks. Soon, all three were on the floor unconscious. Iruka looked over at the door and saw Shino and Shikamaru standing there. "Thanks for the help," said Iruka as he gathered his missing teeth. "TCH," said Shikamaru. "My old man told me to help you out seeing as you and Anko-sensei are a couple. Troublesome. My father does not agree with the council or their actions," said Shino. His bugs returned to him. "Nor do I believe that Naruto is the Kyuubi, or do I see any existing ties that Anko-sensei has with Orochimaru, seeing that she fought against his men. Hinata may not agree with many of the things within her clan, but she would never go against them. Nor would Hanabi, since she is the more favored child. Because of these facts, I cannot stand back while our new leaders lie to us about our comrades." "Good enough for me," said Iruka with a small sweat drop on his forehead. "Now let's get Anko and find some place to hide for a while." It was now closer to the present than ever before. Naruto stood in some weird place that was all white. There were no floors or wall, just endless white. Next to him were two other people. One was Kyuubi and the other was in Uchiha. They stood before the others, except there was now a silver orb and the red one was missing. Then the black orb spoke. "We are here today to decide which of these two may be allowed to join our ranks," said Black. "As you all know, Red has been enlightened and his seat is now open. I say the choice is clear that we cannot allow the anomaly to join us here. Blue has made a grave error in selecting it." "Kyuubi is the better choice," said Blue. "While he has been on Earth, the problems he has created have been minimal compared to what he once did. He has mostly kept out of the humans' development. Madara, on the other hand, is a cold-blooded killer. His track record speaks for itself. He killed his own brother and removed his eye to save himself from blindness. How can we allow such a monster into our ranks?" "The anomaly is a mistake," said Pink. "It has no place here," said Green. "Silver, what is your opinion on this matter?" Naruto could feel the being known as Silver stare at Kyuubi even though it had no eyes. When it spoke, its voice was like that of a child. "I was not around when the Kyuubi was created," said Silver. "While its creation may have been a mistake, it still exists. Our laws clearly state that any being may be allowed to join our rank either by their own ability to reach us on their own or by a group vote to replace a missing member. I myself, as you all know, did not need to be voted in. While both sides make good points, I will not take any side in this. Those who deserve to be one of us should get here on their own. This is my decision." "Thank you," said Blue. "Thank you for reminding everyone that every being has the right to become one of the others." "My vote still stands," said Pink. "As does mine," said Green. One by one, the others voted to allow Madara to join them. Naruto could feel a smug grin coming from Black when it was over. Then, Madara's skin began to peel like that of a banana. When it fell to the ground, all that was left was a red orb. It rose and took its place with the others. "Fine," said Kyuubi in a hurt tone that shocked Naruto. "Then I'll get what I wanted some other way. Who needs you?" With that he turned around. However, before he could leave, Blue appeared in front of him. "Please calm down," said Blue. "I know you're upset and you really wanted this. Just give me some time and I'll speak to the enlightened about this. I'll make a case for you. I'll." "Thank you, Blue," said Kyuubi with a sad smile. "I should have known that I wouldn't have been welcomed here. After all, I'm just a mistake." "Don't you dare believe that crap," said Blue. "Sure, when you were created I thought that way too. But look at you now. You've changed and for the better. Maybe they just need to see it." "Perhaps," said Kyuubi with a sigh. "Maybe one day my dream will come true. If the others won't help me realize it, then perhaps the humans will." "We refuse," said Gaara in a stern tone. "If we do what you are asking us, then we will be proving to them that we are nothing more than monsters." "You may not have a choice," said Danzo. "You can't stay here forever and the tunnels only run under the village. And sooner or later they will find you. Please do not let your emotions cloud your judgment on what needs to be done." "Okami!" cried Rin. Everyone turned to look at her and saw that she was staring at Naruto. Naruto looked like he was having a seizure. His body was shaking all over the place and there was rapid eye movement like he was dreaming. Sweat came out of his pores and soon blood did. Then it just stopped. "What the hell was that?" demanded Mitchi. Rin looked at her with fear. "I have no idea," said Rin. "If I had to guess, he was scared to death and was trying to wake up." Naruto was scared to death. He wanted to be anywhere but here. Here being a different planet. The race that lived there looked like a mix of dolphins and rats. Their upper body was that of the dolphin, but from the waist down looked like a rat's body. But that's not what scared him. It was Madara. Madara's orb had the Sharingan in the middle. He was killing everything in sight. People were being ripped to shreds as many black holes appeared in their chests. These beings somehow were able to use jutsus, but every one of them was swallowed by a hole in time and space and then sent right back at them. Many tried to leave the planet, but tentacles shot out of the orb and cut the ships in half. Suddenly, Naruto was thrown off the planet and orbited it. In a matter of seconds, the planet was destroyed in a large explosion. "Millions were lost," said Kyuubi. Madara attacked this world when he heard that the people there could perform jutsus and use chakra. He feared that the others might become too crowded and cease to be elitist group. So he destroyed them, testing only a millionth of his total power. "That was a millionth," yelled Naruto as sweat poured over his body. "The others are never to interfere unless there is no other choice," continued Kyuubi. "And their laws are absolute." Madara, the new Red, was sent back to Earth to be sealed in a shrine. He was then told should he ever escape that he could never use his full power. The amount of power he could ever use again would be equal to 10 Kage level shinobi. To have all that power and not be able to use all of it is what makes it a punishment. However, he seeks a way to rejoin them and destroy them at the same time. To do that, he will need the power of the 9 anomalies. He is your enemy, Naruto. For he has escaped and has found a body that was willing to hold him. The scene changed again. There was Naruto's father, standing on top of Gamabunta. There was the Kyuubi with a grin on his face. "You fight well for a human," said Kyuubi. "But you will never be able to give me what I need." "Well, that's just fine," said Arashi as he finished the hand signs he was working on. "Because this is the end for both of us." Naruto woke up with a start, surprising everyone. The first thing he did was cover his nose after sniffing the air. "Okay," he said. "I know I did not do that. Amok. Chibi Kyuubi." Back in the time of the dinosaurs, Kyuubi and the other Biju were just children. One day they were building a fort together. Shukaku was acting like he had too much sugar and cutting down every tree in sight. Nibi was doing her best to get Kyuubi to notice her. The others just rolled their eyes at this and continued to work while Kyuubi was oblivious to the whole thing. Soon the fort was done. "Yay!" cried Nibi. "The precious," said Shukaku. Then, a T-Rex stepped on it. "Hey!" yelled Kyuubi. "Say you're sorry." "Make me shrimp," said the T-Rex as he laughed at the Biju who were only the size of puppies. 10 years later the same T-Rex was walking along looking for a bite to eat. Then, suddenly, he was in the shadow of something else. Kyuubi looked at him and grinned. "Who's the shrimp now?" Chapter 36. Recently, the manga has put some things into question. Personally, I was split between Itachi killing his clan for the good of the village or just being evil. Could have been either. However, I don't believe that Madara is being honest about himself. Please remember that he is a bad guy and they are layers. I mean, if Itachi was really a good guy who was trying to protect his brother, why lie about Madara? Also remember that Madara is the true leader of the group that is trying to kill the hero of this manga. In another area, please remember that it was the leadership of the village that feared the Uchiha. In many parts of the anime and manga, we see the people of the village saying good things about the clan. Just because the council and Danzo feared them doesn't mean the rest of the village did as well. Some people have been saying that the categories for my stories are wrong. That they should be listed as humor rather than general. The truth is that I put so many genres into them that there is no simple genre that is right. My favorite animes and mangas are the more that have a bit of everything. The ones that are serious, funny, scary, action-packed, and romantic. Because, that is the way real life is. Well, that's how I see it at least. "I wonder how Mitchi is doing," said Yu with a small giggle as he jumped from tree to tree. The gay, gender-confused boy was jumping from tree to tree as he headed from his village to the Leaf Village. He was going there to speak with Tsunade about a mission that he would be going on alone for the next 2.5 years. Not that he minded when he heard what he was doing. Nothing had changed about Yu since the Chunin exam. He was still a genin as far as anyone could tell. He still had pink curly hair and blue eyes. He was also wearing a kimono with two black metal fans on his sides. Deep down, he was hoping to see Sasuke as well in the hopes that he could ask him out before he started on his mission. Suddenly Yu stopped on a tree branch when he heard something. A moment later, he heard it again. It sounded like swearing that would put a sailor to shame. Immediately, an image of a sailor appeared in his head that looked every emo-like. "There is a kami," screamed Yu as he changed his direction so he could find the source of the cursing. He ran for several minutes until he came across a part of the forest where there were no trees. It was as if a lumberjack had had a party. Yu scanned the area and then saw some wood move. It looked like whoever was swearing was trapped underneath and was trying to get out. Yu raced over to the spot, eager to meet the swearer. "Don't worry, I'll help you get you," said Yu as he began to lift some of the wood until he saw something that made him stop. "What the fuck is your problem?" swore Taiya as Yu just stared at her. "Help me up, you fucking asshole." "You're a girl, right?" asked Yu as he squinted at her. Tick marks appeared all over Taiya's face. "Of course I'm a fucking girl, you ass streak," she yelled. Yu sighed, turned around, and began to walk away. "Hey, where in hell are you going?" "I thought I was going to find a sailor," said Yu. "But instead I find a girl. Life is so cruel sometimes." "You stupid shit," roared Taiya. "I have information for the Hokage about Orochimaru that I need to tell her." Yu turned around slowly and looked at her. "And how did you come by this information?" asked Yu. "Because, asshole, I'm a double agent," said Taiya. "Naruto," yelled Rin as she moved to hug him. However, she was pushed away as Hinata and Mitchi moved at Hirshin-like speeds to get close to Naruto, hugging each arm. "Ah, what happened?" asked Naruto. "I'll explain," said Gaara. "You won in your fight against Sasuke. However, shortly after you arrived back for medical treatment, the council of this village made a move to take control. The first thing they did was tell everyone about the Kyuubi and promise to take care of the problem. Right now they have the Hokage, Jiraiya, Hiashi Hyuga, and your mother. Or at least, that's all that we know. They are now looking for you, me, Mitchi, and your sensei, so they can give us a public exaction to display their power and finalize it. They also want Hinata and Hanabi. We ran into this person who calls himself Danzo." Gaara motioned to the Warhawk, "and together we are working out a plan." Gaara then stared at Naruto. "So, what was going on with you?" Naruto groaned as the two girls were painfully removed off his arms by Rin. "Let's just say that I got the cliff notes to Kyuubi's autobiography," said Naruto. He then looked at Gaara. "Let's just say that he showed me something that concerns people in our position." Gaara nodded, getting the hidden message that they would need to talk later. While Naruto wanted to tell them all the truth, in reality he was scared. A guy who could only use power equal to 10 Kage level shinobi wanted to rip out their Bijuu and use them to power himself up. It only took a millionth of his power to destroy a planet, so what does that say about where he was now? How was he supposed to defeat someone like that? Then there was what Kyuubi wanted him to do for him. The future was starting to look bleak. "Now that you're here with us," said Danzo with some impatience. "Do you have anything to contribute?" "Well," said Naruto slowly. "Could I get some more details?" At the same time, Hisam was sitting in her cell. This time the bars had been reinforced so she couldn't bend them like she did last time. What was worse was her swords were right in front of her on the wall. If she could reach them she could have a chance at freedom. However, she had no way of getting to them. "Damn it," she swore. "This sucks." "I agree," said a voice. A moment later, Toby appeared from around the corner and stopped in front of her cell. "Never fear, Toby is here." "Toby?" said a surprised Hisam. "Why are you here?" "Because tonight is the Akatsuki group karaoke contest," said Toby as he bent the bars. Hisam is always Toby's partner. Hisam nodded as she walked out of her cell. "Thanks Toby," said Hisam as she grabbed her swords. "When we're done kicking everyone else's asses, I need to get back here." "Oh," said Toby with a bit of surprise. "Still going to get the Kyuubi?" Hisam blushed a bit. "Well, that's part of the reason," she said. "There is also a guy involved." "Hooray for Hisam," yelled Toby. "That's right," said Hisam. "Hooray for me." Somewhere within the village, the ground beneath the street exploded. People who had been standing in the area ran away in fear. When the smoke cleared, 3 figures stood in front of the hole that they had made. "Are you sure this will work?" asked Mitchi as she began to prepare her clay. Naruto said nothing and Gaara just stood there. Flashback. "Alright," said Naruto after getting all of the information. "I think I have a plan." He then turned to Rin. "Remember when Anko-sensei was teaching us on how to deal with enemies when they have superior numbers?" "Of course," said Rin. "We have to break them down into more manageable numbers." "So we're going to be doing something like that," said Naruto as he began to draw a map of the village in the ground. "First, we need to get most of the enemy away from the tower." Naruto then drew several X around the outskirts of the village. Then he stopped. Damn, we don't have enough people. Allow me to handle that then, said Danzo. I have enough members en route to be at these locations. Naruto nodded. He then drew 2 more X, both halfway between the village wall and the tower on opposite side. Next, we'll split the rest of us into 2 teams, said Naruto. Team 1 will be made of me, Mitchi, and Gaara. Team 2 will have Bushi Brows, Ino, Haku, Tamari, and Kankuro. Since Team 1 is the one that they want the most, they'll send the best after us. Team 2 will be taking out as many as possible and looking for anyone else who wants to help. Hopefully, they'll spread their forces thin. So what about me? Asked Rin. People will be needing medical attention and that's why the remaining members of our little group have a different mission, said Naruto with a smile. Then flashback. Naruto soon saw what he could only assume to be the effects of his plan. About a dozen Anbu and 19 members of the Hyuga clan as well as various Jonins and Chunins heading towards them. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw a smirk appear on Gaara's face. Is that it? He asked as sand began to shoot out of his gourd. The sand then moved to block several projectiles that were aimed at them. I've taken down more before. I'm sure you have, said Mitchi as she dodged the kunai that were thrown at her. She then sent several clay birds at them that soon exploded in burst of water. But I think the situation is a little different. That's right, said Naruto as he blocked a sword with his bone blades and then cut right through it. Before the Jonin could react. Naruto slashed his chest. They were already afraid of you, weren't they? Here they just hate you. True, said Gaara. Dessert coffin. Gaara looked upon the 3 Anbu he had caught in his sand and smirked. It seemed like this part of Naruto's plan was working. Hyuga clan members and Anbu that had been searching for them were now fighting with Root in various places along the village. Once the 2 teams had been spotted by the council, they sent almost everybody in the tower and nearby to get them. Then, more people showed up. Iruka, the original Ino Shikacho team, Shikamaru, Shino, and Choji began to fight as well and began to make their way to the tower. Later, Kurenai along with Asuma, Guy, and Kakashi also began to fight as well. Because of all of this, no one was guarding the tower. And no one saw Hinata, Rin, Kin, and Tenten slip into the building. Flashback. According to Danzo, continued Naruto. Bachan and the others are being held in the basement of the tower so they can keep an eye on them. While we're all fighting, I want Rin, Kin, and Tenten to make sure Hinata gets to the tower so she can undo the seals on their heads. Once they have no control over them, I'm sure they're going to be wanting some payback. This is a decent plan, said Danzo. Anko has taught you well. However, this will still result in civil war. The only way to stop it would be if we had hard evidence to prove that the council was up no good. Naruto smiled. That's where part 3 comes in, he replied. Then flashback. They followed the route that Danzo had given them. First they went past the second stairway and went down the third that was behind a door. The combination to the door's lock was 1134. They then took it all the way to the bottom, making sure they were quiet. When they got to the bottom, they found themselves in a place where few people ever see, Anbu special prisoner cells. There were small cells on both sides, and at the end was a large one holding the people they had come to save. Seeing no one, they rushed towards the cell. Father, cried Hinata as she reached the cell. Hiashi looked up in shock. Hinata? He asked puzzled. Everyone else in the cell looked at her. Don't worry father, said Hinata as Tenten moved to pick the lock. We'll get those seals off of you. I don't think so, said a voice from behind them. The girls turned around and saw 2 Anbu staring at them. Looks like you little Genins never heard the phrase this is too easy. Shit, Rin swore as she got into a battle stance. Tenten pulled out some shuriken. Kin pulled out her senbon needles with the bells on them. Hinata got into her own battle stance. This caused the Anbu to laugh. You 4 little snots think you can beat 2 Anbu? He asked. He continued to laugh as his partner pulled back his fist and hit him behind his head. Everyone looked at him as the other Anbu fell to the floor. Ah, not that I'm complaining or anything, said Kin as she lowered her needles a bit. But why did you do that? Because I'm on your side, he replied as he walked over to the cage. He pointed a finger at the lock and a key made of wood came out and he unlocked the cage. The 4 girls slowly walked inside and began to help the captives. Hinata went right for Tsunade and started to undo her seal. Well, this is a surprise, said Tsunade. Tell me, why the sudden change in heart? There was no change, the Anbu replied. During the retrieval mission, I noticed that several Anbu simply vanish. The one thing they had in common was that they held no grudge against Naruto Uzumaki. Then, when several Anbu came to me and asked which side I was on, yours of the councils, I realized that something was going on. So I said yes to infiltrate their ranks. As soon as I heard their plan, I wanted to go and find Hinata or Hanabi to undo the seals. However, they had me placed here on guard duty. I guess it's a good thing that they did. A very good thing, said Mimichi. Almost done, said Hinata. Everyone looked at Tsunade and sure enough the seal was fading away. "Very good job Hinata," said Tsunade, causing the young girl to blush. She then turned her attention to Hiashi. "When this is over, I think we better have a talk about the use of these things. Wouldn't you agree Hiashi?" "Hi," replied Hiashi. While this was going on, a nurse was making her rounds. The next stop was the room of Sasuke. She opened the door and then dropped her chart in shock. The window was open and Sasuke was gone. "Okay," panted Gaara. "Now I'm getting tired." It was about an hour later and the three of them had been fighting for that whole time, making sure not to kill any more or seriously harm anyone. Many of the leaf nins they had fought were now on the sides of the road, watching and being unable to help. However, Naruto and company were in bad shape. They were tired and a bit banged up. "Maybe we should pull out the big guns," suggested Mitchi as she took a knee. "Maybe," said Naruto as his chakra supply began to replenish itself. "That would not be a good idea," said Hamaru as he and Kaharu walked down the street towards them. Even from a distance, you could see the smug looks on their faces. They then stopped directly in front of them. "We are here to demand you surrender," said Kaharu. "If you do not comply or pull out your Bijuu, then we will kill one of our hostages." Hearing that, Naruto shot them a dirty look before he dropped his blades and putting his hands behind his back. Mitchi then dropped the last of her clay on the ground and Gaara let his sand fall to the ground. "That is good," said Hamaru. "Even stupid beasts like you understand when you are finished." He paused for a moment, thinking he heard an echo or something. However, he shrugged it off. Nothing could stop them now. "Only because you have placed a birdcage seal on my mom," said Naruto with a growl. "I also know that you did the same thing too. Hiashi Hyuga, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Danzo told us everything." "I see," said Kaharu as she smiled. "Well then you should know what we can do to them if they don't do what we say." "What I don't get is why you're doing all over this," said Naruto. "Why lie about Hinata and Hanabi? They would never go against their father the clan." The two elders looked around at the fallen nins and then smiled. "I think I see your plan," said Hamaru. "Get us to tell all of these nins our plan so they will turn against us." "However," said Kaharu. "You made a mistake. As soon as we have you then they will be either killed or have the seal placed on them first." Naruto's face widened with shock along with Gaara and Mitchi. "Since we plan on doing both anyways, we might as well tell you," said Hamaru. "We plan on placing the birdcage seal on everyone in the village and then turning it into a sort of slave market. First we needed to get the seal and then eliminate all who can remove it. That is why we took Hiashi and are going to kill his daughters. We also ordered their mother's death," said Kaharu. "She was getting people to realize that the rumors we had been spreading about you being the Kyuubi in human form were lies as well as Anko still being loyal to Orochimaru. We wanted to make sure that the people hated you so much they wouldn't care about anything else," said Hamaru. "And it has worked perfectly. The village is signing away its freedom just to see you dead." Shock filled the fallen nins who laid on the sides of the roads. It had finally sunk in that they were just being used and manipulated to further the goals of these two greedy assholes. And the worst thing was knowing that they had done it to themselves. "Thank you," said Naruto as a smile appeared on his face. He then pulled him hands out from behind his back and revealed a microphone. Flashback. "Part 3 is where we turn the village against the council," said Naruto. He then turned to Ino. "Remember that prank I pulled with the PA system?" Ino groaned. "I wish I could forget," she muttered. "You put a microphone in the girls' bathroom and broadcasted the conversations that were going on at the time to the whole village. I said some mean things about my mom and she grounded me because of that." Naruto grinned as he pulled out a scroll and unsealed the microphone that was sealed. Inside. "You carry that with you?" asked Temari. "It was expensive," said Naruto in defense. "Besides, I always carry my prank supplies around in case I need them." "I see where this is going," said Danzo. "We're going to first take down as many of them as we can without killing them," said Naruto. "That way, they'll think that we planned on trying to get them to confess to their wounded and getting them to turn against them. They won't suspect me to use this." Then flashback. "What have you done?" demanded Kaharu in fear. "I'd think that it was obvious," said Tsunade from behind them. Both members of the council turned around and saw Tsunade standing behind them cracking her knuckles. Next to her was a pissed off Jiraiya, Mimiji, and Hiashi. "The whole village heard it," said Jiraiya. "Right now, everyone is standing down. You let your egos cloud your judgment and made the mistake of underestimating your opponent." "Save that for later Jiraiya," said Tsunade with a look that promised death. "Now these two are going to learn a lesson on what happens when you betray the village." From a distance, the sound of punches could be heard as well as the screams of two old geezers. Well, that's it for this chapter. Next time will be the last as some things are put to rest. Chapter 37. It is official, Sasuke is an idiot. Madara's plan is so obvious. Right now, the Akatsuki has lost a lot of people and the leaf is on their ass. So he's getting Sasuke and his team to distract them. And maybe while Sasuke's on another I will have revenge bit, Naruto might become an easier target. Well, that's what I think at least. Hopefully we're done with Sasuke for a while. Oh, my fanfic. Yes, this is the last chapter of BEM. I have had a great time writing it. So things I have changed from my original vision and others I have kept the same. But, it's not over yet. Remember. When I said there was going to be a part 2. Let's rock. Tsunade let out a sigh. It was 2 days since Naruto's prank on the Pa stopped the council dead in its tracks, and things were quieting down a bit. The first thing that had been on her agenda was the death of the Hyuga elder and the council for their betrayal. After she had beaten them into a bloody pulp, Tsunade dragged them into the forest of death and made sure some of the monstrous leeches that lived in there landed on them. According to Aburam clan, it was a most unpleasant way to die. It didn't take long for their already shriveled up bodies to become even more shriveled up as every drop of their blood was drained from their bodies. The second thing she did was undo the genjutsu that was on most of the villagers. This happened, of course, after Inoichi had been able to talk to her. She had wondered how the village could treat the son of the Yondaime the way they had, and this explained it. Well, they shouldn't have treated him like that in the first place. While she began to restore the lost bits of memory from the villagers, the Hyuga clan was dealing with their own problems. The few remaining main house members were forced to accept the flaws with the seal they had placed on their fellow clansmen. They had been forced to do the bidding of a corrupt elder and nearly caused the downfall of the village. So Hinata and Hiashi did a little father and daughter activity as they removed the seal from every branch member until they were all gone. Now, Tsunade was back to the mountain of paperwork that had accumulated. Why couldn't those bastards have done this stuff while they were taking over the village? Asked Tsunade. She then picked up the next paper. A request to place Mizuki Tauji as a B-ranked missing nin, I wonder why he ran. Meanwhile, Mizuki was walking down a hallway in the Hidden Sound village. Gone were the days since he was a stringy-looking chunin. Hauling all those rocks and doing work like that had caused him to grow real muscles. Other than that, he was the same traitorous person he had always been. Kabuto stood next to him. I take it that Orochimaru was pleased with my gift? Asked Mizuki as he tied on his new sound headband. Indeed, said Kabuto. But tell me, why didn't you stay in the Leaf Village? Why stay with those weaklings, said Mizuki with disgust. Besides, all that matters in the end is power. And Orochimaru will reward me greatly for bringing him the Uchiha. Kabuto grinned at that. It was true, Orochimaru would be very grateful. Kabuto remembered Orochimaru's displeasure when he heard that Mizuki had failed to bring him the Forbidden Scroll. But this was well worth that displeasure. Not only did Mizuki bring him Sasuke but the legendary Stupid Brothers as well. Perhaps a new Sound 4 would form. Do not worry, said Kabuto. Orochimaru will place the cursed seal on you soon. But I have a question. What will you do with that power once you have it? I'll kill that Gaki who stopped me the first time, said Mizuki without any hesitation. I'll also kill Iruka and that bitch of his and everyone else who ever doubted my powers. I like your attitude, said a voice from behind them. Both Kabuto and Mizuki turned around and saw Orochimaru standing behind them. Next to him was Sasuke. Both the men gave them a bow as they walked past them. Hurry up and give me the power I need, said Sasuke with his usual emo impatience. Fukuku, laughed Orochimaru as he stopped at a doorway. Then let us begin in this room. Sasuke nodded and opened the door. What he saw was not what he expected. There was a large heart-shaped bed and on the ceiling was a mirror ball. What the he began. However, before he could finish, Orochimaru pushed him into the room and quickly closed it behind him. The next thing that was heard was the sound of the door locking. That was followed by his creepy laugh. Kabuto heard were footsteps coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a pink-haired boy who was dressed like a girl. Oh my, said Yu as he brought out a fan to hide his blush. I was hoping to do that with him first. Seems the Stupid Brothers escaped as well, said Tsunade as she continued to read over the papers. Must have happened during all the commotion. Well, at least that guy who eats people's faces didn't escape. Now what's next? Tsunade was then stopped by a knocking on the door. Come in. The door opened and in walked two people. One was a girl with red hair and dressed in a similar fashion to Orochimaru. Next to her was Jiraiya with a grin on his face. Tsunade motioned them to take a seat and they did. About time this old hag finally let me see her, said Taiya. This comment caused tick marks to appear all over Tsunade's face. What was that? Demanded an angry Hokage. Jiraiya was the first to react as he held up his hands in a calming manner. Now, said Jiraiya. Taiya here is a bit rough around the edges. Please calm down. As Tsunade began to take several deep breaths, he turned to the fiery redhead. Okay now, please tell Tsunade everything. Fine, she said. Back when Orochimaru first showed his wide ass in Rice Country, a few people didn't trust him at all. One of these people was the head of the military. He tried to get our daimyo to reject that sick fucker by saying that he already betrayed his own village and he would surely do the same to him in a heartbeat. But shitbrains didn't listen. So my clan was contacted and I was given the assignment of spying on Orochimaru. I was to contact the military if I ever got wind of any shit that would go against what he promised. It was fucking hard work. That bastard trained us like a slave driver. Then he selected several of us and placed his cursed seal on us. You survived. When I heard about the attack on the leaf I was about to blow the horn, but the military head was 6 feet under. The daimyo right now is more like a puppet and Orochimaru is the fucker who is pulling the strings. Not knowing who I could trust, I had to keep up the act until I could escape. It was hard to find a chance like that. The Sound Four was always together. But, while we were escorting that Uchiha bitch to Orochimaru, we began to split up. I would have handed the container over to those asswipes if Kamimuro hadn't showed up. But, it all worked out since that freaky pink-haired guy showed up and brought me here. I see, said Tsunade. Does this mean that Sasuke left the village under his own free will? Hell yeah, said Taiya. It didn't take much convincing. Tsunade groaned. Great, now I have 2 renegade Uchihas to deal with, she said. So, what does Orochimaru want with Sasuke? His body, answered Taiya. Since you wouldn't heal his arms, Orochimaru decided to take Sasuke's body earlier than he had planned. However, since Kamimuro showed up, it meant that we were most likely too late and Orochimaru had to take some other bastard's body. If I remember correctly it will be another 3 years until he will be able to take another body. So we have 3 years until Orochimaru gains the Sharingan, said Tsunade with a sigh. That's good news at least. It means we have time to prevent that. Taiya, was it, what will you do now? Taiya crossed her arms. No fucking clue, she said. Can't go home without snakeshit sniffing me out, that's for sure. Well, said Tsunade. Maybe you could become a leaf nin. Maybe, said Taiya. It would be nice to get a chance to get some payback. I'll give you some time to think it over, said Tsunade. You may go. Taiya nodded and left the room. Once she was gone, Jiraiya spoke up. So, you planning on offering everyone who walks through your door a job? We're short-handed, said Tsunade. While casualties were small during the council's little coup, we still lost people. And we were already short-handed as it was. This means that we are going to have to take some drastic measures. Like what? Asked the Toad Sage. For starters, began Tsunade. I am asking that all retired shinobi in the village come out of retirement. We'll need them to help train the new genins that will be coming out of the academy and going on some missions. Also, I'm going to have to assign missions to some of the genins that are a bit above their level. Then I'll be allowing for more genin teams to form than the usual 3. And you thought you weren't right for the job, said Jiraiya with a grin. Then he grew serious. But, I need to ask you for something. What is it? Asked Tsunade. I need to take Naruto out of the village, he replied. Tsunade slammed her fist on her desk. Did you not hear what I just said? She roared. I know you are short-handed, replied Jiraiya. But this has to do. But the Akatsuki. My informant has told me that they won't be going after Naruto for the next 2.5 years. In that time, I plan to train him. However, I can't do it here where they could be spying on us. Jiraiya, began Tsunade. However, at that moment the door opened and in walked Mitchi. Tsunade watched as Jiraiya seemed to shrink in his chair a bit when he saw her. Tsunade, said Mitchi. Could you tell this village to stop sending us? I'm sorry we abused your son fruit baskets. It's ridiculous. I'll look into that, answered Tsunade. But right now, your timing is perfect. Jiraiya here was making a suggestion about your son's future training. Oh, said Mitchi as she raised an eyebrow. She then looked at the super pervert. What did you have in mind? Jiraiya shot Tsunade a dirty look. Oh nothing, he said. Just the usual really. Right foods, strict schedule, a 3-year training journey, chakra control, and… Wait, said Mitchi. What was that? Chakra control, answered Jiraiya. Before that, said Mitchi as she narrowed her eyes. I was thinking about a 3-year training journey, said Jiraiya. Like hell you will. Yelled Mitchi. Mitchi, please listen, begged Jiraiya. Oh no, said Mitchi. I'm not letting you take my son away for 3 years while you subject him to all your bad traits. What could he possibly learn out there that he couldn't learn here? It's not just about what he could learn, said Jiraiya. I want to take him off the Akatsuki's radar. But didn't you just tell me that they aren't going after him until some time in the next 2.5 years? Asked Tsunade. Jiraiya was beginning to sweat and Tsunade was loving it. That's true, said Jiraiya. But I also intend on teaching him how to tap into the Kyuubi's chakra. And what happens if he can't control it? Demanded Mitchi. What if the seal weakens or something like that? Then all that training would have been for nothing. Well, stuttered Jiraiya as he felt Mimichi's eyes burn a hole through him. Jiraiya, said Tsunade. I understand what you are getting at. If Naruto could harness the power of the Kyuubi, he would be strong enough to hold his own against almost anyone out there. But Mimichi also makes a good point. If something were to go wrong and Naruto couldn't control the Kyuubi's chakra, he may go wild and attack everything in sight. The only person who could take him down safely would be Tenzo, who is staying here in the village. Jiraiya sighed. I guess you do have a point, admitted Jiraiya. Also, continued Tsunade. I would like to keep an eye on you. Why on me? Asked the offended Hirosenin. Because you would stop whatever it is you were working on to spy on girls less than half your age and write those filthy books of yours, answered Tsunade. Mimichi nodded. But what about my information network, said Jiraiya. They are keeping tabs on the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. I need to leave the village and pick up the reports that they leave me. I'm not saying that you have to stay in the village, said Tsunade. You can leave the village every couple of months to check with your network. However, Naruto will be staying here. I need everyone I can get doing missions until the situation is fixed. Jiraiya was about to say something to his old teammate when a hand touched his shoulder. He slowly looked up at the face of Mimichi, who began to squeeze his shoulder. And don't forget that I'll be giving birth soon, said Mimichi. I'll be needing Naruto to help around the house. Alright, said Jiraiya. I get it. Elsewhere, Naruto was lying on a blanket on top of the Yondame's head. Next to him was Rin. She was curled up next to him with an arm around his stomach as they stared into space after a long time. They were finally on a date. Off to the side was a picnic basket that they had brought with them. This is nice, said Naruto. Yeah, agreed Rin as she snuggled a bit closer. Little did they know that they were being watched by 3 people. Hinata was staring at Rin with fire in her pale eyes. Mitchi was planning on how to blow Rin up. Kin was there with hearts in her eyes. Wow, said Kin with a blush. I wish I could find a guy like that someday. I can't let this go on, said Hinata. I saw him first. Yeah, but she made the first move, said Kin. I know that, replied Hinata. But that's only because they're teammates. If I had been on his team that would have been me. As she said the last part, her face turned deep red as she began to imagine her in Rin's place at that moment. Whatever you say, said Mitchi. You know you just embarrass yourself. I would not, said Hinata. Would too, countered Mitchi. Said Kin. Both Hinata and Mitchi stopped their arguing and looked in the direction that Kin was looking. Moments later their eyes bulged. Naruto and Rin were now looking at each other. Slowly their lips moved closer together. Hinata and Mitchi tried to run over there and stop them, but Kin held on to the back of their clothing, keeping them where they were. Naruto's and Rin's lips were millimeters away from each other when a damn Chunin decided to poof in on them. They pulled apart from each other and sat up straight instantly and began to give the stupid Chunin evil glares for ruining the moment. You two are wanted by the Hokage, he said before he poofing away. Damn it, yelled Rin as she got up. We were so close to having that perfect moment. We still can, said Naruto as he got up as well and began to head with Rin to the Hokage's tower. We can continue where we left off once we are done. It won't be the same, cried Rin. As the two walked away, the same Chunin appeared in front of Hinata, Kin, and Mitchi. You 3 are also wanted by the Hokage, he said. The rookie 9, minus Sasuke, were standing in front of Tsunade along with Haku, Kin, Team Guy, and Mitchi. I would like to start out by saying how proud I am of all of you, said Tsunade with a smile. In the last official mission, those of you who brought back Sasuke faced down enemies that some Jonin couldn't handle. If you keep this up, I'm sure you will make the rank of Chunin soon. Also, for your help in stopping the council's plot to take over the village, I want to say thank you for everything that you did. You should all be proud of yourselves. What would you expect, said Naruto with a grin. We rock. Tsunade responded by throwing a paperweight at his head, knocking him to the ground. Baka, said Tsunade under her breath. Rin, Hinata and Mitchi all rushed to Naruto to help him get up. Damn, said Kiba as he watched this. I never thought I'd see the day when I wished I was Naruto. Agreed, said Shino. Hey. Yelled Naruto once he was up. What the hell was that for? Because I'm not done yet, answered Tsunade. The council may be gone, but they left a few things in motion. I'm sure that Team 7 remembers Gato. Naruto nodded and Rin's eyes narrowed at the sound of that fat man's name. Well, before Naruto killed him, the council had contacted him to gain his support for after they took over the village. I'm guessing that they planned on helping him ship drugs around the world and collect a small chunk of the profits. And you're just finding out about this now? Yelled Naruto. Tick marks appeared on Tsunade's head. Yes, she replied. The council members were once shinobi and know how our village operates. It was easy to keep information from the rest of us. So how does this affect us? Asked Shikamaru. I mean, you said that this Gato person is dead. So, what's the problem? The problem is the group that Gato belonged to, said Tsunade. There is a group of crime lords who range from drugs to the slave trade that rule over the criminal underworld. Gato was a member of this group. I believe that this group, called the Black Club, might have continued to communicate with the council after Gato's death. There is no telling how they will respond to this. As that weren't bad enough, other groups might try to take advantage of our weakened state. We already have 2 groups to deal with. More might come out, seeing this weakened village as a chance to make a name for themselves or achieve their goals. So, I have decided to make some changes. Kin will be joining Team 10 since Shikamaru is now a Chunin. Team 7 will be disbanded and instead will become Team Anko. Anko, who will become a full Jonin, will command Naruto, Rin, and Haku. However, until she delivers her baby, the team will be doing missions by themselves. Wow, cried Naruto. This is great. Damn it, yelled Kiba. How come Naruto gets to be surrounded by all the hot girls? I mean, he gets to have the new girl in his team. It's just not fair. But I'm a boy, said Haku. Kiba's jaw just dropped to the floor as his skin turned white. Oh, said Tsunade, who acted like Kiba's outburst never happened. Before I forget. Lee, that shark girl who nearly raped you broke out of jail. She looked at the spot where Lee had been standing and found it empty. Ah, where is Lee? Everyone shrugged. Somewhere, in an unknown location, a group sat in a circle. Their faces were covered by shadows, yet their fancy suits could be seen easily. Some were old while others were in their late 20s. So, said an elderly voice. The Leaf Council failed. A pity. I could have used their shinobi to smuggle weapons. What about me? Said another. My brothels needed some new girls. They all began to argue, except for one man. He was smoke a cigarette and seemed to have long black hair. Gentlemen, he said in calm tone. Please calm yourselves. I know most of you had some sort of plans for that village. But going after each other will not fix the problem. He's right, said one of them. It's that Uzumaki's fault. He was the one who helped take them down. And do not forget that he was also the one who killed Gato, said another. We should put a bounty on his head to send a warning out to everyone who would dare to mess with Use. That's a great idea, said one. I like it, said another. That would be foolish, said the man with the cigarette. That would admit that we think of this boy as a threat. If word got out that we are afraid of a single Chunin, then we might lose everything. That is a gamble that I am not willing to take. I see your point, said a small man. We'll decide on what to do on a later date. Yes, thought the man with the cigarette. Wait a while longer. Wait until his name becomes famous so that I can use him for my own plans. Naruto Uzumaki, you will make me the richest and most powerful man ever to live. Deleted scene from last chapter. Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi were out in a training field as they pondered on what to do. We can't let the council take over the village, said Kurenai. That's right, said Asuma. My father would never have wanted this. Now, said Kakashi with an eye smile. I bet they have the best intentions for the village. I don't think so, Dickless, said a voice. Everyone turned around and saw a pale-skinned boy standing near them. In his hands was a book. Who are you? Asked Asuma. That is not important, said the boy. I work for Danzo. He asked me to make sure you all got this. With that, he tossed over the book to Kurenai, who caught it. Kurenai opened it and saw that it was the new rule book for the village. She soon became very angry when she read one of the new rules. There is no way I'm working at a brothel just because I have a good figure, she said as she handed the book to Asuma. What? Cried Asuma. No smoking. I'm kicking their asses. Now calm down, said Kakashi with an eye smile. He was a non-smoker, and the thought of sleeping with Kurenai sounded very nice. So far he didn't have a problem with the new rules. Here then, said Asuma as he threw the book at Kakashi. Kakashi opened it and began to read until he spotted one rule he would never follow.